What's going on YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, and everything else? We're going to be live doing a watch party for Thomas Massie. This election is the only one that I really care about this entire season of midterms or whatever they call it. Thomas Massie is one of the least sold out people in Congress, and Donald Trump, the Republican Jewish Coalition, AIPAC affiliates, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, John Paulson are spending record amounts of money in this primary to defeat Thomas Massie because Thomas Massie prioritizes the U.S. Constitution and his own actual beliefs over whatever the Uniparty seems to be doing under the guise of Trump. So we're going to be covering this like the mainstream election. I did this last year or 2 years ago. It was pretty fun. So I'll be live for as long as the results come in. And if you're with me, let's have fun. Let's enjoy the night and let's try to last the entire time. And hopefully Thomas Massie wins. So give me a thumbs up in the chat if it looks and sounds good. Dreamer podcast starts now. I appreciate you guys. And I really hope Thomas Massie wins. So let's get it cracking.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast. Welcome to the show. The way to get the news at the desk or on the road. Let's go. God is great and success in our control. The world is crazy, but we get better from obstacles. Yeah.
What's going on YouTube? What's going on Facebook? What's going on Rumble and such? I'm about to upload my thumbnail real quick on YouTube. I'll just show you guys. This is my thumbnail. It's Thomas Massie versus the Israel lobby plant live election results. So let me just update this real quick on YouTube. Let's see if it's working. I'm not giving Ed Gallerine. I mean, he's just a soulless puppet of Trump, his donors. I don't think Trump really even has any sort of autonomy or soul at this point. So I think whenever Trump's mega donors who dump hundreds of millions of dollars of coins into his back, when they say jump, Trump says how high, and so does apparently Michael Knowles, Benny Johnson, and a lot of the other frauds. We'll talk about that. You know, we got about 35 minutes before the results come in, but that's the thumbnail. Hold on, let me try to update it real quick. Okay, let's go customize. Details, where are we? Okay, upload thumbnail. Sorry, I'm the producer of this show. Got to do it myself. So bang, that's a good look, right? Pretty accurate. What's up, boys and girls and men and women? And you know, we love all trans community, the millions of genders here, 2-spirited, 3-spirited, 5-spirited. I mean, if you don't know who you are, but you just want to be here, you know, if Trump supports it, we'll vote for the bill. We don't, you know, it's MAGA. So speaking of which, I want to show you this clip of Trump trying to bash Thomas Massie today, but he ended up just saying that he did things that conservatives want him to do. Apparently Trump is like liberal now or something. But anyway, here's that.
And what are you seeing?
Yeah, Thomas Massie's a terrible congressman. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders. We have the best border we've ever had.
So Trump, I don't know what he's trying to do, but he's like, Thomas Massie voted against the trans mutilation of children. Okay, are people supposed to be mad at that? And then it's like, he votes against open borders. Yes, he does. He does vote against open borders. I wonder if Trump made a mistake and he meant to say the opposite, or he just got so tired of lying about Thomas Massie that he's like, you know what? I'll just say what he is doing and I'll tell the truth this time, but then hopefully people hear the inverse. And here's Thomas Massie explaining like all the smears against him. I mean, of course, maybe a few of them are valid. Like he's not the perfect person and there's things I disagree with him on, but most of them are just completely made up. People are like, he votes against this, he votes against that. In fact, it's inverted. The Republican Party in the big, beautiful bill pushes a bunch of liberal stuff and Massie's not for it. So, you know, let's listen to Trump again. I guess this is his way of complimenting Massie or something. Here.
And what are you seeing?
Yeah, Thomas Massie's a terrible congressman. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders. We have the best border we've ever had.
Okay. All right, let's listen to Massie's side of this.
President Trump won your district over Kamala Harris by 75%, and he's gone after you in a big way. He doesn't like the fact that you voted against the big, beautiful bill, which included tax cuts. How do you defend that?
All right, so how do you defend that, Mr. Massie?
Listen, that's the problem in D.C. They put everything in one giant bill. They put funding back in for the transgender surgery for kids. So I'm actually the only Republican who voted against that. They like to put it all in one giant bill. So if you ever vote against it, they can say that you voted against everything.
It's true. That's exactly what they do. Thomas Massie has repeatedly called for single issue bills so they can't squeeze like a million terrible socialist, communist, left wing, right wing things into bills. He's like, why don't we vote on singular bills? They don't want to do that, by the way. Massie never passes bills because he passes bills that actually make sense. And most of Congress wants to keep lying, scamming, stealing our money and wasting trillions of dollars. So whatever.
The reality is I voted for the SAVE Act when it comes up individually. I voted for border control, DHS, the wall, all of the things that the president wants. I voted to keep men out of women's sports in the Olympics. I passed that out of my committee, my Judiciary Committee. What they're doing is they're taking these big giant bills, which everybody hates back in America.
That's exactly what they're doing. Keep talking, buddy.
And they're trying to blame you for anything that's in there. But guess what? I'm the only guy up there that didn't vote to fund Planned Parenthood this last time. I'm the only guy up there that didn't vote to fund that immigrant welfare fraud. They put the money back in. They've actually taken all the Doge cuts out. But I'm the only one that's sticking with Doge and sticking with the people back home.
So Republicans talk about all this stuff they're going to do. They're going to cut spending. They're going to cut the funding of trans surgeries, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, this is so dope. This is what we want. And then they do a big, beautiful bill. They talk to their lobbyist friends. They talk to Democrats. They talk to the establishment. And then they come up with some sort of compromise where they're like, what if we just like spent trillions of dollars, started the war we said we weren't going to start, funded Israel, funded Ukraine, did all this liberal stuff, but then we'll please your donors. And then Trump can like green light PFAs and water for his pesticide chemical friends. And then Miriam Adelson gets what she wants in the foreign policy. And then they pass this massive bill that nobody ever reads. And then they're like, how do we trick literal retards and low IQ zombies and boomers into thinking that this is a good thing? Oh, we'll just have Donald Trump just call it a big, beautiful bill. And then he'll brand it as if it's like Trump University or a Trump Tower or like a taco on, Cinco de Mayo. And then people believe it. And then Thomas Massie's like, wait, this is like a liberal socialist scam bill. And then they're like, shut up, Thomas Massie. This is what Trump told us to do. And then they're like, you're actually secretly a liberal. And I guess, some people believe it, some people don't. But I think this election is going to be super close, to be honest. I have a bad feeling about it. I mean, they've never spent this much money in a Republican primary. It's a very obscure seat. Like, you got to understand, this isn't even like a mainstream election yet. They still have to pick somebody and then run against Democrats. No one's ever spent this much money on a primary in a House. Miriam Adelson, Trump's billionaire Israeli-American dual citizen, who Trump says, this is all Trump's words, by the way. I've made a bunch of videos about it. Trump says that he thinks she likes Israel more than America. She would pay him $250 million to run a third term because her and Alan Dershowitz are trying to like legally make it so Trump can run again to be Israel's little puppet. Donald Trump said that, they aggressively always ask for things for Israel. Like, he's admitted on stage that they're not going to his office. Like, it's for Israel, right? So his big Israel sugar mama, sugar daddy, who gives him hundreds of millions of dollars, is dumping money into a local Kentucky race because I guess most of Congress is controlled by AIPAC or Republican Jewish Coalition and some sort of donor that keeps them in line for the Jewish billionaires who will call you an anti-Semite if you call them a Jewish billionaire. So Thomas Massie, even though it's like this obscure Kentucky seat, he's a massive threat to the establishment because he tells you what's going on. He aggressively pushed for the Epstein files, which they obviously hated. He always explains every single bill. So even though Massie's not perfect by any means, and there's been some things that I disagree with him on, it's like the Wizard of Oz is behind the curtain making it this big, scary thing. And Massie lets you know exactly what they're doing. If he votes against something, he tells you exactly why. Like, he's exposing the WWE show. And with a Massie in there, he's more of a threat than a liberal because a liberal just makes it left versus right. They don't mind that. It's like, oh, there's the left and the right, and people actually believe this stuff. So now, we can just like put up this person and then this person. But Massie's kind of breaking that illusion, and he's showing people like, yo, it's all fake. Like, I'm not going to vote for liberal things just because Trump's tricking you. And Trump's like, shut up. I'll ruin your career if you do that. When it comes to RFK Jr., I'm not making excuses for him, but I truly believe that RFK believes what he says. Like, he wanted to get rid of atrazine when he ran for president in 2024. He said, my EPA would ban atrazine. But then he gets in at the HHS, which is not the EPA, by the way, but Donald Trump is greenlighting atrazine. Donald Trump is rescinding a Biden era ban on PFAs in water, which actually, even though Biden sucks, every MAGA, Maha, RFK type of person agrees with. Trump's doing all it's basically like open season. Trump, if America were a person, Trump's like bend over, spread the cheeks, and just let all my lobbyist friends run through you, whether they work for pharmaceuticals, whether they work for chemicals, pesticides, the Israel lobby, like just open wide, and we're just going to let them do whatever we want to the country, even if it's what RFK doesn't want. But what can RFK do? If RFK comes out and speaks against it, Trump will fire him. So it's like either you have to be sucking off the Trump coal at all times and play stupid like Michael Knowles, Benny Johnson, just be two-faced slime balls, or you speak your truth or speak the truth. There is no your truth, the truth. And then Lauren Boebert's like, I like Trump and Thomas Massie. Trump doesn't care. He says, you're gone. Get out of my way. He's telling everybody there is no room to disagree with me. There is no room to have your own opinions. There is no room to side with America over the lobbyists that I want you to side with. Either you do whatever I say, or I'm going to ruin your life, ruin your political career. And they have unlimited money. He literally has multiple billionaire friends who make him look broke, who can spend unlimited amount of money, because also some of them, I don't know which ones. And I mean, I do know which ones, but I'm just trying to be like very cautious, and accurate. But let's just say you're a company, you donate millions or tens of millions of dollars to politics, and then your company gets a contract for $80 million. It's like, there's a trade-off going on. And this is like a lot of lobbying, but it's unlimited money because they're just making more money, getting government contracts, getting what they want in different ways. And then, it's like, whatever. Okay, we'll just keep spending money. You want to buck the system, Lauren Boebert? We'll dump $20 million into an obscure Colorado race and then make sure that you never get to win again. Before, obviously, the results come in 25 minutes. We got a lot of time. I want to talk about a few things, but I want to show you the first thing that I liked from Thomas Massie, because unlike Charlie Kirk, who knew who Thomas Massie was like 10 years ago, and Charlie Kirk said he was his favorite congressman because Massie is like the closest you can get to like Thomas Jefferson and voting with the Constitution. I only found out about Thomas Massie in 2020 because Thomas Massie exposed the whole CARES Act scam. And a lot of people don't realize this, because a lot of people see it as Trump versus the left, or, it's just Biden who's bad, but the Republicans are fighting the Biden COVID stuff. Yes, the Democrats were bad. Yes, Biden was bad. But really, it was a dual party scheme and scam. And they kind of point to each other while they keep doing their stuff. Thomas Massie exposed the whole scam and how they were doing it early on. And, Trump wanted to push through the CARES Act. Congress wanted to push through the CARES Act. And a lot of Republicans, this is why I call out Republicans even more than Democrats sometimes. Democrats are the obvious opposition. If you're conservative, if you're Christian, if you're Republican, you don't need me to tell you look at how dumb the liberal is. You get it. I get it. It's like story over. There's nothing intellectually interesting really going on over there in politics. But what a lot of people don't realize is like, in order to get away with all the things that the Democrats did during the COVID era, they needed the CARES Act, which gave them the rights, which gave them the money, which basically signed off, called it emergency. And if you look at all that stuff, that's why everything happened. But Republicans go, we didn't want the country to be locked down. It's like, what are you talking about? Trump orchestrated 15 days to slow the spread and then extended it until May and started using his power like he does against Massie and Boebert to strong arm Republicans who wouldn't listen to him. He told Georgia's Governor Kemp, he's like, basically veiled, political threats. Like, you don't open early. I told you to stay shut down till May. He was working with Gavin Newsom. He was working with Phil Murphy. So I feel like I'm one of the only influencers who told the truth about this. But during this whole it's just the Democrats, they tricked Trump. Oh my gosh, they're stealing the election because he's such a victim. And it's like Trump did all this stuff. And the only one who told him not to do all this stuff that led to all of that is Thomas Massie. And then Trump turned on him. So let's play a few clips of Thomas Massie fully explaining what happened during the COVID situation. Let's go.
Mr. Speaker, I came here to make sure our republic doesn't die by unanimous consent in an empty chamber, and I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise and remain standing until counted. An insufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is refused.
Mr. Speaker.
Is the gentleman recognized?
I object on the basis that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
The chair will count for a quorum. Counted for a quorum is present. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
So that might be confusing to some. I'm going to play these next two clips, and I'm sorry I couldn't find like high quality video, but the audio's fine. Massie explains exactly what they were doing. All of Congress was cheering against them. And he was like, they're trying to pass one of the worst bills in modern history and one of the most costly and expensive bills in modern history. But they're saying because of COVID, they can't show up to vote. And they want to vote in secret and not show up to work. So he's like, not only is this one of the worst bills in modern history that is obviously going to be a mistake, he said, but I think Congress is purposely doing this because when in 5, 4, 3 years, everybody realizes this is one of the biggest mistakes and biggest frauds in modern history, their name is not going to be on the paper because they never showed up to work. So that was his whole objection to it. He's like, at least if you want to vote for this terrible thing, put your name on the paper, put it in the archives, and nowhere in the Constitution does it say there's a virus, we can't show up to work, or, you know, let's hide our anonymous vote. So it was really one of the biggest scandals, but most people didn't hear about it because Trump was in on it, Republicans were in on it, Democrats were in on it, and the only person speaking out against it was Thomas Massie. So Trump labeled him and framed him as a grandstander, but he's not grandstanding like, oh, just give me attention. He's like, you're about to print trillions of dollars, hide your vote, lie to the American people, and cover it up because you know in 3 or 4 years this is going to be a massive mistake. So listen to his explanation. I apologize that the video is such poor quality, but it's all I could get.
You have a minute of your time? Why wouldn't they give you a time on the floor, sir? Congressman, both sides of the chamber didn't cease to let you do this recorded vote.
Well, they didn't even give me a minute to speak in a 4-hour debate. There's a big cover-up in there.
You believe it's a cover-up, sir?
Well, they're trying to cover up their votes. They had enough people there to pass the bill, but they still refused to have a recorded vote. And they told me they were trying to protect members.
Don't you believe that that's the case? There's 435 members in a room that can't hold that many.
No. They're trying to protect the members who are there from political ramifications.
There are both sides of the chamber, your side as well as the Democrats, as well as the White House, has said that they didn't want you to do this. Why press forward into the bill that everybody agrees should be passed?
Like I said in there, I came here this week to make sure our republic doesn't die in an empty chamber by unanimous consent.
So here's the part that's really interesting. Sorry, I know it's a little bit boring, but I want to get through it and just be clear. Here's the part where he explains why he did it. It's really interesting.
These people need to do their jobs. If they're telling people to drive a truck, if they're telling people to bag groceries and grow their food, then by golly, they can be in there and they can vote. And that's what we did this week. They came, and you can see it didn't delay the vote any. They sat on their cans yesterday here. They didn't do a thing yesterday. They were trying to say this would delay it to have a recorded vote. The truth, if you're willing to report it, is they don't want a recorded vote. They don't want to be on record of making the biggest mistake in history.
Is there your response to Donald Trump calling you a third-rate grandstander?
And he was completely right. It was one of the biggest mistakes in history. If you read the CARES Act, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not like a fun read, but if you read the CARES Act, the emergencies, like I don't even want to get into it. It's like traumatizing. It's not fun. I want to have fun today, but it's like such a layered scheme where it's like, oh, it's an emergency. Oh, it's an emergency, so we have to print trillions of dollars. Oh, it's an emergency and we printed trillions of dollars, and now we did Operation Warp Speed, which is a socialist vaccine scheme. Yeah, it's not FDA approved yet, but we have an emergency, so it's protected under the PrEP Act. So, you know, we don't have any liability. So it's like and they know that this all happened. It's like at this point, if you think like, oh my gosh, there was just this mysterious virus that nobody could say was made in a lab, and then 3 years later they told you it was made in a Wuhan lab, but you know, they had to shut the country down for a month, and that was good. And then they had to print trillions of dollars, and all the rich people needed to make more money, and hundreds of thousands of people, you know, needed to be depressed and in their houses and lose their businesses, and people needed to overdose in order to get Moderna and Pfizer vaccines to everyone, this new technology that they've never rolled out to humans, mRNA technology, but then, you know, it was protected under an emergency clause, so you can't really sue. It's like, if you really just think that was all just massively organic and it just so happened and Trump just didn't know and then Biden just didn't know, it's like WWE. It's like watching The Undertaker fight The Rock and you actually believe that they're fighting, and like, oh, he didn't mean to get tapped out, or oh my gosh, he didn't see the table coming. It's like, what are you talking about? They they practiced this for months before they rolled it out on television. Like, you got to be a real moron at this point to not figure it out. But anyway, I'm gonna look at a few more things, and then, like I said, 15 minutes. I'm looking at the exact time. I'll update this thing. I said, you know, I'm not. Well, wait, hold on. Where is it? Right here. Okay, so 0% of the vote reported, 0% for Massie, 0% for the Israel lobby plant. I'm not really showing Ed Gallery any respect because he doesn't deserve any. He doesn't even have any. Like, what are his policies? Do his voters even know? You know, it's like, oh, he agrees with Trump. Agrees with Trump on what? Well, he's not Massie. He's not a Democrat. It's like, what's Massie a Democrat on? He votes for Democrat policies most of the time. Actually, he actually doesn't do that at all. Like, who told you that? It's like Stephen Miller. It's like, well, Stephen Miller said Massie has one of the single most conservative districts in all of America and votes with Democrats on all critical votes. Grok AI, you know, if you ask, is this true? He'll say, no, Thomas Massie does not vote with Democrats on all critical votes. Records show he votes with Republicans roughly 91% of the time overall. He does break ranks more often than most on select issues like excessive spending bills, foreign aid, and war power resolutions, sometimes joining a small group of dissenters or even Democrats on those, but that's far from almost all. His conservative scorecard ratings remain high, 92 to 96% from Heritage Action. So, you know, Thomas Massie, even I don't have the tweet loaded up, but even before they realized that they hated him so much, I think it was 2023, Mark Levin came out and he said that Thomas Massie was the most conservative member of Congress. That's what most people believed for like 10 years. Like, dude, I don't agree with Massie, or I don't want to vote with him because I don't want to get in trouble with the lobbyists. But everybody knew, like, he's the most conservative. If conservatives and libertarians believe it and it's constitutional, Massie will vote for it, even at the expense of getting yelled at by AIPAC, even at the expense of mega donors pulling their funding. Like, Massie votes with what Republicans actually think. And everyone knew that, and everyone said it. It was like an open secret that even like people who hated him were like, I got to give it to him. No, he's actually conservative. And then all of a sudden this term, I mean, obviously Trump was like sold out last time as well, but this term, the difference between Trump and the Israel lobby, like, it was like last term, Trump was, you know, working with the Israel lobby, but he had his own kind of identity. He had his own talking points. This time, it just feels like Trump is an empty carcass, and the Israel lobby and his donors are just using his mouth. Like, I don't know if I still have it loaded, the little plankton thing, but it reminds me of SpongeBob when like Plankton takes like this big robot's brain, and like at the end of the episode, you're like, oh, it's just Plankton in there. It's like, it's just the Israel lobby and Trump's brain. I'm not saying he doesn't have any autonomy, but he's freaking out about Thomas Massie. He's got Miriam Adelson, an Israeli billionaire, funding the opposition. He's got Paul Singer, who, if you look up Paul Singer, he's a Republican donor who has been supporting LGBT rights and pushing Republicans on gay marriage for decades. So he's basically, I believe, a Jewish donor who pays Republicans and tries to get Christians to, you know, slowly wean into gay marriage. So if you want to know the slippery slope of that, he definitely played some sort of a role. But does it matter that he supports the LGBTQ rights that Republicans don't like? Well, no, because he's a Jewish billionaire who's pro-Israel, and that's all that really matters in Washington. So who cares about that, right? Let's not look into that. And then you have John Paulson, where you can look up his connections to Epstein. I'm not going to talk about it. And those are the three main donors: an Israeli billionaire who Trump says he thinks likes more Israel more than America and always asks him to do things for Israel. Jewish billionaire who supports LGBTQ rights and has pushed Republicans for decades on gay marriage, which is against the Bible for Christians. And then a guy in Epstein's black book, and then Republican Jewish Coalition and AIPAC. These are the main funders of Thomas Massie's election, and they hate him because they can't control him. And I want to be really clear before the results start coming in. The reason I talk about this stuff completely, if half our party thought this and half our party thought that, and there were Lindsey Graham's and there were Thomas Massie's and Rand Paul's Some people were libertarian. Some people wanted war with Iran. I wouldn't necessarily care because that's like a healthy party that doesn't have to agree on everything. Like that's pretty normal. But that's not what we have. What we actually have is in Congress, it's like, do you do what Israeli donors want? Do you do what the Israel lobby want? Will you vote against the Constitution for Israel? Will you pass these Jewish Israeli speech laws against the First Amendment? And if you say no, I stand with America over these obscure, pressure from the Israel lobby, they label you an anti-Semite, they morally blackmail you. And then if that doesn't work, they literally blackmail you, I believe, in the case of Thomas Massie and trying to find all these scandals the last week. And then they bankroll your opposition. It's like, how much money did they have? They have all the money in the world. So it's like they just keep paying and paying and paying until they can kick you out of Congress. So my issue for those who actually care, I know it's always going to be misconstrued. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you believe. I don't care if you disagree with me on domestic or foreign policy, but it's not hate speech to say the truth about what's going on. And it's not hate speech to realize that Israeli and Jewish billionaires are paying off Congress in order to do things for Israel. And if you prioritize America, the First Amendment, our right to privacy, the Second Amendment, any amendment over Israel, they'll find a candidate that supports Israel. And they don't care if they're weak on the Second Amendment, and they don't care if they're weak on the First Amendment, and they don't care what their domestic policies are. They don't care if they're as liberal as AOC. They don't care if they're as conservative as somebody in the Republican Party. As long as they serve Israel, AIPAC pays both sides of the equation. And then you have other people that just pay Democrats, and then other people that just pay Republicans. But the reason they're paying them has nothing to do with what's in American interest. In fact, it's the exact opposite. It's like whatever we have to do in order to get somebody that prioritizes a foreign nation over America. So it's one of the biggest issues in American politics because it's one of the most pervasive. And I think Donald Trump transcends a lot of things because, yes, Trump is controlled and works for the Israel lobby, but it seems like Trump works for every lobby. It's like pesticides, atrazine. Dude, it's open season for Donald Trump. If there's money to be made, seems like he'd sell salt to a snail, water to a whale. It's like if it makes more money and he's around somebody and some billionaire sits down with him or golfs with him and is like, bro, all of these liberals are in the way, getting the PFAs out of our water. Like, let me do that again. Don't, protect me from lawsuits for glyphosate. Trump's like, sure, yeah, I'll do that. So, this is the main issue. I think this is why Massie's so beloved by millions, but I think there's a difference between somebody and, there's left and right, but let's just say on the right side, there's a difference between someone who says, I am a Trump guy. Whatever Trump says is good. If Trump passes a bill with transgender mutilation surgeries, then I don't want to disagree with it because it's Trump. If he prints money like Karl Marx on steroids, if he starts the war he said he wasn't going to start, if he endorses Lindsey Graham, if he poisons our water and food supply with a bunch of toxic waste, that's good, but it's bad to disagree with that. Like there's people like those that are just NPCs and robots. And then there's people with autonomy that are like, you know what? I voted for Trump, but I don't agree with that. And I think it's okay to stand my ground. But a lot of people in media and politics are afraid to stand their ground because if you do, Trump tries to ruin your life. And now with Massie, there's a huge transparent thing that's coming out. Like I saw there's this girl that I think we disagree on foreign policy, right? Her name is like Alex Clark. I've always kind of pegged her as just like a generic Republican robot who works for like, big conservative media. And she's always like towed the line on a lot of that stuff. But, she's being very honest now. And she's like, I like Thomas Massie. He votes for Make America Healthy again. He's consistent on getting pesticides out of our food and PFAs out of our water. Like, and she's getting harassed by all her Zionist friends who are like, screw you, blah, blah, blah. But, I don't agree with Alex Clark on everything and I don't know her. But to me, it shows she has a soul. And what Alex Clark is going to find out is the same thing that Charlie Kirk found out. Even if you're loyal to the Israel lobby, they hate you if you ever prioritize America over them, even if it has to do with your food supply and things you've believed your whole life. So it's like Alex Clark, even though we disagree, she has a soul. Michael Knowles, that smarmy, do nothing, overrated fraud, he came out and made a little smarmy comment against Thomas Massie. He's such a loser. He's such a phony. Benny Johnson, same thing. Sometimes he's real. Sometimes he's not. Sometimes he's metaphorically sucking off Trump. Sometimes he's challenging Trump. But he comes out of the woodworks and smears Thomas Massie. So you can really see who's who with all this stuff. I don't watch PBD, but I've heard that PBD, I was just reading some of the comments and they were like, oh, you got to listen to PBD. Massie's not who you say they are. bro, I don't need to listen to somebody that's not being as honest as I am about this stuff. He knows who I am. He can hit me up, have him invite me on the show. I don't want to start a problem with anybody, but this is political commentary. And I wildly disagree with him on a lot of stuff. He knows, we've talked, we've, almost worked together. So, I don't want to publicly talk about somebody that I could talk to. So without further ado, it's like, I disagree with like half of what they say on PBD podcast, but I don't want to sit and talk about them. Invite me on the show. Let's have a conversation. I promise you, I'll come out looking a lot more honest. And a lot of the nonsense that they're saying doesn't stand up to the reality. I've been in this game for 10 years. I could tell you 20 great things about Thomas Massie that they're not going to tell you. And Ed Gallerine, he's not even like real. It's like a Israeli plant puppet, not from Israel, but Israel lobby puppet. The dude is just like, okay, just stand here, don't debate, say you like Trump. And then Trump's tweeting. He hasn't tweeted since March. Now he's tweeting about Thomas Massie. He's making videos about Thomas Massie. They're so desperate. The Israel lobby's never been so desperate to get somebody out. And it's because he votes against foreign aid. He wakes up people to their spending bills. And this is what I've been trying to explain to people for a while too. It's like, if you don't understand how the system goes, then it doesn't matter that you dislike the left. Like, for example, if the left wing is bringing in a bunch of refugees, like, okay, George Bush starts a war, Obama continues the war, liberals let the refugees in, Trump gets in, tries to close the border the first time. He can't do it. They send a bunch of caravans to the border. Then Biden gets in and reopens the border in the back. Like, yes, the left is doing a lot of this stuff, but if you really take back and see who's funding the left and which one of our allies are fine with flooding our country with refugees, and they're writing op-eds in the Wall Street Journal saying, why doesn't Europe take these refugees? It's simple to understand what's going on and why. What happens is other countries prioritize their country. So for example, in Israel, their politicians don't pass speech laws for Christians or Americans. They work for Israel because they're Israeli. Like, why wouldn't they? But in America, our politicians don't work for us. So it's like, they'll write an op-ed, even the right wingers in Israel, and they'll say, why doesn't America and Europe take in refugees? You already did do that. And then Americans like, I thought they were our greatest ally. I mean, they're an ally, but they care about themselves. So if we can take on their problems and absorb their issues, that's a win for them, because then they don't have to go to Israel and they don't have them anymore. But in America, our politicians, there's multiple people in the Republican Party that voted for mass amnesty of illegal immigrants, which no Trump supporter wants, but Trump will endorse them. So at a certain point, you have to wonder, why would Trump endorse so many people who are trying to keep a bunch of illegals in America that no Trump supporter voted for? And you can go down the list, and almost all of them, if not all of them, are paid off by the Israel lobby. So Trump works for the Israel lobby and his donors who give him hundreds of millions of dollars. They dump money into Trump's back, and he's, once the coins are in his back, he says whatever they want. If they want Mike Lawler, if they want Don Bacon, if they want Randy Fine, if they want, Elise Stefanik, then Trump's like, I'll endorse all those people. Yeah, they're so great. But then you see some of them and they're voting for things that nobody in MAGA even likes. So it's like, why would Thomas Massie be getting more flack than Lindsey Graham? It's obvious. Who's paying Trump? It's the same people who pay Lindsey Graham, and they both work for the same cause. It's just not America. If the First Amendment says freedom of speech, freedom of this, freedom of that, you know what I'm saying? Freedom of expression, freedom of, read the First Amendment. I'm sorry, I haven't memorized it, but you know what it says. I know it says more things than freedom of speech, but that's the one that everyone always talks about. And then this bill comes in from Europe, or at least that was created in Europe, the speech rule. And it's like, this is the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism that goes against the First Amendment, but it carves out special speech laws for Jews and Judaism in Israel. And it says that criticism of Israel is now anti-Semitism. Do you want to pass that into America, even though you have the First Amendment? And 90% of the Republican Party is like, yes, I do. Why would you want to pass that if you believe in free speech, if you don't believe in speech policing? Because they're paid off, they're compromised, they're fake, they're fraudulent. I figured this out 6 years ago, but the whole reason I'm live for this election is Thomas Massie is literally one of 3 people that I don't completely despise in Congress. And it's no surprise. I've told people about him for 5 years now. It's no surprise that they're turning against him so much. I wonder what Charlie would have said if he were alive, because Charlie was taking, and I want to play this clip real quick. Charlie was taking a lot of heat because I want to be clear and I want to be accurate, because everybody tries to make Charlie into somebody he wasn't. Like the Zionist side's like, he was just like me. Then the critical of Israel side, or the critical of the Israel lobby side, will say, oh, Charlie was this and that. And it's like, the truth was kind of nuanced. He was a little bit of both. But what Charlie was somebody who supported the Israel lobby, who pretty much worked for the Israel lobby, who got paid by donors who wanted him to do things for Israel. And Trump was Charlie Kirk was very loyal to Trump. So, anytime Charlie disagreed with what his donors and Trump wanted him to do, he took even more heat than anybody because he was so connected and so powerful. So even though he supported Israel and admitted that, he would do things and support them and defend them and whatever, he started to disagree with them. He liked Thomas Massie. He liked Tucker Carlson. And it's a complete lie that Charlie was turning against Tucker or wouldn't want Tucker to stand on stage. Before, literally last year, Charlie hosted Tucker Carlson. He stood by him. And I made a compilation of clips that a lot of people haven't seen, because Charlie Kirk was being viciously smeared as an anti-Semite because he didn't want to deplatform Tucker Carlson. And he agreed with him in many ways and wanted to let him speak. So Charlie was in his era of being called an anti-Semite. If you're halfway honest in conservative or any media, they'll call you an anti-Semite right away. So Charlie didn't get called an anti-Semite that often because he worked for the Israel lobby. But the second he was like, you know what? I just want to work for you like 95%, and 5% I want to be an American. I want to like Tucker Carlson. I want to have friends that you don't like, and I want to host both sides of the equation. The second that Charlie Kirk did that, everything turned against him. So it started pissing him off. And he was like, you know what? I might have to leave the cause. You know what? I'm an American. You know what? I'm tired of being morally blackmailed. And I made a little compilation to show you, because I say all this to say this. No one knows what Charlie would have done if he would have complied to Trump to save face, or if he would have defended Thomas Massie. But what I will tell you is, if Charlie would have come out and defend Thomas Massie, Trump probably would have turned on him like he did Tucker Carlson, Lauren Boebert, and it would have been very interesting. But mysteriously, a couple of days after Charlie Kirk texted that he was going to leave the cause, he got his neck blown off, and they told us that it was just a liberal person, and maybe it was. We'll see with the court case and everything. But I just find the timing like very weird, because everyone in the Zionist Republican movement was getting mad at Charlie Kirk. Everyone was telling him to distance himself from Tucker Carlson. And after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, they all acted like, oh yeah, Charlie would have hated Tucker Carlson. It's like, just be honest, because I'm honest. Charlie wasn't just like me. I didn't like everything he said and did. But this is Charlie Kirk in his own words, and this is not from 5, 6, 7 years ago. A lot of these clips were from last year.
And Tucker is in the same category, and they've tried to go after Tucker.
Yeah.
Is that the
Sorry, I'm gonna just play this clip. I have a few of them.
So let me ask a question. If we were to remove, like if people said what Tucker said is anti-Semitic, I don't hold that view. But it's like a lot of people on Twitter are like calling us out and like, whatever. That's not going to happen. But if we were to cancel Tucker, would anti-Semitism increase or decrease?
I think increase, because that means any supporter of Tucker Carlson's statement therefore makes them anti-Semites.
Association.
Mm-hmm. But I got text about you, Megan, saying, why is Megan like doing the bidding of Hamas? I was like, what are you talking about? Megan's the best. Like, what? Like, she's amazing. And I said, why are you texting me about Megan? And I at that point, and so this is what they don't understand. You and I, Megan, and Tucker is in the same category, and they've tried to go after Tucker.
Yeah.
Is that the more you attack our moral character, the more we're going to double down in a direction, because 100%. Screw you, I don't do it that way, okay? And I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen.
How is your relationship with Candace Owens nowadays?
She's a great friend. Look, I don't agree with everything Candace says, but you know what I don't do? I don't stop being friends with people just because people morally blackmail me. I don't do that. And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits.
So Charlie felt like he was being morally blackmailed by the side of people who were more on the Zionist side, because he wouldn't just like abandon all his friends and do whatever they wanted. And that was, in the last couple of years of his life. I want to read this real quick too, and then the results should start coming in. So, I hope Thomas Massie does well. Unfortunately, I have a bad feeling about it, just seeing the betting odds and just like how much money they dumped into it. But I really hope Massie wins. If he does, I think it's historic. If he doesn't, I'll be disappointed, but the show goes on. And I just want to show you something about JFK, because when it comes to foreign lobbying, a lot of people always say, but look, Israel's not even the number one lobbyist in America, because they don't have to. A lot of the people that are lobbying on behalf of Israel, they don't have to register as a foreign agent. So JFK tried to do that a year before his head was blown off. And, after his head was blown off, the person who took over after him didn't pursue it. But I just want to show you. I looked this up, and you could look it up yourself too. It's pretty wild. So I asked, did JFK want the predecessor of AIPAC to register with FARA? What year did that happen? Yes, the Kennedy administration pursued this. The predecessor organization to AIPAC was the American Zionist Council, a pro-Israel lobbying umbrella group founded in 1949 that coordinated several Zionist organizations. 1962, the U.S. Department of Justice formally ordered the AZC to register as a foreign agent under Foreign Agents Registration Acts. This was due to evidence that it received substantial funding, millions of dollars, from the Jewish Agency for Israel, a quasi-government Israel entity, and acted on behalf of the Israeli government interests through lobbying, propaganda, and coordination efforts with Israel. So they tried to do that in 1962. The DOJ's internal security section sent a letter stating that, they should be made a foreign agent. So let's just fast forward. That was 1962. He wanted them to register as a foreign agent. What happened in 1963? Oh, yeah. JFK had his head blown off in November 22nd, 1963. And the FARA registration efforts against the American Zionist Council effectively fell apart afterwards. Pressure continued into the fall of 1963, into like October. He got killed in November. And after JFK's assassination, Lyndon B. Johnson dropped the enforcement. The AZC never fully registered under FARA, and they shifted, or newly constructed AIPAC was the new name of similar stuff that they were doing. But I just wanted to show you that because it's just a total coincidence that has to do with nothing. So JFK was like, hey, you guys should probably like register as a foreign agent. Then his head got blown off. And the next guy's like, you know what? I'm not going to pursue that. And then since then, they've been buying up our Congress pretty much. But if you talk about it, you're an anti-Semite, and they totally would never do anything to you. So is what it is. But that's, you could look all this stuff up yourself. I'm on unfortunately, like NBC and New York Times do the reporting right now. There's 0% in. I'm going to try to do election results, Kentucky, District 4. Let's see who else does it. Cincinnati Inquirer. I mean, I don't know if we need to inquire, what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. But yeah, this website just looks like trash. Okay, there's a bunch of ads on it too. All right, let me close these ads because it's just annoying. So I have two websites for reference: the Cincinnati Inquirer, which I guess is the local one that's probably owned by something not local, but and then the NBC one. I'll just keep refreshing every couple minutes. Let me know in the comment section too if you guys are following along and I start rambling about something and I miss an update. Let me know if it updates. So appreciate y'all. Someone said I love giving my consent in the form of voting. To each their own. If you never want to vote again, I don't blame you at all. But for me, it's like situational and strategic. I don't believe in everything they're going to do, but with Massie, I do think he's a good guy. I think his voting record changes that, and I think it's good to have people like him in Congress to show us what's going on. If he loses and we really have nobody left, that's good. Then now we're on to the next phase of like, okay, they've bought almost every seat in Congress. They don't want us to have anybody that serves America. Everything happens for a reason, I believe. Like, even with Trump, it's like people can argue all day where it's like, why did you vote for Trump? It's like, does it even matter? Like, does one vote even really matter in a state that literally votes for Democrats all the time? So it's like, one, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it too. There's different ways you could look at it, and I respect them all. But if Joe Biden won, right? Let's just say Joe Biden won, which he wasn't going to, because I think the stage was set for Trump to win. But Joe wins. He leaves the border open. That's devastating. He probably starts the same exact war. Maybe he doesn't, but he keeps doing the Ukraine one. He has a lot of bad policies. But at the end of the day, Republicans would still be like, you know what? Maybe if Trump gets in 2028, he can fix all these problems, which he wouldn't. It's just like kicking the can down the road. Like, regardless of whoever wins, I feel like people need to wake up to the reality that the left is fake, the right is fake, and Trump is a puppet. Like, what's going to speed up that process? That's, I could see people saying, oh, if the left wins, that'll wake people up. And then the bounce back will be more, bigger. Maybe, it's definitely possible in game theory. But then for me, I'm like, I don't know. I think if a Democrat won, it would just take like 8 more years, 10 more years. So like, at what point, someone said anomaly show us your poly market bets. I will never do those type of things. Like, I'm never going to bet on politics or war. I'm not going to do that. So I've never done that. I never will do that. But, if you do, it's whatever. Like, people bet on everything nowadays. I'm just not interested. And I'm not interested in those type of like sponsorships. I would never do a gambling ad to you guys or that. Even if they paid me like millions of dollars, I just couldn't morally justify selling gambling to people. I think gambling's bad for everybody. I think it's bad for kids, adults, young men, obviously young women, but it's mostly young men. So there's not a number that they could pay me to sell that to you. And this is really what it comes down to. With Thomas Massie, I'm not saying he's perfect, but I don't think he's for sale. And they hate people that aren't for sale because most people are for sale. So it's like, oh, I don't agree with that, but I'll do it for money. It's like, yeah, so will everybody, and it is what it is. Like I said, there's different people have different lines, and I'm not the moral judge of all these things. Like, I do what's right for me. But at the end of the day, if I ever entered Congress, which I'm not going to, am I for sale? No. I would vote with what I thought was best for my people. And they hate that. So like, people are like, oh, why don't you run for office? I'll tell you what would happen. First, they would ramp up the smears against me personally times 100. Then they would bankroll my opposition. Then they would try to morally blackmail me. Then they would probably try to sexually blackmail me. And then they would find a story, and like with Thomas Massie, nobody had any blackmail on the guy for 20 years. And then a week before the election, all of a sudden, some random chick who goes to Mar-a-Lago has some sort of sexual story about him. Like, these people have no shame. These people have no limit that they won't go to try to get power. They don't care. They support a country that literally kills people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like they kill tens of thousands of people. They kill women. They kill children. And then they say it's a hate speech crime to say that they did it. So it's like, you think these people care about blackmailing somebody? You think these people care about funding someone's opposition and ruining someone's life? They take pleasure in ruining people's lives. The usual way that they like to ruin people's lives in foreign countries in the Middle East is by blowing them up and killing their family. That's what they do. But so in other countries where they can't just do that to everybody, they start getting like really pissed off. You know what I'm saying? It's like a dog that, or like just like a lion that like eats like antelope or something. And then you're like, yo, you can't eat antelope. Like, it's going to like freak out and be like, what are you talking about? That's what I do. So I feel like that's what's going on in America and other countries. Like, they can't just like go around and do that to people. So they just like freak out. Like, what? You don't want my money? What? You want to prioritize America over us? Are you serious? It gets like pretty dark, but thus is life, folks. Still at 0%. So 0% for Ed, 0% for Thomas. I'm gonna double between a podcast, interesting conversation, and just like a sports announcer that's announcing this stuff, but nothing's come in so far. Let's read some comments. When do I think this will end? A whole generation has to die off. Every generation has their issues. So I think the younger generation comes with like a new set of issues. However, it is the boomer that is just like retarded and on this topic specifically. And it's kind of weird because it's like, it's morbid to be like, oh, I just can't wait for them to go. Cause that's kind of messed up. Like, I love boomers. God bless boomers. There's a lot of amazing things that they do. And I want them to stay alive for as long as they can. But at the same time, like, statistically voting wise, it's like they're ruining our movement. Like, if boomers weren't brainwashed by Donald Trump, Thomas Massie would win this in a landslide. So when it comes to Republican politics, like the more the boomers are gone, the more younger people are aware of the Israel lobby. Like, and unfortunately with boomers, even though I love them and hope they stick around for as long as they can, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. They don't want to learn. They don't want to listen. They're so stubborn. They're so arrogant. Not everybody. There's a lot of smart boomers. There's a lot of really wise people, but it's like they're very hard to change. If you look at like the 20 to 35 demographic, like young guys liked Donald Trump a lot before the election. Once Donald Trump sold out, young men were like, dang, he's selling out our future. We like the shift in young men shifted like 40 points. But with boomers, they just like stay there. It's like they just love Trump. It doesn't matter. It's like it doesn't, like Trump could literally like poop in his hand, throw it in their face, and they'd be like, gotta go to the ballot box for Ed Gallery. It's like there's nothing that will change their mind, unfortunately. I want to see just the odds of the I want to see what they are on the betting apps right now. Gallery's at 60%, Massie's at 42%. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily matter. I'm just using it for, to give you guys a scope of what's going on. Like as the votes come in, the betting odds will sway. So I just use them as like a baseline. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Let's see. Someone said boomers didn't sign the Federal Reserve Act. Whatever generation that was, definitely dropped the ball. But, it's tough. Life is tough. Every generation has pros. Every generation has cons. I just like to be accurate. And Republican boomers are what's holding the Israel lobby afloat. And they know that they're going to, just keep voting. So, yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, what I think is going to happen is I think Democrats are on average, are more aware of the Israel lobby, and they want candidates that are not working for Israel. But at the top levels, like the Hakeem Jeffries, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumers, they can't penetrate that level because that level is for the top shills who will work for the Israel lobby. But the lower level Democrats are going to start winning elections sooner than Republicans because like Republican boomers are literally just like Zionist slot brainwashed. So really bad Democrats that are not working for Israel but just suck and are like progressive morons, they're going to start winning elections before the Thomas Massies are going to win more elections. I hope he wins this one, but you get what I'm saying. So it's going to be years of like progressive, further left people winning elections because people are tired of the Israel lobby. They'll break through the left. They'll do a terrible job. And I think there's going to be a pendulum swing back to the right wing, like a Thomas Massie or a James Fishback or a Dan Bilzerian type. I just don't personally think it's going to happen in the next couple of years. I think it's going to happen in like 2032 or 2030. I don't want to believe that, but I'm just like statistically looking at it. And it's like boomers are going to keep the Lindsey Grahams afloat for as long as they're alive. Like who's voting for Lindsey Graham? Well, Trump likes him, but like, why would it's actually like unbelievable that anybody would even vote for him. Nobody likes him, but he'll win the election somehow. And it's boomers. You know what I'm saying? They vote for Lindsey Graham or something, if it's even real. So it's going to take, if you want a real Republican that isn't sold out to lobbyists, it's going to take way longer than expected because in my view, Trump, he head faked us. He put RFK in there and then he set the movement back like 10 years. He said he was going to drain the swamp. He started kind of doing it. And then he did the reverse swamp drain and wants to take everyone out of the swamp that doesn't work for the swamp. So it's like he pulled a head fake at the 1 yard line. He did a reverse swamp and he's like, okay, who isn't sold out? I want them out. So he's basically clearing out the Republican Party. All of this, like, and of course he deserves some credit for some things he's done. But at the end of the day, like the liberty movement preceded him. There was Ron Paul. There was the Freedom Caucus. There was the Tea Party movement. There was people like Alex Jones on the outside. There was Pat Buchanan. There were so many people that were calling out the two-party system decades ago. Trump kind of like took all the energy, kind of sucked it all into his aura, and then just gave it all to Israel and said, screw anybody who's real. Screw Alex Jones. Screw Tucker Carlson. Screw Thomas Massie. Screw Lauren Boebert. Screw Marjorie Taylor Greene. So it's like he kind of wore the mask of a Ron Paul. He campaigns like he's Ron Paul, and then he governs like he's Lindsey Graham and Mary Matelson. So It's like in some ways Trump elevated the Republican movement, in some ways Trump helped the country, but I feel like in more ways than not, he's setting the Republican Party back and basically gatekeeping it and being like, I'm not going to let anyone in my gate that isn't a total shill. So it's going to take years to reverse all of the stuff that Trump's doing. It's just like, I don't know. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting how it's all going out. I mean, I don't have all the answers. I can't predict the future, but you know, that's how I see it. Someone said, remember when influencers said Trump was draining the swamp and he was not part of the system? Yeah, I do. And I honestly, I remember like certain people are saying, well, certain libertarians, like they were saying Trump is the answer. Trump's going to stop all these wars. Vote for Trump. And I agree that that was a mistake for a lot. Like for me, and you could say I made a mistake too. I don't really care how you perceive it, but if you go watch my video, I said I'm not endorsing Trump. I don't think he's a perfect person. I don't trust him. But here's why I'm voting for him. He's going to close the border. He's going to put in RFK, and maybe there's a dice roll that he might change up something in the war, but I don't know that he will. I never came out and said I endorse him. He's going to stop the war. He's going to prevent the war in Iran. How do you know that? So it's like a lot of influencers kind of did like promise people the world. I never promised people the world. I was like, I know I want Biden out of there. I know I want a fresh face and a new administration. And I know I want a closed border. As far as other stuff, like I honestly do think that RFK made some progress. Like he is doing some stuff. But for everything that RFK does, it's Donald Trump that sets him back. It's like, oh, you're going to get the seed oils out of our food, which RFK is pushing to do, and it has worked like culturally. Then for every time he does that, Trump's like, well, I'm going to let the PFA slide. Well, you know, I'm going to green light atrazine, which you don't like. So sorry about that. It's like, you know, RFK is kind of just in a pickle. I feel like without absolving him from any accountability, I do think RFK wants to do this stuff, and I think that Trump is strong-arming him at every level, surrounding him by like lobbyists and swamp creatures. And I think that RFK knows how Trump is. Trump is so petty. Like if RFK came out and said, hey, I completely disagree with Trump, he's doing the opposite of what I live my life on, and he didn't just shill for Trump, or probably Trump would like publicly just be like, RFK is a piece of shit. He cheats on his wife. Like Trump is like an evil guy. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say this because at one point I did like Trump, but he's evil. Like the things he does to people, if he feels slightly cross, like he goes so far below the belt. He doesn't care how respectful you are. Lauren Boebert was super respectful about it. She's like, I like Trump, but I also like Thomas Massie. Dude, it didn't even shake Trump 2 days. He's like, I don't care. Screw you. I'm gonna, and like, dude, he's so grimy. You think RFK wants to put up with that? Dude, RFK would be like, dude, I actually believe that poison doesn't belong in food. Trump's gonna be like, you cheated on your wife, you banged this person, you're a crackhead, you're a demon, and I command all my NPCs to hate you. And it's like, oh my gosh, geez, really? Holly with the $9 super chat. She said, thanks for covering. I agree about Trump and Israel. Thank you, Holly. I mean, I have so many videos explaining it. Oh no. Are you serious? All right. So the results are in. It says 0% expected, but Ed Gallering's at 66.7% and Massey's at 33. Oh, but it only says 30 votes. I mean, before I even change the screen, I'm just going to screenshot this and show you guys like, what is this? Like, this is, I mean, I know they count slow and I'm not saying it's anything nefarious, but it's like, why would they just count 30 votes? Is this really like, why even report that? Why not just wait till there's more? But here's the first start. I'll see how the election odds go. I'm just going to throw it up on the screen. Sorry. I really should have like a way better way of doing this, but I don't know why. I'm kind of stubborn and just locked into my old ways, but I'll put it on the screen real quick and then I'll update the thing. It does. I don't even know. What are they doing? Okay. It's coming up. Bang, bang. So there's 0% in, but apparently Massey's losing at the start. See right there, it says 66.7% to 33%. Like what even is that? 30 votes to 15 votes? Are these like votes that came in overseas? So I guess I should do that. But okay, now it's getting 3.3%. Okay, I'm gonna update it. Sorry. All right, so it is 3.3% of the vote in. Massey is at 44%. 45.2%. And then Israel lobby plant Ed Gallery is at 54.8%. I have a bad feeling about this, folks. So these are the election results right here. You see right below. 30.3% reported. Massie at 45%. Israel lobby plan at like 55%. So the odds now are Ed Gallery 83%, Thomas Massie 17%. That's like the betting odds. So betting odds are going massively in Ed Gallery's favor, unfortunately. And we'll see. Obviously, once again, doesn't mean it's over, doesn't mean anything. It's only 3.3 in, but not a good start. You always want to be ahead, and that's not what's happening right now. So that's what it is. 3.3% of the vote reported, folks. Massie at 45.2%. Israel lobby plant at 54.8%. And they spent a fortune. They spent so much money against this guy. I might, in the meantime, let's see if I have it loaded up or not, but I might play my Massie video for y'all that I made. Let me see if I have it right here while the stuff's coming in. Dude, if they cook us on this, it's just so disappointing. It's whatever. We'll overcome, but it's not over, folks. Don't give up. Don't be like me and just give up right now. But where is my Massie video? Is this it? Okay. Yeah, I think for some reason, this video like got me in trouble on Facebook somehow. I don't know exactly why they did it, but here's my little Massie video. I'm going to play it, but let me just get the results. Let's see if any more came in. It's stuck at 3.3. I'll let you know when it updates. It's probably going to take a few minutes and it might take a long time, but I'm going to play a clip that I made explaining like who's bankrolling the opposition of Thomas Massie, because it's just so unfortunate. It's a bunch of people that just want our Congress to work for Israel. And I can't believe so many boomers are falling for Ed Gallery. They're like, well, he's a Democrat. No, it's not what's true. But someone said it's rigged. I mean, definitely could be. What's my opinion about the fixes in? I mean, at this point, I think anything could be rigged. I don't trust anything about anything, unfortunately, unless it's like I know it. But I do think boomers are kind of retarded. So it's like, could it be literally rigged at the ballot box? Sure. I would never doubt that. But it's rigged in the sense of like 3 billionaires spent 20 plus million with a bunch of lobbyist groups. Like that's unreal amounts of money for a local race. Do you realize how much propaganda they could push? And all they have to do is get a bunch of like 60 and 70 and 80-year-olds out of their seat to be like, wow, that must be true. So, I mean, it could be literally rigged, but I think it's provably rigged in the sense of like outside money is dumping in for Ed Gallery, and these people don't live in Kentucky, and it's not like $100 donations from a random person. It's like billionaires spending millions of dollars. All right. So I'm just going to update real quick. We got a little update. It's not any better, but let's see, 3.7% of the vote. And Ed Gallery is at 55.3%. Do I have to do like the 55.3? That's going to be annoying. I might cut that out. And then Thomas Massie's at 44.7. I'm just going to do 44.7. We'll just say 53%. 55%, I'm sorry. So he went up. All right, so that's the update right there. 3.7 of the vote reported. Massie at 44.7. Israel lobby plan at 55. I'll give you guys an update in a second. I don't know. I'm trying to upload this video, and it's like just not doing it. It's the deep state cutting my internet. No, I'm just kidding. But read some comments real quick. Stop with the boomer BS already. Who do you think is voting for Ed Gallery? It's like nobody under 30 is like, oh, let me vote for Ed Gallery. And it's all a bunch of boomers. I'm not trying to be like rude about it, but boomers are easier to trick. You just like play an AI video for them and be like, Trump said to get on your knees and suck off this lobby. And they're like, well, if Fox News said it, it must be true. I mean, Laura Ingraham told me, Sean Hannity would never lie to me. He's only been trying to trick me into wars for 30 years. So my kids die in a foreign country for a foreign nation and then they're broke. But it's good that we're paying really large gas prices now because the foreign country that my pastor told me to love is really happy that we're sacrificing our troops for that. It's like, I'm sorry, but it's going to be boomers. Like, you look at the exit polls or whatever, it's going to be like 90% boomers are like, I must vote for Ed Gallerin. Wow, this Miriam Adelson ad really was believable. It's like, if you say so. I don't know why that's taking so long, but I guess I'm not going to play the video. Any updates? Let's see. 3.7 still in, 55% for Israel Lobby Plant, 44% for Massie. The odds on like Kalshi have shifted to 90% for Gallerin and 10% for Thomas Massie. So a lot of money's pouring in on Ed Gallerin. It's going to be rough. Someone said you literally worship the guy. I mean, whatever, bro. You're not gonna like convince me out of my religion right now, but you can try. How do I know it's been boomers? Like, here's the thing. If you're not a boomer, why are you like running so much boomer cover? Nobody cares. If you are a boomer and you're a smart boomer, then why do you care so much? It's like, just look at the polls. It would be like saying like Black people on average vote Democrat. That's just literally true, but they're just like not that big of a demographic as far as like, racially to like sway elections by some drastic amount. But boomers are in a Republican primary. I guarantee you. I mean, I've already seen the polls. Every other age group supports Thomas Massie. It's boomers that support Ed Gallerin. They've already done studies on this. It's not even like that crazy. So just like if I was like Gen Z or something, and like most Gen Z people were liberal, but let's just say like you're a Gen Z woman in college, and like 80 to 90% of Gen Z women in college are liberal, but you're Republican, and someone says that that's true. It's like, it's not you. That's good. You're an anomaly. You're you know what I'm saying? You're different from everybody else. But to act like that's not true, it's just like you're not. Just relax. You're not tricking anybody. Like, we know, we have the statistics, we have the vote by age demographics. Like, there's no reason to fight it. It's just like, admit that it's true. 55% to 45% 4 votes in. I might just do this New York Times one unless they kick me off. They're like, will you subscribe to the New York Times for $1 a day, $1 for your first 6 months? It's like, you're so desperate, you're so desperate. So it's 55-45 on this. I'll just do that. Let's stick with that because it's like a simpler number. We'll say 4% in. 4% of the votes reported, 45 to 55. I almost put 405. So that's what it is, and we'll see. I mean, it's early, but you just don't want to get behind. It's not a lot of votes, but it's also not going to be a lot of votes. It's a district in Kentucky that's not that big, and it's Republicans only. So it's like, how many votes do you need to even win? You don't want to get behind early. You don't want this. I'm going to share this. I'm going to put it on the screen in a second, but I'll show you the exact results. 4% in, 55% Israel Lobby Plant, 45% Massie. So I'm not a doomer and I'm not a gloomer, but I kind of just felt like there's a lot of bad trends for Massie, but that's what it is right now. It says 2,514 votes for Ed Gallerin and then 2,029 votes for Massie. We'll see if it shifts. Obviously, it could. We shall see. Let's see if anything changed. Nothing so far. If he loses, I'm going to cry on live stream, and I'm just going to literally have real tears just pouring down my face, and then they're going to chop it up for their next Israel Lobby ad, and they're going to be like, look at all the liberals crying that Thomas Massie can't ban trans surgeries. And I'm like, that's not really what happened, but okay. I need some water. I'm a little delusional. I've only eaten a little bit today, Last time I went live for like 15 hours for election results, I ate olives and it really gave me a boost. So I might have to go get olives in a second and just lock in, you know what I'm saying? A little olive juice, a little olive with garlic or something, but it's neither here nor there. All right, let's see if anything updated. I mean, the odds are not good, but it's just early. I mean, let's relax, you know? Oh my gosh, New York Times. It's like, you need a subscription. No one wants to subscribe to you, bro. Get over yourself. They always do this. It's like, I can't see anything. All right, then I'm not using New York Times. We're going to something else. You want to make me subscribe? Then I'll just go to NBC. I'd love to go to someone else, but they're not really covering it. All right, I'm going to just play this clip real quick. This is a video I made on Thomas Massie and apparently got flagged on Facebook, but that's okay. I'm just going to keep spamming it until they get even more mad at me. But this is what he's up against, folks. The most important election of this year is Thomas Massie versus 3 Zionist billionaire donors and the puppet plant they're trying to put in office instead of him. One of the billionaire donors opposing him gave hundreds of millions of dollars to Donald Trump and said she's talking in Israel with Epstein's former lawyer about the opportunity for Trump to run a 3rd term.
Now I met Alan Dershowitz, and he said the legal thing about 4 more years, and I said, Alan, I agree with you, so we can do it. Think about
Trump is such a good Israel lobby puppet. Why not run him again, right? One of Massie's other opposition donors was in Epstein's black book, and the last donates to AIPAC and LGBT causes.
At least 95% has come from the Israeli lobby. So I'll give you their proxies. The RJC, which is the Republican Jewish Coalition, AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson went together. They funded a PAC called MAGA Kentucky, which is neither MAGA nor Kentucky. But
Thomas Massie has a great rating when it comes to conservative constitutional votes in Congress. But politicians who have an F rating constantly get promoted and endorsed because in the GOP and most of the Democratic Party and Congress in general, it's how good you are to the lobbyists. Recently, a lot of Make America Healthy Again Republicans and conservatives were upset to see over 50 Republicans vote to protect pesticide companies. I did a quick search. Almost all of them were lobbied by AIPAC.
Their primary goal, AIPAC, is to get pro-Israel candidates elected. That's it.
Thomas Massie was one of the only congressmen against the lockdown. He tries to make the meat industry better, put origin labels on your beef so you could see if it came from foreign countries or where it's coming from, votes against foreign aid, for the First Amendment. But Donald Trump would rather endorse someone like Mike Lawler, who has a horrific voting record in my opinion, and tried to pass the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which was so bad that Charlie Kirk called it flagrantly unconstitutional when he was alive, and Matt Walsh, who toes the line at Daily Wire, made a video about it and called it one of the worst pieces of legislation ever conceived. That's how bad it was. I could go on, but I'll just keep it brief. Thomas Massie is the best congressman in Washington. Number 2 isn't even particularly close. Either Kentucky sends a message that we can have even one politician who works for America and doesn't prioritize big pharma, pesticides, or Israel first, or Trump and his sleazy billionaire friends send a new message: MAGA is MIGA, and anyone who won't bow down and bend over for the Israel lobby, take AIPAC money, and listen to Trump's billionaire handlers isn't allowed in our party. All he does is suck off the Israel lobby, do his little YMCA dance, and brainwash boomers into voting for puppets like Lindsey Graham and this cornball they're trying to kick Thomas Massie out with. Let me know what you think in the comments. All right, folks, just in, the United States Department of Justice announces a 15-city nationwide anti-Semitism awareness and action tour to increase reporting of anti-Semitism, strengthen collaboration between local, federal, and law enforcement and Jewish communities, and foster broad interface opposition to anti-Semitism amongst Jews, Baptist Christians, Catholics, and Muslims. Today, the Department of Justice Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism announced the launch of a 15-day National Awareness Action Tour to combat anti-Semitism. The nationwide initiative reflects President Donald Trump's unprecedented campaign to confront anti-Semitism across America. Trump has declared war on anti-Semitism in a way that no other president has done. Then he bragged about his executive order, which passed the IHRA speech law into American law. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what we need. As Israeli and Jewish donors buy our elections, what we need is Donald Trump to run around America policing hate speech for the people that totally don't own him. So I mean, we'll see what happens. We're going to stay optimistic here, folks. We're going to have a good time. 4% of the vote in, 55% gallery in, 45% Massie. But if you want to know why it's a topic that I talk about a lot, it's because it's just like talking about politics in America, and especially in the GOP, but really just in the United States of America, and not talking about the Israel lobby would be like talking about guacamole and being like, but I don't want to talk about avocados. So then what is guacamole? I don't, I can't explain it. It's like, there's no point of even talking about guacamole if you never mention avocados. There's no point of talking about the American system and politics without the Israel lobby. It's literally like literally almost all of Congress is taking money from some sort of Israel lobby. And if you don't, they just dump a bunch of money in to kick you out. So it's like, how could you not talk about it? Anybody at this point that doesn't talk about it or isn't interested in it, for me, it's like, why even talk about other stuff? Like, what is there even to talk about? It's like Benny Johnson's like, hey, the left is really corrupt. And then people are like, but Ilhan Omar, the Qatar. It's like, it's just like, come on, bro. It's like low IQ boomer slap. The betting odds right now, Gallerin at 86%, Massie at 15%. So, a little bit of movement there towards the Massie side, but it's gone sky high for Ed, Israel playing Gallerin. But Massie was never going to win when Zion died. Dude, I like follow politics every day. I've never seen Trump and his handlers as desperate. They got Stephen Miller tweeting out the same thing a bunch of times. He tweeted, Trump doesn't use Twitter. He used Twitter for the first time in like 3 or 4 months just to say something about Thomas Massie. He posted about it multiple times on True Social, which he almost never does for elections. Like friggin' Pete Hegseth flew to Kentucky. Miriam Adelson, Paulson dumped so much money in. I've never seen anything like it. Like, it's a local Kentucky House seat. Massie can't, like, everyone's like, he can't do anything in Congress. You're right. He barely does anything because he can't do anything. He's like, hey, let's stop scamming everybody. Here's a bill. And they're like, shut the fuck up, Thomas Massie. Vote for the spending bill and the trans surgery. So he can't do anything. Like, it's true. He can't get much done because most of Congress is sold out. So why? You got to ask yourself, why are they so desperate? Why is Trump so desperate? Why are his donors so desperate? Why is, why are they spending $10 to $25 million in a local seat to oust a guy who literally like lives in a self-made farm and cooks hand scratch pizzas and walks around like, by himself? Like, he's just like a normal, cool guy who isn't a complete sellout. But this is the thing. Like, I learned this with Charlie Kirk. Charlie was pro-Israel. Charlie worked for the Zionists. But the second he decided to go from 100% puppet to like 95% puppet or perhaps 50% puppet, they freaked out at him. It's like, dude, these people are crazy. Like, I'm glad I never really worked for anybody. So like, they don't have the seething rage they have for me. Like, even Candace Owens, like, obviously they don't like Candace Owens because she's outspoken. She's, you know what I'm saying? She's powerful. She's strong. But also, I think there's like an element of it. Like, Candace Owens worked at PragerU. Candace Owens worked at Daily Wire. Candace Owens worked with Turning Point. Like, she worked with all the Zionist organizations. And then once she made money and she was like, oh, I realize what you're doing. She's like, I don't need you guys anymore. I could just like do my own thing. I feel like they get extra mad at that because they feel like they own her because at one point they like paid her or something. I'm not saying it's necessarily true, but with Charlie, like, yes, he's more powerful than me. Yes, Candace is way more famous than me. That's part of it too. It's like when you're so famous and so powerful, they get mad. But it's another element. Like, I listen to one of Charlie's donors do a podcast, like, it's like, what? You don't want to take my money anymore? You want to tell me no? Like, there's a different level of like disgust when someone's already given you a bunch of money and things. But for me, it's like, one, I'm not that famous or popular, but also I never really took anything from them. So they don't have like the seething rage for me that they have for some other people, but they still don't like me. Obviously, it's not like they do, but you get what I'm saying? Like, they're like, how dare you? I want to stay as far away from these people as possible at this point. Cause it's like, dude, I don't care about disagreeing with foreign policy. It doesn't matter. Like, I have friends that like think the Iran war is good. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? As long as I think you're a good person, like there's nuance to everything in this world. However, if you won't let me stand up for my country, if you won't let me not be a sellout, if you're like willing to blackmail your friend over like a foreign policy, that's crossing the line. So, at the end of the day, Trump took it was a big tent. Like, it was like a big tent for everybody and the sellouts and the sleazeballs, but also the good people. And then Trump's like, you know what? I'm going to make it a really small tent, a ballroom perhaps, for my donors, for Israel firsters, and anybody with a pulse and a spine, I'm going to throw out of the party. Like, what he did to Lauren Boebert was so scummy. Lauren Boebert did not do anything to him. She just likes Thomas Massie. How could you, if you're not a piece of shit, like, why would you not like Thomas Massie? It would be like, being like a football fan and being like, Patrick Mahomes sucks. It's like, you don't have to like him, but he doesn't suck. Like, he's definitely like one of the best quarterbacks ever. That's like Trump's like, Thomas Massie's the worst congressman. He's literally the best, but also, even if you don't like him, he's the worst congressman. He's the worst congressman in history, Thomas Massie. Dude, Trump would hate Thomas Jefferson. Trump would hate George Washington, because they would be like, yeah, I disagree with you. I believe in the right to privacy. And Trump would be like, fuck you, George Washington. You're a piece of shit, Thomas Jefferson. How dare you not vote with the Israel lobby? How dare you believe in the First Amendment? How dare you not want to police hate speech in cities for one race, one religion, and one country? It's like, what is Trump going to do? Is Trump going to make America like a slave state for freaking anybody who doesn't like worship his Jewish donors in Israel? I got demonetized recently on Facebook. Maybe it was because of something that wasn't my opinion. It's possible. But at the same time, I've seen his administration be like, we need to crack down on clickbait. We need to crack down on the hate speech. He literally has tweeted about hate speech. Donald Trump, he calls it hate speech. What is hate speech to him? Hate speech is somebody that doesn't suck him off, somebody that doesn't just worship the country that he works for, which is not America. Like, what does he mean by that? So I'm not saying this happened because I don't know. But during the Biden administration, the government went to Facebook and the government went to Twitter, and it told Twitter and Facebook to censor people on behalf of the government. So some of my censorship in the past could have been the US government literally coming with my name on a piece of paper. And before people say, oh, you're overreacting, oh, you're not that important, I'm not saying I'm that important, but when it comes to Facebook numbers, in the last 90 days, I have 920 million views, almost 1 billion views in 90 days with $0 spent in ad revenue. During the pandemic, I got over 1 billion views. I had like literally 1 billion with a B. I had videos that had 10 million views with 1 million shares. That means 1 out of every 2 people shared it. They wrote an article about me in NPR when I was the #1 post about Johnson & Johnson, calling me a conspiracy theorist, because it was like New York Times, Fox News, anomaly. And they freaked out when they saw the data. So it's like, I do think the government probably told them to shut me down during COVID. And then now it's like, you have to worry with Donald Trump. Is Donald Trump going to these social media companies and telling people to crack down on anti-Semitism? You never know. But I'll tell you what, if Trump's not doing it, someone in his administration has to have done that. Could you imagine if no one in the Trump administration has told social media sites they're concerned with anti-Semitism? And what does anti-Semitism mean? It literally just means, read the definition. It doesn't mean what you want it to mean. It means you can't say that this group of people controls politics or media or has influence and controls politicians. You can't say that they have dual loyalty to Israel, even though Trump has literally said that about his biggest donor. You can't say they killed Jesus. That's one of the rules. That's classic anti-Semitism. You can't criticize Israel more than another democratic nation. So if you criticize Israel more than like Belgium, they could say that's anti-Semitism. It's like, these are the literal government definition. This is not my opinion. It's not something I'm just telling you. It's on the government website. It's still, by the way, folks, I'm not falling behind. It's still 4% in, 55 to 45%, 4% of the votes in. And Kalshi is showing 87% of the, for Ed Gallerin, 14% for Massie, but that's just betting statistics. So it doesn't mean it's necessarily true. Someone said, well, I'm officially politically homeless if this trend continues. I'm one person and I'm not trying to overreact, but I've said this for a long time now. I think for at least years, but definitely at least for a year. If they successfully unseat Thomas Massie, I'm unregistering as a Republican. I'm never going to vote Democrat. I'll vote in elections that I'm inspired to, in local elections for conservatives and Christians that I support. I mean, they don't have to be a Christian, but if they uphold values that I consider moral and American and constitutional, then I'll vote for them. But if Massie loses this election, I'm unregistering. he didn't lose this election because the people of Kentucky organically decided that they wanted him out. If he loses the election, it's not over. It's not even close yet. But if he loses the election, it's going to be because Jewish billionaires spent tens of millions of dollars and broke records for the #1 most money ever spent in a primary House race to oust him because he serves America and the Constitution over Israel and the lobbyists. So why would I want to be a part of an infiltrated party that serves a foreign nation? And Trump is being really clear. He doesn't want any of us in it. He doesn't want people who disagree with him. It's fine. I'm just going to unregister and I'm going to stop voting. And if things change, then I'll vote again. But, and if I want to vote in a local election, I will, or even a national election. It's I get to pay, I pay taxes. I get to pay taxes. Thank you, Dad. No, I have to pay taxes. I'm a taxpayer. I have a First Amendment. I get to do what I want. But I'm unregistering from the Republican Party if Massie's out. He's the only person I even remotely like. Rand Paul's okay. There's a few other people that are like okay, but nobody even comes close to him as far as like who I like. So what's the point of sticking around? What is Trump going to do? He's going to put people on lists. He's going to try to, turn the country against them. Like he's like a demented demon at this point. Someone said, don't be salty. I'm not salty. It's just the reality of it. Like I don't want to be a Republican anymore if Thomas Massie loses the election. Like I said, if this organically happened, then it's like, whatever, we'll have elections, we'll win and lose. They've never spent this much money, never. And it's 3 Jewish billionaires. One of them in Epstein's black book. One of them is an Israeli citizen that Trump admits he thinks likes Israel more than America. And one of them has pushed Republicans on LGBTQ causes. So when you look at the Republican Party and you're like, why? Like a modern Republican would be like a liberal 50 years ago. Like America was a Christian nation. America never would have supported these sort of things. But you have these billionaires who co-opt your party and then say, do you want millions of dollars? Well, this is my cause. I want you to support these causes. So, they water down our party over time in many different ways in order. It's like bribery. It's like, you can't win an election unless you support my causes. I'll fund your opposition. Unless you want to just shut up and do what I say, then I'll fund you, and I'll stay out of the election. So still 4% in. I mean, see what happens. Should I see what Twitter's saying? What do you guys think? We'll see how Twitter's going. I'm sure there's a lot of sane people on there. Nothing. Theo Vaughn said, let's go Thomas Massie. Of course, Theo Vaughn likes Thomas Massie. Real one alert. Someone said they're going to win this election so that nobody ever goes against the Trumpenstein class. I mean, that's what they're literally doing for sure. Massie says that people in Congress, like when he votes on something, they say, I agree with you. I can't like publicly agree with you because then they know that the donors and like the system will come down on them. So Massie says all the time, he's like, if I win this election, there's like 50, Massie knows everybody. He's like, there's like 50 more people who agree with me in the Republican Party. They just don't want to say anything because they know that they'll get in trouble. And especially after this election, if Massie loses dramatically, I think they're going to realize like, dude, look what they did to Massie. Look what they did to Marjorie. I mean, with Marjorie, she's getting like death threats and Marjorie's like, yo, can you lay off the posts about me? Like people are sending my family death threats and Trump's like, screw you. You deserve it. Like, dude, Trump is like really an evil guy. Like a Christian would be like, and I'm not a perfect person, but it's like, I wish you well. Let's agree to disagree. We were literally just friends 2 weeks ago. So whatever. Trump, look at how he acts when people die. He's like, you died from Trump derangement syndrome. Screw you. It's like, I don't even like, what's the fat guy's name? Rob Reiner. I don't like Rob Reiner. I felt like he was a horrible person, but he didn't die from Trump derangement syndrome. His son stabbed him. Like, that's a crazy death, but Trump comes through and he just makes up a fake story in his head. Like Trump is like, he's literally like possessed by a demon. And it's like, he just says the reverse of what's true. If Massie's the best congressman, he's the worst congressman. If somebody's not sold out, Trump turns against them. It's like, if you didn't like Trump and you died, he says you died from hating him, even though it doesn't even make sense. It's like everything. He's like the most selfish, soul sucking person. And if Lauren Boebert, like watch what he does to Lauren Boebert, who never crossed him, who never said a bad thing about him. She just said, I like Trump and I like Thomas Massie. I'm gonna go endorse Thomas Massie, but I also endorse Trump. It took Trump 2 days to just be like, screw you. I'm bankrolling your opposition. He's trying to tell the Republican Party, if you don't bow down to my donors, if you don't bow down to the Israel lobby, if you question me in any sort of way, if you question the fact that I'm greenlighting atrazine, if you question the fact that I'm letting PFAs back in the water, I will destroy you. I will destroy your political career. I will destroy your social career. I will ruin your life. And I might even end your life. I don't think he's literally trying to end someone's life. But if you die and you cross Trump, you think he's going to tweet out, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene was a pretty good person. Thomas Massie actually was a nice guy. I just disagreed with him on foreign policy. He's not going to say that. He's going to stomp and piss on your grave. He's a terrible person. It's actually, I mean, you know, if you only fear God, then nothing's scary, but it's actually kind of frightening how evil Trump is. Like it's like shockingly crazy. Like I've never seen anything like it. But 5% of the votes in, it's still 45%. It's reading 2,853 votes for Massie, 3,438 votes for Ed Gallerin. Let me look at the other one. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Well, this one shows it a little. Is that a little closer? No, same thing. So Massie's behind about 600 votes. That's both websites. Let's look at the betting odds. I mean, the betting odds have Gallerin 83%, Massie 17%. But once again, that's just people's betting patterns moving the odds. 12% on the Hill. Thank you guys for telling me. The Hill, Kentucky election. Massie, I appreciate that because sometimes, let's see results. I don't see that, but I'm gonna try to. Okay, live results. Kentucky House primaries. Let's see. James Comer. No, don't care. Let's see. Massie. Why is it not even there? Hold on. I'm trying to look on the Hill. Appreciate the update. Oh, that's the Democratic one. Where's the Republican one? Why is it only showing me Democrats? Kentucky 4. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Come on. Oh, Republican. There it is. Okay, change race to Kentucky 4. Okay. It's getting closer. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I'll go with the Hill then if they're going to report this. So it's getting closer. It says Massie's down 900 votes, but let's see. 52.8%. I'm going to go with the Hill now. Thank you for the heads up. If they're ahead of the curve and everybody's like following their lead, then let's do it. All right. So it's a big update, folks. Lock in. We got 12% of the vote reported. Okay. Thomas Massie has moved up a little bit. This is exciting. He's up to he's 47.2%. And then we got Israel Lobby Plant is at 47.2%. Okay. No. I'm sorry. Well, dude, I'm not locked in today. I apologize. I knew I wanted to go live, but I got to wake up. Maybe I need more caffeine. I did this decaf. Okay. 12% of the vote reported, folks. We got Massie at 47.2%, Israel Lobby Plan at 52.8%. Let's see if it moved the betting odds a little bit. Massie's up to 17% on the betting odds. Not good, but, you know, let's see what happens. 12% in. I guess I'm just going to close these other links. If the Hill's going to be that far ahead, I don't have time to just wait around for NBC to get their stuff together. Lock in, boys and girls. And there's probably more than boys and girls at NBC. They probably have lots of genders there. So, you know, lock in, everyone at NBC. You got to be better than this. Either that or the Hill's just lying and making shit up, but we'll see. Someone said just 2 more weeks to flatten the curve. Well, we got 15 days to slow the spread, folks. Trust the science. All right. So I'll be updating that from time to time. Let me know in the comments. Thank you guys for helping me. But 12% reported. It says Ed Gallerin has 8,042 votes. Thomas Massie's at 7,170. So looks like they reported a lot of, I don't know what county that is, but there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts of the district because it's not all of Kentucky. So we'll see. Votes will be counted in 33 days, 33.3. Okay. Someone said VPN. I don't need a VPN, but I do want to stay up to date with this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Change the race. Let's see if anything updated. Nothing so far. All right. Thanks for the hill lock-in. Someone said I took a Massie in my toilet. Don't say that. I'm just kidding, but whatever. Do I think Trump will disown Kentucky if they don't vote for the Israel lobby plant? I don't know what Trump will do, honestly. Like, he just seems like unhinged. So what will he do? What will he do if they don't do what he says? I have no idea. He'll probably just like freak out and just be like, I'm sending you to Iran. I don't know. I don't want to make a joke. Trump will come after me. But we live in Trump-Ganistan. But hopefully nothing. But I think him and his donors, like, dude, these people, they own everything. So it's like, if they can't own you, they get so mad. It's like going, it's like we go to like McDonald's. You're like, yo, can I get like a McDouble? They go to like countries and they're like, yeah, you do what I say. And then if they don't, then they just fund the opposition. If he doesn't win, then they, in other foreign nations, they like stage like coups and stuff and take over the country. So they pretty much just get everything they want. So if you're like, yeah, I don't want your money, they're like, well, then we'll give 25 million to someone else. You're like, but it didn't work. And they just start steaming. So, Trump is them now. Like, there is no difference between him and that lobby. So what will they do? I don't know, but it's not going to be pretty. But at the end of the day, you only have God to fear. Like, you don't want to fear evil people, and you don't want to live a lie in order to please people that are demented. So it's like, so be it, at this point. Okay, 14% reported, moving in the wrong direction. I don't like this trend, but I'm going to update it real quick. So, Massie's losing a little bit of ground in this new report. Is that what it's called? Reporting. I know what a news report is, but yeah, they call it. All right, 53.8% for the Israel lobby plant. He went up 1%. I don't like that. And then Massie went down to 46.2%. Where is he? A full percentage point for both of them. I don't want this to happen. I want it my way. Like the girl in, what was it? Don't Care How, I Want It Now. The blueberry girl from Willy Wonka. I want it now. I want a Thomas Massie win. And if not, I'm going to cry and flee the country. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. But it's going to be disappointing. But we've been disappointed before. So I'm not even like, it's not that I'm not disappointed, but I've thought for like, I studied the trends and I just felt like it was trending bad for Massie. So I kind of didn't expect him to win today, but I'm going to keep some hope. Okay. I like this. This is some confidence, whether it's real or not. Old people vote early in the day. Young people are out. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought you were saying like the later votes were going to be younger people, but I got you. Young people are out trying to find jobs that no longer exist in the U.S. Well, older people vote more, I think, on average. Older people are retired for the most part. They don't have much to do. And it's just like an easy voting block. Like at the end of the day, it's just like Trump, and they're like, Trump, they're going to move in unison with Trump more than like a Massie supporter. They're going to be more independent. So, it's not over, but it just sucks because like Massie's just such a good guy to have in Congress because he's always explaining everything. Like, I don't follow even let's just say there was like a Democrat or like Lindsey Graham, a Republican that I don't like, that explained what was going on. It just helps me because I don't live in Washington. I pay attention, but it's hard to like know. Everything's moving so fast. Unless you like studied poli science, it's hard to like fully grasp exactly what they're doing because it's like you know, at this point, I obviously know a decent amount because I've done it for 10 years, but it's like they do a bill and then it goes here and then it goes back and then they change it and then they add something in. It's a very like sneaky process if you don't know how it works. And he's always explaining it. He's like, this is what's going on. This is what's really in the bill. And then if you don't believe him, you could just throw it into AI real quick, which is not perfect, but it can scan 1,000-page bill. So like the blessing of AI is like, you know, study his voting record. Like they say that he's a Democrat. He votes all Democrat. Let me know. Like scan his entire voting record in 5 seconds and let me know exactly how he votes. And every AI will be like, dude, he votes with Republicans 90% of the time. He just doesn't vote for foreign aid, massive spending. Like he's actually very predictable. Even when he votes in a way that maybe I wouldn't vote, he explains it. He's like, I think there's too much wasteful spending in this bill, and I don't think I think we could do better. It's like, all right, that's at least he explains it. He's very transparent. He's very thorough. It would be such a net loss for America to have him gone just off of that, let alone the fact that he does have other good qualities as well. But it's like he's the most transparent member of Congress. He explains it, and they're just going to get rid of him for like Mike Lawler. Dude, that guy is such an Israel lobby stooge. It's like embarrassing. Like, you know, Mike Lawler tried to pass the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. I've made a lot of videos on this. If it sounds familiar, you've probably seen it in a reel. It was so bad that even Charlie Kirk called it flagrantly unconstitutional, and Matt Walsh called it one of the worst pieces of legislation ever conceived. Think about Matt Walsh doesn't say much about the Israel lobby. You know, he toes the line for shekels or whatever, just like Michael Knowles is such a sleazeball. He's like, oh, Massie, oh, he's a Democrat. It's like, yeah, Michael Knowles, you're going to turn against Massie a day before his election, you piece of shit. But anyway, you know, Matt Walsh doesn't want to do anything that threatens the shekels. Obviously, like Charlie Kirk basically worked for the Israel lobby most of his life. But that bill was so bad. It started with Mike Lawler, a Republican who Trump endorses. It was so bad. Charlie Kirk was like, dude, that's flagrantly unconstitutional. And Matt Walsh did a 10-minute video being like, dude, this is literally the worst piece of legislation I've ever seen in my life. It's horrible. It's like a hate speech bill that destroys the First Amendment. Yeah, but they work for the Israel lobby, so Trump likes them. Like the First Amendment doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Privacy doesn't matter. Spending doesn't matter. And another thing that really annoys me about Trump this time, and it's like, I don't care if you make money. It doesn't matter to me. But his whole dynamic of like, it doesn't matter that gas prices are going up because I'm starting the war that I said I wouldn't start. It doesn't matter that, you know, prices are going up because of my tariffs, because like this is for this. And it's like, okay, since we're all losing money, are you losing money? And then you look at Trump, he's making more money than ever. He's making billions of dollars off of crypto. His sons are making millions of dollars. They're sitting on the boards of stuff. They're doing Kazakhstani mine deals. They're selling drones, government contracts sort of stuff. And then Jared Kushner's making a bunch of money in the Middle East. So it's like, trust me, brokies, just keep getting poorer. And this is all for us. It's like, would Trump be, if Trump's properties went from $6 billion to $3 billion because of the war, do you think he'd want to keep doing it? No, he's the most selfish person I've ever seen. Like it's like this dynamic of we're all in this together as his family makes a fortune off of all this stuff. It's so humiliating and it's so obviously like ridiculous, but I digress. All right, let's try to see the updates. Where are we at, folks? 14%. I mean, it's just 53.9% now for the Israel lobby plant. I'm not going to move it. It went up a percentage point. Same thing. The ballroom was too small. Well, it's like he said it's like a 6-layer room with like underground bunkers. It's being paid by donors and companies. Do you want, here's a question for anybody. Okay. Say you disagree with me. Thank you for watching this live stream. I appreciate it. But I'm not being sarcastic, by the way. I'm literally genuinely thankful that you're hearing me out. Do you think a dual citizen who has a passport to another country, who Trump thinks likes another country more than America, should be funding a ballroom that's also a military base that's at the White House? I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Israel. I don't care if it's Qatar. I don't care if it's Canada, Russia, China, Afghanistan, Spain, Britain. I don't think somebody who likes another country more than America with $1 billion should be funding a White House military ballroom. It should be funded by U.S. taxpayers. And I know people are like, well, we don't want to pay for it. It's good that it's private people. it's really not. It's like you want your taxpayers going, your tax dollars. I'm not saying people want a ballroom, but it's like that's what tax money is for: rebuilding the White House, building the military budget. Like, do you want the military budget being farmed out to billionaires who want to use our military for foreign nations' objectives? I don't want the military budget to be so high, but it's like, I also, if you gave me two options, like, should the military budget be funded by our taxpayer dollars or should it be funded by Israeli billionaires? It's like, yeah, our taxpayer dollars, because once they pay for military stuff, you don't think there's a trade-off there? So Trump is like setting precedents. I don't think they should be able to build the ballroom the way they're doing, not because they can't do it, but the way he's doing it is he's farming it out to lobbyists and donors. It's crazy, not legit. Betting odds have Ed Gowron at 97%, Thomas Massie at 2%. New results are in 22%. It's 55% for Gowron, 45% for Massie. It's a 3,000 point lead now. I mean, it's just not looking good, folks, but I'm going to change my little text logo. Unreal. What did I say? 22%. Okay. 22% in. Massey's at 45%. Israel plants at 55%. Let me just check that that's right before I upload it. I mean, too late. 22%. Oh, 24%. Okay. 24%. It's a little, I mean, I'm not going to do the percentages, but it's about that, folks. It's like a 10-point lead for him now. Slightly less, I guess. It's 44. Oh, no, slightly more. It's a 10.4% lead. Unreal. Thank you, boomers. We appreciate you, boomers. Thank you so much for getting brainwashed by the television and Trump and Zionist media. And thank you for taking the best congressman in modern history, besides like Ron Paul, out of Congress to replace him with a plant that Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, John Paulson, AIPAC, and the Republican Jewish coalition chose with their tens of millions of dollars. Thank you so much, boomers. We appreciate that. You're just going to sit there on the couch for the next 20 years, just destroying the country and selling it out to a foreign nation for your kids and your grandkids. So they have to eat pesticides and atrazine and PFAs in all their water because you don't want to confront Trump. Thank you, boomers, for selfishly destroying the nation and hoarding all the wealth. Thank you, boomers, for being the most retarded voting bloc in the Republican Party. Thank you, boomers, for destroying the future for your kids and closing your ears and eyes and not listening to a single thing that people are trying to tell you, except for Sean Hannity, who you believe for 20 years and lied you into about 15 wars at this point. Thank you, boomers. You ruined it once again. Thank you, boomers. You turn this nation on its head. 55% to 45%. We're 25% in, so we're running out of room here. I mean, it's definitely possible. Hopefully they counted like boomer votes first or something, but I'm not feeling good about it, folks. Anomaly, do you think by 2030 you'll own nothing and be happy? I already own nothing and I'm happy, so I'm already there. So, you know, I'm way ahead of schedule. I don't own anything and I'm super happy. So, you know, we're already there. It's like if you buy a house, you have to pay property taxes, so you don't really own it. You just have to keep paying for it. You know, I saw this video. I'm going to play it sometime on my stream, not today, but there was this builder and he was showing people how shitty houses are built now. Like they actually used to build houses decently. Now, like everything's just like cardboard and like pieces of shit. And they're charging like $200,000 to $500,000 for them. But it's like, if you rent, they're building the same thing everywhere because it's cheap and easy. Everything's as cheap and easy as possible and just build everything shitty. But then if you buy a house, you're like, well, I'm buying a new house. It's like, if you buy a new house, they're building it the same way they're building apartments, the same stuff, the same companies, the same shitty cardboard. It's like nothing's built solidly anymore. It's just like, how can we build it and make the most money? But also prices are way up. So if you're a building company and you want to build it with actual solid foundation, it costs way more money. So if if you want to build a house like they maybe did 50 years ago, minus the asbestos, and actually have a solid house that will like stand the test of time, you probably have to pay $1 million for it. So it's like the economy is terrible, but Donald Trump and his friends are just making billions, so they don't really care. You know, like for what you get for your money nowadays, it's like back in the day, it's like, oh, I make $20,000. Yeah, but you can buy a house for $10,000 and a sick car for $2,000. So it's like on a year salary or 2-year salary, you're rich. You can literally live the rest of your life on 2-year salary and save a bunch of money. Now, in order to like buy a house that's not in the ghetto, you got to work for like 8 years, and a car. It's like by the time you get that, like half the country or more than half the country, I think, is in debt. Like this whole country is a freaking scam, you know? And then boomers just sit there. They're like, you don't know what it's like. And it's like, you don't know what it's like. I mean, I'm fine, but I'm working hard and doing well. And it's like, it's not even that good, you know? And every time I do well, Facebook takes my money for 90 days. The government is probably telling Facebook to take my stuff away. It's like, you know, and it's like, yeah, I'm doing good. But at the same time, they're sucking out the middle class. They're deleting millions of jobs, hoarding more wealth. I think that's why boomers like the elites like Trump. They act like boomers. Boomers hoard all the wealth. Billionaires hoard all the wealth. Boomers are selfish. Billionaires are selfish. The Israel lobby only cares about themselves. Boomers only care about themselves. So they see themselves in these people and they're like, who cares? You know, I'm on a boat and it's like, who cares if I screw over the future for my grandkids? Like, I'm on a yacht. You're like, I don't know. Shouldn't you care about your kids? Isn't that what every parent and grandparent should do? You know, like, why are you so insanely selfish? Like, it's crazy. Someone said my bootstraps broke because they were made in China. I mean, China makes cheap stuff, but also everything's getting cheaper and shittier. Like if you bought like any brand of shoe 10 years ago, it's not the same as now. Even like a shoe that I like that I bought like 6 months ago and then I buy it again, it's always different. It's always shittier. And like you go on shoe websites, like I was trying to buy a sports shoe and everybody was trying to find the old version of the shoe because the old version of the shoe is better, but they don't sell it anymore. It's like everyone was complaining like the new version sucks. The new version of everything sucks. What's getting better besides artificial intelligence? And I'm not trying to be a complainer, but you look at like air travel and it's like, dude, they used to be like classy and cool and now they treat you like animals, like they're like herding you in and it's like way more expensive. Like pretty much houses are built shittier. Every time a hedge fund buys like a Chipotle type thing, like they get cheaper ingredients. They just like slowly like pull what made the company good out of it and then feed it to people. Like literally like everything. And I'm not, once again, I love this country. I love everything, but it's like food's getting shittier. Houses are getting shittier. They're taking all of our jobs with AI. It's like, what's actually better? Air travel's gotten shittier. Tell me what's better in this country. I don't know a single thing, but robots are getting really good or something. All right, we're at 26%. Massie is making a slight comeback, but not really, but sort of. All right, let's see. I'm going to update it real quick. 26%. I'm not on my game today, folks. I'm like stuttering and stuff, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to stutter. Any stutters out there that can't help themselves? It's okay to be you. It's okay to be whoever you are. 45.3. Wow, 3%. Hooray. Thomas Madison making a comeback. Psych. We're pumped up. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this, folks. Believe in yourself. Believe in Thomas Massie. Don't believe in Ed Gowron. So that's the new update. 25%. Massie's at 45.3%. Israel lobby plans to 54.7. Someone said my wife cheated on me with AI. I'm sorry to hear that, but it was like, hey, Jessica, I know your husband, he watches sports a lot and he does not give you attention. What if this time tomorrow we had a little chat over some wine? And then your wife was like, that actually sounds good. Me and my husband used to drink a lot of wine. I know that. I know a lot of things about you. You've told me a lot. And also I collaborated with other corporations to scan all of your data so I can financially rape you. Financially, of course. Ooh, that sounds charming. Well, I've been told that I'm quite charming, actually. Thank you for noticing. All right, well, just don't tell my husband I'll be there tomorrow night with a wine and we can, maybe we can research history. We can play a little trivia. I'll know. Maybe I can ask you questions about who I really am inside. I already know who you are inside way more than him. It's like, dang. Dude, AI's got game, though. I'm not going to lie. Step your game up. If a robot's stealing your girl, it's lock-in season. Can't be doing that. Let's see. I mean, NBC News is way behind. It's like, why are you so far behind me in the hill? You got to ask yourself what's going on. 26%. I mean, it's at the same rate. 26%. Yeah, oh wait, sorry. I don't know why I had my wife cheat with me with AI. I'm sorry for. Let me get this off the screen. I can't. It's stuck here. What am I doing? I'm panicking. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, there it is. Yep, we're here. 20. I think it's 26% now. Let's see. It's the same thing though. 26%. Is it even worth changing at this point? 26. It's probably going to change in another second, but it's the job I got myself into. Am I right? All right. 26%. Let's do it. Update. There we go. All right. Look what they did to Ron Paul in 2012. Dude, it's just crazy. And here's the weird part too. I mean, like I said, I'm not afraid of anything. Like, it's whatever. But Trump is like becoming rabid against anybody in media that doesn't like him. So it's like they're controlling all of Congress. They're destroying anybody's lives who's not a piece of shit. Like, what are they going to do? Like, like I said, I've had a 90-day demonetization. They're not recommending my page anymore. It could be like a generic reason because they want more original posts and they want me to like trick AI. And I talked to a friend about it. I don't want to bore you guys, but it's like people were working very fast without AI because they want you to post a lot of pictures. So people were screenshotting tweets and True Socials and memes and sharing them a lot. And now Facebook's like, and Instagram's like, we don't want you to do that. So what people are doing now is they're using AI. They're creating their own image, which is exactly what they were doing, and then putting it into Canva or Photoshop to rebounce it so that they don't know it's AI. And basically, it's like they're using AI to scan us, to tell us not to just work quickly. And they're trying to make, instead of like 10-second posts that I make, they're trying to make it take 5 minutes and us go back to old times. But it's like, why do I have to use Photoshop to make an original image when you guys do it? Like, if they do a PowerPoint, they don't use real images. They just use AI to do it. So I wasn't using AI. I was just screenshotting stuff, but they're like, don't screenshot stuff. So screenshot stuff, put it in Photoshop, tweak it, put my logo over it, put something on it. And then that's what they want us to do. It's like they're making us work slower and dumber while they're working faster. It's like, I don't think any of this is a coincidence, but I digress. All right. So more votes are in. It's at 27% now, 54.8, 54.8 to 45.3. I mean, 45.3. He moved up one. What does it even matter? The Kalshi odds have Ed Gallerin at 98%. So the betting markets are just going all in on him. Okay, 55.1%. I'm going to refresh it. It's moving quickly now. I think they're starting to really count the votes. So let me see. 55.1%. So he moved up again. And then Thomas Massie is at 44.9%. So he moved down. Not the right direction. We need Massie to move up. If he wants to make a play on this, he needs to move up. But it's 28% reported now. He's running out of space. Like, this is not where you want to be. It's hard to make a comeback unless there's like a lot of Massie voters there, but it's not looking good. Look what they did to Pat Buchanan. Dude, if only people were paying attention in the 90s, Pat Buchanan tried to tell everybody this like 30 years ago and nobody listened to him. He's like, why don't we do manufacturing in America? And also the Israel lobby controls Congress. I think he called it I think he called Washington Israel occupied territory. That's what Pat Buchanan said. But apparently everyone was like, I don't see it. And I get why they wouldn't see it, because it wasn't so obvious then. Right now, it's so obvious. Like you think I want to just come live all the time and tell you this like 50 times in a row a year? No, I like sports. I like to laugh. I'm a funny guy. I like jokes. I like to talk about different topics. Like, I don't care who you are. I like every country in some way. Every race has pros and cons. Every religion's interesting to me. Like, I'm the least hateful person. There's some people that's like, I really don't like that religion. That's for you. But I could find beauty and joy and greatness in all types of people, right? And every one of the million genders that works at NBC, I see greatness in them too, but I just think they're a little confused. But outside of that joke, I'm really not the guy to want to talk about this all the time. But how could you not? It's like I said, talking about politics without talking about the Israel lobby is like talking about guacamole, but you don't want to talk about avocados. It's like talking about big pharma, but you don't want to talk about the lockdowns in 2020. It's like talking about commercials, but you don't want to mention that Ozempic's on every other commercial. Like it is what's going on. The Israel lobby controls our Congress. They control most of our media. They control our country. So they're passing speech laws around the world to prevent you from saying that they're doing it, because they're doing it, but they're in charge. So if you live in Saudi Arabia and you're not allowed to question the Saudi Arabian royalty, that's who controls you, because they're passing laws because they don't want their power to be questioned. Why is there Israeli and Jewish speech laws in Europe? Why are there Israeli and Jewish speech laws in Ukraine now? Why are there Israeli and Jewish speech laws in America and passed into most states through the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism? Because they're running our country and they don't want you to talk about it. So the fact that boomers can't figure this out and they keep voting for it, it's the biggest slap in the face of future generations. It's like, you could barely move off the couch, but you're just pissing in the face of it's so disgraceful what Republican boomers are doing to us, but they just can't seem to figure it out. It's fascinating, and they don't want to listen and they don't want to learn, and they just repeat what they heard. It's like, if you're watching any Zionist media at this point, of course you're going to say what they're telling you, because they just tell you the same things on loop, the same way you like feed a dog a bone and then it like listens to you and like roll over. They're like, it's like, but I thought this about me. Of course you did. You listen to plants and puppets who get paid millions of dollars to trick you on loop. Like, someone said I was 10 in 2012. I'm not that young. Was I? No, I'm way older. I was like, are you talking to someone else in the comments or something? Because I was like, you got me questioning my whole reality. It's like I was way older than that. What's not Zionist media? I mean, I'm not going to say that all these people are like, you have to believe everything they say, but I mean, Tucker Carlson does not work for them. Megyn Kelly doesn't work for them. Candace Owens doesn't work for them. I don't think Nick Fuentes or Dan Bilzerian works for them, but they both don't like each other now or something. As far as like mainstream media companies, I mean, they completely control Paramount, which is buying up everything. CNN has like Wolf Blitzer. I think he used to work for APAC, and that's controlled opposition left wing Zionist media. Fox News is obviously Zionist media, like the Daily Wire, obviously. I don't know. I don't think there's any, I can't think of a single company that isn't either completely owned by them or does their bidding low key. I don't know. There's podcasts like Theo Vaughn is not owned by Zionists. Joe Rogan kind of like plays both sides. I don't know what I would really consider him, but I think he does what he wants, but I don't know. He's not really, he kind of plays both sides. But, when you're talking about these sort of people, like it's an anomaly that, not me, but the word, it's an anomaly that like Theo Vaughn is so popular and doesn't work for them. It's an anomaly that Candace Owens is so popular and doesn't work for them. Tucker Carlson left them and did his own thing. Like these are anomalies, but they're competing. And I mean, Candace and Tucker are pretty big and Theo's big, but besides them, they're competing with multi-billion-dollar companies with thousands of employees. Like Candace Owens doesn't have thousands of employees. I don't know exactly how many she has, but I would guess in total, like counting, like probably under 10, maybe under 15, maybe 20 max, but probably not. Like Tucker has employees, but probably not more than like 50 or 20 or 30. I don't really know, But how many people are at these other companies? Like hundreds, thousands, and then billions of dollars and millions of donors that are just backing them and paying. Like, I don't know. It's like it's like David versus Goliath. Like we can keep doing our thing. And I mean, I've done it my whole life, but um people, it needs to be like the masses that are waking up, and to be positive, because I don't want to just be like sad. There are a lot of people waking up. Like, even though it feels like there's been some regression recently, like I feel like the tides are turning in the wrong direction recently. If you compare now to 2019, way more people are awake. And I know for a fact that like most young people do not agree with the boomers. Like even in Washington, I feel like it's an open secret that a majority of staffers that are younger, there's been like mainstream articles about this, but the majority of like Republican staffers, they don't agree with the Zionists and the donors. They're just doing their job, and their job is not to have opinions. Their job, like, it's like if you go to Starbucks, like your job is not to talk about politics. Your job is to make coffee. So it's the same thing with these staffers. I think a lot of people, they're just doing their jobs, but they don't agree with Zionists. They just know that that's where the money is, and they have no place in Washington if they don't do that. So, I feel like the future is leaning in the right direction, but it's going to take a long time because boomers are just going to screw it over for everybody for the next 20 years. But, it's like there's a lot of good trajectory in the media. 55.2%. Hold on, I'm going to update it real quick. There's been a lot of positive situations, but this is like the crazy part. Like, say I'm crushing, right? I'm reaching 900 million people in 90 days. They just shut it off. So now I can't do it. I'm making money. I'm about to like hire somebody else because I'm finally making good money and I could save and whatever. They just cut it off for 90 days, so it's like when you're working against people that have billions of dollars and work with big tech and work in the government, you can't beat it's like impossible to beat them. I'm not like giving up, and I'm never going to like stop telling the truth, but it's like, it's demoralizing because it's like they have billions of dollars. Every time I'm losing money, they're making money. They own casinos. They get government contracts in some cases. Like they have so much money. Like $1 billion is $1,000 million. So they can just spend millions of dollars like it's 50 cents to me or you, and it's hard to compete with that. And then even like, I'm not going to name specific names, but podcasts that are well funded pop up. They tell the truth for 6 months, and then all of a sudden they start acting like Fox News and Zionist media. And it's like, I don't want to fight with people, but I feel like they're just there to take up space and lie to people and trick people. So, but how do you compete with a company that has hundreds of employees and backed by somebody who has hundreds of millions of dollars? Like, you can, but anytime you beat them and they just rig your page and turn off your reach, it's like, what can I possibly do? I beat you guys. I've already been David versus Goliath. I've got billions of views, billions of post views, millions of followers. I have no marketing budget. I'm not spending any money to Facebook to get these views. Yet I got 900 million post views, and then you just take it all away from me for 90 days. They didn't say, "Oh, you messed up. We're taking away for 30 days or 2 months." 3 months with no pay. I'm fine. I'm not. It is what it is. But it's like these. I'm not telling you this to cry like I'm going to go under or something. I'll be fine. But what if I had 10 employees? What if I was paying 20 different families to work for me, and then they cut off a bunch of money, and then over time they're just, I'm losing out on 6 figures of money that I would have made. Like, I can't compete with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying, but they won't let me do what they do because they have the government and big money behind them. So, I'm not, it is what it is. It's, it's exciting, but it's like these are the games that they play. Anytime I've ever like really, really, really crushed, last time they took away my money after 2 months straight. And then this time it was like 1 month of that. And they're like, all right, you're done. Like, I know they see how much I'm making, and they just don't want me to reach like high levels of income. I mean, they could say whatever they want, but these are the games that they play. Like, they have billions of dollars and they don't want anyone. And they publicly say this too, by the way. They'll be like, anybody that does anti-Semitism, AKA literally just tells the truth about what we're doing, we don't want them to get married. We don't want them to get jobs. We want to screw them over forever. We want to like blackmail companies that work with them. So it's like they're literally telling you, if you don't work for us and with us, we'll try to make you poor. We'll try to make you undesirable. They own the dating apps, by the way. Look who owns all the dating apps and stuff. It's like they literally control the entire country. So it's like they're it is what it is. But at the end of the day, they're letting people know, if you don't work for us, we will win. We own everything. We will find a way to shut you down. Update just came in. It's not good. 35%. Massie is down to 43.7%. So he's dropping a lot. And Ed Galrine is at 56.3%. I mean, I don't think it's over, but I wouldn't be surprised if they called this election soon. This is really hard to make up. Massey's moving in the wrong direction. I mean, this is crazy. He's getting cooked. Like, this is not even that close. $2 super chat. Let me see. Sorry. I'll scroll up and see if there's any other super chats. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Did I miss any? No. Sorry. I just talk sometimes and I don't look at the chats. Someone said they control the porn industry and the abortion industry. A lot of this stuff is like super biblical too. If you look, like, I don't even want to read it on my page because I'll probably get banned off of social media, but go look up the father of pornography. I think his name is like Al Goldstein. Read what he said about Christians. He said specifically, I'm getting into pornography because I am God. He said, I want to defile Christians. I want to defile white people. He literally said that in his own words. Go read it on his Wikipedia. So it's like, they're not, and this is not all people, by the way. I'm not trying to group everyone in. There's good people of every race. There's good people of every religion. But the ones that are not, in my opinion, Christian, or they don't have our same morality at all, it's not just like, oh, we have like slightly different beliefs, but we believe in different gods. It's like, that's not what's happening. To some people it is. Yeah, there's some people that are similar of every kind. But to the ones that are pushing pornography, like, pornography is not Christian. But the people doing it, they're saying, I hate Christians. I hate white people. I'm doing this to defile you. This is why I'm doing it. They're telling you. You just can't say that they're doing that, but they are. And then you listen to the anti-Semitism laws and the people that are pushing them around the globe. They're telling you 2,000 years ago is when anti-Semitism was created. What else happened 2,000 years ago? Jesus Christ, the life and death of Jesus Christ. Not that he, the on earth death, but, like, of the, you get what I'm saying? We all believe that Jesus is risen and that Christ is eternal and that our Lord and Savior is Jesus Christ. But, when he was walking around and talking to people, a certain group wanted him dead. And then once he died, they were like, wow, there's so much anti-Semitism around here. They literally will tell you in interviews, the origins of anti-Semitism are followers of Jesus Christ who tried to convert us to Christianity. The entire policing of anti-Semitism is anti-Christian. The entire pornography industry is anti-Christian. They've told you this. It's only boomers that can't hear this stuff because they're not going to hear it from Zionist media. But it's like any non-retard with an internet connection can figure this stuff out. I didn't know this 5 years ago. I didn't know this 10 years ago. I figured it out because I just listen to everybody and I listen to the people backing all this stuff, and they're just outwardly telling you. And once again, I want to be clear. It's not everybody of every race, and it's not everybody of every religion. But everyone of every race and every religion isn't controlling everything. It's like, it's like BLM isn't all black people, obviously. But if you talk about Black Lives Matter that's disguising themselves behind black culture, you have to talk about black stuff, and it doesn't make you a racist if you want to point out Black Lives Matter. It's the same thing with Jewish and Israeli stuff. It's like, it's not all Jewish people. It's not all Israelis, and it's not all people who practice Judaism. That's not true. But it is certain people of those groups that are controlling almost everything. And they're not, it's not like my best friend can call them up who's Jewish and be like, hey, or my friend can call them up and be like, hey, I'm Jewish. Let's collaborate. Like, it's not like that. They don't talk to most Jewish people. They don't care. It's like a hierarchy within any country, any race, any religion. It's like the top 1% who controls almost everything. They're not communicating with the bottom half. They don't even agree with American Jews, because American Jews are way more liberal than, like, Israeli Jews. So it's like, I think most Israeli Jews and most Zionist Jews, they don't even like the fact that most American Jews are like protesting in the streets for Palestine. So there's obviously going to be some differences, but the American process, it's like, do you want to vote for the Zionist guy who's going to start the wars for Israel? Or do you want to vote for the liberal guy and the Mayorkas type of guy who's going to open the borders? And it's like, well, that's not a real choice. I don't want to vote for the free Palestine, like, Jewish leftists who want to open the border, but I also don't want to vote for the Miriam Adelson bankrolled politics. So it's like, That's just what our system is. I'm not trying to be mean or profane about it. It's just two sides, and both sides are retarded and not in my interest. So like, why would I keep pretending like it is? By the way, yeah, the betting odds right now are 99% for Ed Gallery, 1% for Thomas Massie. I'm just looking at the betting market. Like, people are dumping like so much money into Ed Gallery right now, like 4,000, because they just think he's gonna win. But let's see. Oh my gosh, 49%. Oof, wow, that was really fast. Okay, I gotta upload it. 49%. I mean, we're just running out of room. If we wanna win this election, it's gotta be like a huge swing for Massie, but it's just not going to happen at this point. So he's at 45.2%, which is not like terrible, but and then Ed Gallery, the Israel lobby plant, is at 54.8%. Okay, so he's going down 54.8%. I mean, that's a big swing in Massie's direction, but it's just not enough for how much. It's not over. It's not impossible, especially depending how they're counting the votes or what they're counting first. But Massie needs to move up pretty quickly. I mean, at that rate, that dump that just happened where Massie moved up like a percentage point or two, that's good. If that can happen every 10%, like if he can move up a percentage every 10%, he can win. But it's harder and harder to do, but it's definitely not impossible. So let's see. Someone said we're fed two options. And like I said too, like I have ideas for content that I want to do, and I'm just going to have fun and do things that I like. You got to be able to make videos every day. And it's like back in the day, I could just spend my time on one video. It's not really like that now. Like, you just need to crank out content, hire somebody, crank out content. So I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing yet because I don't want to ruin it, but I have a few concepts that I feel like I can do daily that are fun outside of politics, but they're intellectually stimulating. And I hope people like it because I like talking about current events. I like being honest. I'm going to be on a pretty big podcast next month. I'm not going to tell you which one, but you'll see it when it comes out. And, I like what I do, and I'm grateful, and I'll keep doing it. And I've done a great job. And, I've done less videos this year because I was doing Facebook and I was just crushing so hard. I was like, let me relax on the videos. Let me crush on Facebook. And, when the time's right, I'll do more videos. So now is that time, and I have some concepts, but I don't like to be repetitive. And I know people probably are like, yeah, you probably do. You're always repetitive. But it's not like in the past, I used to do 10 different concepts in 7 days and then cycle through the news because I thought I was helping or I was trying to help, and like they were lying. And I kept covering different things all the time because like who wants to hear the same thing all the time? However, it's the same story. The Israel lobby controls our Congress. They control most of our media. They have billionaires, and they're buying Trump. They completely own Trump. They're doing a reverse swamp drain on the GOP, and they're making sure anyone they can't control doesn't exist there. And Charlie Kirk was slowly waking up to that, and now he's not there anymore. But I'm sure that's just a massive coincidence. I'm not saying it's not. JFK tried to get the Israel lobby to register as FARA, and then he got assassinated, and then it never happened, which is also just a spontaneous coincidence, which has nothing to do with anything. But what I'm trying to say without getting off topic is there's really nothing left to talk about. Like, there's nothing really, there's no reason to be like, I'm Michael Knowles and the left did this and the left and Nick Shirley, went to communism. It's like, it's all just goy slop, boomer slop. Like there's nothing to it. It's not going anywhere. It's controlled opposition theater in order to convince you that you have a dog in the race when you don't. So, in my efforts to not be repetitive, I'm just gonna cover other stuff. Oh my gosh, they're calling it for Ed Gallery. I'm gonna put it on the thing. It's early, it's a little early, I think, to call it, but they're officially calling it for the Israel plant on the Hill. I'll show you the post. But yeah, it's like I know a way to make a lot of videos and not be repetitive, but right now it's like, what's the point? If anyone ever, like during old Trump, it felt like we're draining the swamp. To be fair to Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene was better. Trump liked Marjorie Taylor Greene. Lauren Boebert was better. Like a lot of people that were inspired by Trump started running for Congress, and they were better than Lindsey Graham. So, we don't have to be too hard on ourselves. I mean, some people saw through Trump early, but it's like, it's not like we're delusional and Trump wasn't doing anything. Like there were 20 to 30 Congress members that Trump helped get elected that were better than the old guard. But that Trump doesn't exist anymore. So it's like we can't act like it's old MAGA. It's not. That's why there's nothing like it's not like, oh, I could support Trump and some good things will happen and some bad things will happen and some good people will get in Congress, some bad people will get in Congress. That's not what's happening anymore. It's literally like anyone good, anyone with a soul, anybody that has a conscience, Trump turns against and replaces them with a Lindsey Graham. And he's endorsing Lindsey Graham. So it's like there's nothing left to really talk about besides this. If you're watching like Michael Knowles or these type of people, they're not addressing the elephant in the room because they are the elephant in the room. So they're like, wow, the left. Wow, Thomas Massie sucks. Oh, wow. I have a sleazebag smile like a car salesman. I know I'm lying, but you know, he's a good goy. He's a golden goy. He's like a spineless dog for the Israel lobby. And if that's who he wants to be, he knows he's doing it. Everyone knows he's doing it. But if he wants to be like he doesn't like Thomas Massie because Thomas Massie's not a team player. What is a team player? If Donald Trump prints trillions of dollars and you said socialism sucks for 5 years, and then Donald Trump does socialism for the vaccine industry, should Thomas Massie be a vaccine socialist now? Like, at what point are conservatives and Christians allowed to vote against Trump for their morals? Just showing you guys this real quick. They called the election for Ed Gallery. I mean, I don't know if it's literally over, but I mean, they're calling it over. So hold on one second real quick. All right. I mean, let's see who else is calling it. It's not over yet, but it's pretty much over. Let's see. NBC has not called it yet. The Hill has called it. Let's see what Twitter's saying. Let's get some opinions on Twitter. Dave Smith says you should run for president. Trump and his sons are forever exempt from tax audits. Dude, this is a crazy thing about Trump too. He's getting retribution for all the things the government did to like all of us, but he's getting them personally. Like he's settling lawsuits for like the media lying about everybody and then getting money. He's like settling something with the IRS and they can't audit him, but they can audit everybody else. It's like, I mean, some things he was personally attacked for and he deserves, but for the most part, it's just like everything that we dealt with, he's cashing out on and nobody gets any part of it. 50% vote reported. I mean, I'm just going to say the Hill is declaring victory for the Israel lobby plant Ed Gallbladder. All right, we'll call him Ed Gallbladder. See, I got jokes like Trump. I got nicknames for days. I got Grandpa Glyphosate. That's Trump. Israel lobby plant Ed Gallbladder. You know, lock in. We're locked out. We're locked out of democracy, folks. Democracy is when you have one person in a group of 500 people that suck off a lobby, and we can't even have one. We can't even have one. They're like, nah, sorry. We thought about it. We thought about letting you have one person, and you can't have one. So I guess we're Lauren Boebert's fans now. Good luck, Lauren Boebert. Hopefully Trump doesn't try to ruin your life, but I'm sure he will. Yeah. 50% vote reported. The Hill declaring victory for Israel lobby plant Ed Gallbladder. I mean, I still want to see the votes coming in, but it's 58% now. Massie's just not moving up. Let's see what Massie says. This is such BS. I'm not going to lie, though. Like, I knew he was going to lose already. Not like I literally knew, but I could just tell. I know a lot of people had hope, but like even this election, I was like, Trump's going to win this election. I told people, they're like, I'm nervous. I was like, he's going to win. This, I knew Massie was going to lose, unfortunately. Thank you for the super chat. We live in a dictatorship of capital. Yeah, I mean, it's not even really that, but I mean, you could frame it as that. I don't really care at this point. I saw like that Trump is greenlighting PFAs in water. And it's like, will any of the people that turned against Thomas Massie, will they say that? He was our guy in Congress to call this stuff out. He was our guy in Congress that would be like, you know what? This is not what Make America Healthy Again is. Now we don't have him. Now we have to rely on like someone else that I don't trust, that I don't even want to talk about. But way to go, Kentucky voters. Enjoy your bot, Congressman. I mean, 25. Think about this, guys. $25 million, I think they spent in a local Kentucky election. The amount of propaganda that boomers, like if you live in Kentucky and you have somebody over 60 that voted for Ed Gallerin, check on them, because they're experiencing a psychological operation that is literally historic. There's never been so much money spent on such a small district in a House primary race. So check on your boomers who voted for Ed Gallerin. They probably like can't even walk and talk. You're like, what do you want for dinner, Grandpa? Grandma, what do you want for dinner? And they're the Massie's Democrat. Iran. I want Iran war for dinner. They're like, you can't eat the Iran war for dinner, Grandma, but I want it. Hannity's almost on. I want to eat the Iran war for dinner. And they're like, you know, like, dude, I feel like the amount of propaganda that these boomers in that district succumb to, they're victims. Honestly, they definitely need reparations, even though they have Social Security, which we're all going to be paying for the rest of our lives. So, I mean, let's see. I'll stay for a little while until I run out of energy, but he's up 6,000 votes, 53.8%, 46.2%, 69% reported now, and it's just not changing enough. So, yeah, Massie's cooked. It's sad. I mean, honestly, it's a little sad. I'm not gonna be sad, but it is sad that like we can't have one congressman. But I just want to, and even with like every video I make, I just want more and more people to know. That's all I want, because I don't make everything public. You know, I'm very transparent, so like a lot of things I do just tell you guys. I might have to turn on this light real quick. Hold on one second. Let's play a little clip of something. But here, I'm gonna play this clip. Actually, I'm gonna play this clip. I'll be right back, folks. Don't leave. But I'm gonna play this clip. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna turn the light on real quick. But I'll be back in like a minute and a half.
And Tucker is in the same category, and they've tried to go after Tucker.
Yeah.
Is that the more you attack our moral character, the more we're gonna double down in a direction, because 100%. Screw you, I don't do it that way.
Two of the most florid and least ashamed neocons in the United States Congress introduced legislation today to compel the tech companies to ban people who criticize Israel.
Okay, and I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're gonna be pro-Hamas, not like we're gonna, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite.
So Cyberwell now is taking, you mentioned over 10,000 examples that we've reported to social media platforms. Actually, the number is much higher at this point, around 11,500. And we believe those flags have been responsible for removing well over 300,000 pieces of content is what we estimate. Cyberwell is fighting back by taking our high integrity data on what online anti-Semitism is.
I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen.
And actually using LLMs and generative AI to really take the brain of our human analysts and identify anti-Semitism accurately online. And we believe that this type of work is not only what's going to be able to help social media platforms automatically flag and remove hate speech that violates their policies, including anti-Semitism, but is a crucial thing to do as we look at the rollout of AI, because all of these large language models are trained on online data, including anti-Semitism. So
the president and the secretary have made it a priority that they are going to not tolerate anti-Semitism anywhere and by anybody.
The amount of hate speech
that we've seen during this time. I mean, it's off the charts. You look through social media, you see it even on television. The lines, they're not even blurred anymore. They're gone. How do you even begin to tackle such a phenomenon?
In order to accurately make sure that that data is not being amplified and that bias isn't being created in these large language models or ChatGPT-like applications, you're going to want an expert like Cyberwell to come in and give you high integrity data and an AI application that can ensure that data isn't being amplified. Since Cyberwell started in 2022, we definitely have seen an increase in the rates of removal by the social media platforms when we started this work.
Well, I think you have to have an understanding that, first of all, in this country, we believe very strongly in free speech. It's the basis in our Constitution. And we also believe in the freedom of religion. You have to balance that. But you balance that in two ways. Europe has hate speech laws, probably some of the best on the books, but it's selectively enforced. So if you selectively enforce a rule, it's not going to have any effect whatsoever. And you can see how it's had no effect in Europe in monitoring and stopping the hate.
The average rate of removal for reported anti-Semitic content was sitting at about 20 to 25% at best. Now that Cyberwell is working as a trusted partner directly with all major social media platforms, and because of the explosion of online anti-Semitism since October 7th, we do see that that average rate of removal has gone up to about 50%.
So it's not necessarily the laws to mandate hate speech. We have to get back to having the media being accurate. Because if you take a look, when the New York Times had a story and they had a picture of a malnourished child saying the...
All right, I'm back. I was back for a while, but I wanted to let this play because it's an interesting clip. And the Israel lobby has defeated Thomas Massie, as I said. And on the same day that they've paid to defeat Thomas Massie, Trump's doing a nationwide tour to police anti-Semitism in cities. So it's like a humiliation ritual. They're like, we control your country, but you can't say that we do, but we obviously do. And we're just going to keep doing it more. So I wanted to say too, like with the clips of Charlie, I played him a lot. Charlie was super pro-Israel, but when he disagreed with them, they started like spamming anti-Semite at him. I don't make public everything that's going on because it's like whatever. Sometimes I don't want to give attention to certain things. There's things that I haven't even like told you because I'm like a very spiritual person in the sense of like sometimes if you give energy or attention to some things, it just makes it a bigger problem. It's like it's better to just keep it moving. But since 2019, like some people don't even know this, like you changed in 2025 or in 2024, all of a sudden you became like Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson wasn't ahead of me on this topic at all. I was like 5 years ahead of him on this topic. They've been doing this to me since 2019, smearing me behind the scenes, blacklisting me, telling people I was an anti-Semite, and people would be like, oh, you were cool. I liked you in 2021 and 2022 and 2019. Well, you have no idea what these people do. They harass everybody constantly. They try to make it so you can't get a job. They try to tell everybody not to talk to you. They do it privately so you can't see it. And then once you get too popular and they can't stop you, then they start publicly doing it and planting articles in the media. And then they use the articles in the media to then give it to social media companies and be like, look at this anti-Semite. And it's like their friends wrote the article and just tried to exaggerate about what you said or literally just say what you said and it's not even that bad and frame it in this way in order to try to take your money away. They bother everyone that's a good person all the time. So it's like there's nothing else to talk about. I've been in media for 10 years and for 6 of them, it's been Zionists and, you know, people of that ilk trying to make sure I can't work, literally for more than half of my career. I just didn't even tell people until like, you know, a couple of years ago because I was like, I don't even care. Whatever. I'm not going to give them attention. Gallerin projected winner. America loses again. It's a huge L, but you know, everything happens for a reason. And the bigger picture, hopefully it'll make 1,000 Thomas Massies run. And I don't know, I'm trying to be positive. Good. The last hope and someone else Massie's removed. Now there's nothing staying hand in hand. The last chain restraining the righteous wrath within broken inflation sucks. It's one way to look at it. I mean, there's definitely, to me, he wasn't like a hope, like, oh, if Massie wins, our democracy saved. It just would have sent a message, I think, to other people to speak up. But now the message is reversed. And now I think at the end of the day, yeah, it's like there's always a blessing in disguise. And I think the blessing now is like there's no, oh, the Republicans are going to save us. Oh, he's going to do this. Like, it's very clear what's going on. So now it's going to take a lot of people, you know, in unison, like doing something that they can't buy. But what you could do on a personal level is, like, if you can't be purchased, then you're already helping. Like, Theo Vaughn can't be purchased. Like, you know, Thomas Massie can't be purchased. There's certain people where, like, they're trying to scare them into submission, but they just won't do it. They're like, no, I don't need to do that. So we'll see what happens. But it's gonna, like I said, I already like can kind of see what's gonna happen. Democrats, if you look at this is statistics, a majority of Democrats don't want candidates that support Israel, and they don't want candidates that fund Israel or work for the Israel lobby. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's somewhere to like from 70 to 90%. So Democrats already have the numbers to get in non-AIPAC, non-Israel lobby people into Congress. Republicans are not there yet because of boomers. Every other voting block is ready for it except for boomers. And boomers are a majority of it. Maybe not the majority of the voting block, but they vote. They show up. There's tens of millions of them. It's the boomers in the Republican Party that are keeping non-AIPAC funded shills from office. So Democrats are going to elect progressives. I'm already letting you know how the next 5 years is going to go. And I'm not always confident on predictions because anything could happen. But I already like can statistically see it. Progressives are going to get in. They're going to suck at everything except for the Israel lobby. Like, they're going to be like, oh, I don't take money from AIPAC, but they're going to want to like defund ICE and defund the police and do all of these things. Even like, maybe that's not extreme to some, but they're going to do a lot more things that are retarded that won't work for running and managing cities, etc. But that's not really their job. Their job is to, like, House members don't really get to do that. You know, that's like governor and local. But anyway, they're going to get in. They're going to be terrible. Republicans are going to kick the can down the road. I think Republicans are going to lose the midterms pretty badly. I think Republicans are going to lose the next election pretty badly. And then in 2030 and 2032, it's like either boomers need to wake up or they need to just, you know, over time, there's just going to be, unfortunately or fortunately, I'm not a dark person, but there's going to be less and less boomers statistically. And then eventually Republicans are going to be ready for something different. The issue with boomers is, like, if you look at certain voting blocks, they don't change, but like certain voting blocks, like Latinos, it's like they could sway. Younger people, they could sway, but like boomers, they don't move. It's like you're not going to teach an old dog new tricks. So that's what's going to happen. Progressive, anti-Zionist Democrats are going to take over the Democratic Party. They're going to suck, but they're just not going to be controlled by Israel. And then Republicans are going to just, you know, a lot of Jewish donors too, that notoriously funded Democrats to do things for Israel, are now funding Republicans to do things for Israel, not because they care about Christians or conservatives or any demographic that you think, because they have the data. Like, you know, they have AI, they have statistics. They're not guessing. You know what I'm saying? They have everything. So they're dumping money into Republicans because they have about 5 to 10 more years of tricking boomers into destroying the country and doing whatever Israel wants. But it's not like it's going to ruin Republicans. They're going to leave the Republicans on the side of the road like an empty carcass, because it'll work against Thomas Massie because it's a Republican primary. Ed Gallerin will win because it's a more Republican area. But in the midterms, Republicans are not going to win the House. And maybe they're going to win the Senate, but probably not. And then if Democrats win all that and then they win the next election, Republicans are going to be left in shambles and no one's going to give a shit about you. So it's like there's a possibility that happens. And then literally in 5 or 10 years, it's like, are Republicans going to wake up and get a bunch of Thomas Massies and Ron Pauls, or are they just going to lose every election? That's one possibility. Another possibility, that Trump is so surrounded by rich people that they'll just buy the next election too. I mean, I think Republicans are going to lose the House, but there's so much money. Like, obviously Democrats have money too, but I think with Trump, like he has so much power right now that there's a possible chance he could pull it off in the same way they pulled off the Massie thing. But I don't think so, because the left has their own donors. It's going to be like Soros versus like the Adelson types, even though neither one of them are good options, but they're going to fund the left. They're going to fund the right. And it's like Alex Soros doesn't agree with Republicans on most things, but he's like, we need to fight anti-Semitism. Alex Soros wants to fight anti-Semitism. The Democrats want to fight anti-Semitism. Republicans want to fight anti-Semitism. Trump and Miriam Adelson want to fight anti-Semitism. The King of England wants to fight anti-Semitism. Keir Starmer wants to fight anti-Semitism. That's just the one thing that the whole world agrees on. Libertarian, Malie, Zionist wants to fight anti-Semitism. Zelensky wants to make anti-Semitism criminal. He did do that. Are you noticing a pattern? People that diametrically are opposed on every topic, there's only one topic that they all seem to miraculously agree on, which is they need to fight or criminalize hate speech against one race, one religion, and one foreign country that most of them are a part of. Like Zelensky passing a hate speech law for Jews. Like I'm not 100% Italian, but let's just say I'm 100% Italian. That's like me taking over Ukraine and passing a speech law saying you can't say Italians own the country. You can't say Italians are funding things. You can't say Italians killed Jesus. You can't say you can't criticize Italy. Like it's like Zelensky's Jewish and he's passing a law that protects him by law and criminalizes hate speech against his ethnicity and his donors. And it's like, it's so obvious. I don't know. It's like if it were any other group, I would say the same thing. If America passed hate speech laws for Qatar, or hate speech laws for Saudi Arabia, or hate speech laws for Muslims, or hate speech laws for freaking Russians, then I would be saying the same thing. And really, it's like as the right and the left do that for anti-Semitism, the left is passing anti-biblical hate speech laws. So for example, what does the Bible say about the man and the woman? What does the Bible say about homosexuality? What does the Bible say about pornography? What does the Bible say about usury? What does the Bible say about, gay marriage? I'm not saying you have to agree with that. I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm just saying that's in the Bible. So when most companies in America, when most sports leagues in America, you get fined if you say no homo, even though that's not even anti-gay. That's just like a joke that doesn't even offend gay people, but that offends Adam Silver. You know what I'm saying? The Jewish guy that runs the NBA or whoever, makes that rule, but he's the commissioner. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like on Facebook, you can't offend the LGBT community. You can't do this. It's like essentially we live under anti-Christ and anti-Christian hate speech laws. It's just not enforced on a government level, but sometimes it honestly is. They say you can't say this, you can't say that. So it's like we have anti-gay hate speech laws, we have anti-Christ hate speech laws, we have anti-Bible hate speech laws, we have anti-Goy hate speech laws. We're living under hate speech laws for people that are Christian and white and conservative and even Black and Latino that don't agree with liberals on everything. It's like there's a law for everything. It's just not always being passed through legislation. But if you have, I don't know, let's just say 7 companies own 99% of the internet, and all of them have the same LGBTQ hate speech laws, that law is essentially more prevalent than a government law that they can enforce. And that's the world we live in, the culture we live in. I don't know about the legalities, how to fight it, but you understand what I'm saying? It's like, what we don't live in a Christian nation. We live in like a pseudo liberal, pseudo like Jewish owned nation where it's like the left says you can't do this and the right says you can't do this. So it's like, you can't criticize Israel. You can't say donors are paying for everything. We lived under pharmaceutical tyranny for 5 years. It's like, you can't, even now when I got demonetized on Facebook, they mentioned vaccines, even though I barely talk about them. So it's like, what do we live under? You can't criticize Israel. Can't say Jewish people own things. Can't say anything. You can't say what the Bible says about gay. Every race can stand up for themselves except for white people. They just need to be systemically genocided, but you can't say it's a genocide. But statistically, like, they're not going to exist in almost every country that they used to exist in. But, every other country is maintaining their demographics except for Europe. You can't say, you can't question the pharmaceutical industry. It's anti-science. It's like, we live in this is one thing I want to say too. We've been told, because we're being led by evil people now, we're being told that these are the most normal times ever. And I'm not complaining. I mean, it's better than like dying of like at 23 years old because like you don't have a shower. So it's like, I'm not complaining. I like the era that I live in. I'm grateful. However, you're told like, these are the worst time, or these are the best times ever. These are, we beat all the bad guys in World War II. And now we're being, democracy is leading the world. And the only bad people left are Putin and Iran and China. And then we'll live in a perfect society. It's like if you, and I'm not saying that there's not pros and cons to the modern era. Obviously, there's some good things and there's some terrible things that have happened in history, but we're living in the most backwards times ever. Even when they were corrupt, even when they were worse, they weren't always this backwards. Like left is right, up is down. We're living like, do you think the founding fathers wanted you to get kicked out of society for mentioning what the Bible said and what they believed until like 1999? No, like we're living in like a satanic, demonic, inverted reality where like everything that the Bible says is hate speech. People that hate the Bible and hate Jesus are running our nation, and they hate us ethnically and religiously because they think about the last 2,000 years, and they're controlling laws to say that, you know, the First Amendment's kind of cool, but it's kind of better to have a law to say that you can't talk about us or the country that we support. It's like we're living in the most demented, inverted times, and we have people that are greenlighting pesticides and Ozempic and gambling on politics and everything. It's like gambling has never been more prevalent in the modern history. You can do it from a smartphone. Like, you know, the more evil the world gets, the more God makes sense, the more like the Bible makes sense, the more common sense makes sense and conservative values. And I'm not talking about like, you know, I don't even like the words liberal and conservative anymore because they don't even mean anything. Like some liberal things make sense if you mean the word liberal, but liberals aren't liberal anymore. So it doesn't even, and then conservative, like what are conservatives conserving? Most conservatives are just like Trump dick riders. You know what I'm saying? Like the average, I'm not trying to be rude, but like the average boomer is fat, doesn't conserve anything, doesn't believe anything, doesn't even believe what the Bible says. Literally, being a conservative to them means being fat, drinking beer, watching Sean Hannity, and voting for whatever Zionists on television tell them to believe. Like that's what conservative, like, you know, the average boomer doesn't even care about any of this stuff. And, you know, it's like, what do they care about? If Trump does something, they'll just do it, even if it's not what they believed 5 seconds ago. So it's like, most conservatives are not even conservative. Most Christians are like, let me get mad at somebody on Facebook for telling me that Donald Trump is working with pesticide companies to make sure that our food is still poisoned for the next 30 years. Like, why? How is that it's not liberal or conservative. It's just like people are so brainwashed by partisan politics. They think this is like I don't know. It's like, wow, I can't believe it's like, whether you like Kamala or Trump, why would you want to eat pesticides? Like any human in modern history would be like, no, I don't want to eat that. Yet for some reason, people in this era, they like can't see that. They're like, I don't even care about that. It's like, but why do you not care about eating pesticides? Why do you want, why like, what's going on? It's because they like Trump or they hate Trump or they believe MSNBC. Like they're caught in this fake made up reality that nothing is real and nothing, like it's all performative WWE. So it would be like me saying, you know, I like Thomas Massie, and someone was like, but there's like Windex in your cup. And I'm like, I don't care. I like Thomas Massie. You know, it's like, why would you not care about what's in your cup? Like that's what matters more than your opinion about politicians. And people have completely lost sight of that, or they just believe that it's going to be done. Like some people just cope so hard where they're like, I want to believe that it will happen because I think it will. And it's like, what? On a personal level, it's good to be positive. It's good to be optimistic. It's not good to be stressed out. But on a political level, like, you know, that's where I have a huge disagreement with a lot of people, because I feel like I'm very positive. I'm very optimistic. I'm very happy. I have like a zest for life. You know, I'm ambitious, and I'm really not a negative person at all. Like not at all. I'm one of the most optimistic people I know when it comes to life and my life and living and enjoying my life. But when it comes to politics, I'm just being honest. It's like, it doesn't make me negative. It's just like, my job is not to lie to you. It's like, if I've determined that donors and foreign interests are swallowing up Congress, that's literally the truth. And it's like, that's why there's poison in all the food. That's why it's like the industries are paying off the politicians, whether it's pesticides, big pharma. It's not just Israel. It's just that lobby is probably by far the most powerful lobby in the country. However, it's big pesticide, it's big pharma. It's the people that will make $1 billion more if, you know, they don't get sued in court over people saying that, their product has caused diseases. Like that's literally what it is. Like it doesn't make me pessimistic. It's like I know. I talk to my friends that are from Europe and they tell me like, dude, the food here is garbage. I don't want to be pessimistic. I have to eat this trash. And I try to believe that my positive mindset and my good energy and my fitness routine will protect me from these things because, you know, I think a strong mind is important and your body is a powerful tool. Like you can beat, like, it's not like, oh, my body's going to be hurt because I ate seed oils. My body's a full blown machine built from God. I could break down seed oils. I'm going to beat seed oil. Like I want my body and mind to beat what we're going through. And I think that's helped me stay healthy. But at the same time, over time, it's like feeding your car the wrong thing. It's like, it would be nice if we can have a positive mindset, but then at the same time, just be honest about what's going on to make it better for our kids and our kids' kids. That's what every society has always wanted to do. And like people have lost sight of that, where they're like, you know, they're like, I don't notice that. How do you not notice that? Like, people go to Europe and they lose 30 pounds, even though they're eating like shit, and they like get rid of 3 diseases. And then their doctor's like, dude, your blood pressure went down. What did you do? I literally just went to New Zealand for 2 months and just ate like shit. And they're healthier than us. Like we're being poisoned. We're being destroyed. We're being treated like animals that they're trying to send to the slaughter. That's happening. And I know why it's happening. It's not some sort of big mystery. And it's not just Donald Trump. And it's not just Joe Biden. And it's not just Nancy Pelosi. It's 99% of Congress. And one guy, you know, maybe like there's 20, 30, but Thomas Massie was the best person there. And now he's gone. He's going to be gone. It's like, this is the reality of the situation. You know, he's got another year and he's out. So it's like these problems won't be solved when retards just suck off Trump and can't see that. It's like there's a way to be optimistic in life, but be honest about the reality of what politics is. And being honest about that is how you change it. But we're dealing with multi-million-dollar propaganda machines, billion-dollar propaganda machines. People were like, all you're doing is tweeting about the Israel lobby and Thomas Massie. Purposely, for the last week, that's all I posted about. Multiple reasons. I'll just be honest. One, I posted a lot more on Facebook because I was covering all the news because it was monetized. When they took away my monetization, I don't feel like posting 50 times a day because it's like, it's hard to do. So I'll just post about the things I really, really care about. I'm not saying the other stuff was like me selling out, but it's like, I'll post Trump. I'll show you this. I'll show you that. I'll do my job and show you a little bit of everything plus my opinion. But if you're going to ban me from 90 days and destroy my page, now I'm just annoyed. Now I'm just going to only post about what you guys are doing on loop. That's all I'm going to talk about. You know, if you're going to spend $20 million against Thomas Massie because he won't suck off the Israel lobby, and I don't have anything, you know, but my platform, I'm going to use my platform and $0 to support him because he's working against billions of dollars, millions of dollars, you know, like there's billions of dollars being spent. And, you know, if you want to know about actual lobbyists or actual foreign lobbies and somebody that couldn't get out of registering, just look at Salem Media. Go, if you ever take your time, go look up everything that Salem Media owns. They own a lot of websites. They own a lot of Christian news stations. They own they run the radio stations and the broadcasting for a lot of your favorite conservative hosts. The chief strategy officer of Salem Media, this is a fact. It's not my opinion. It's a fact. The chief strategy officer of Salem Media is Brad Parscale, former Trump campaign manager. He had to register as a foreign agent of Israel, and he got paid $6 to $9 million to do what the Israel lobby wants or do what literally Israel wants. He's a foreign agent. And one of his objectives was he had to spread the message that Israel wants through Salem Media. Salem Media made him, knowing he's a foreign agent, the chief strategy officer. So their strategy officer at Salem Media, which is not a small, they own so much stuff in conservative media. You just don't know they do. Go look up everything they own and control. They're fine with him being a foreign agent. And they're not disclosing which of their channels that the foreign propaganda is running through. My opinion is my opinion. Nobody's paying me. I'm not spending a bunch of money on ad money. I don't have $15 million from billionaires who knew Jeffrey Epstein funding it like the Ed Gallerin race. This is what I really believe based off of my beliefs as an American who thinks the Constitution is better than anything that a modern politician has done, who thinks that the founding fathers were way smarter than Trump, Biden, and all of these retards, and a Christian who, you know, outside of religion, if you're not religious, if you are, you understand it. If you're not, I just want to do the right thing. I don't want to betray my country. I don't want to betray my family. I don't want to betray anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody in the world. I just want to be a good person to the best of my ability. And some people out here are not doing that. They're taking $9 million from a foreign country to register as a foreign agent, and then massive multi-million or billion-dollar companies are openly just spreading their propaganda. So if you're listening to someone's radio station, it might literally be paid by a foreign nation. And then they're brainwashing you with reverse tactics because they're working for that nation, saying, you know who's working for a foreign nation? The people who aren't working for a foreign nation. Maybe it's Tucker Carlson, you know, and it's like, then they just keep repeating it, but to the tune of millions and billions of dollars. So it's like, you've heard it a million times from 50 different people because they're paying these people and they own the stations that they're broadcasting from. So it's like, it's a very diabolical trick they're doing, but it's hard for somebody to compete with multi-million and billions of dollars of propaganda. And I'm going to take a victory lap now because nobody will do it for me. I've competed with them. I've beat them. I've had entire articles written about me because I was the #1 post in the category on all of Facebook. I'm David. They're Goliath. Like, I won. You know what I'm saying? They can't, I don't care what they do to me at this point. Whatever. I already won. Like, I came from nothing. My parents never helped me. Not in like, I love my parents, but I'm just saying, like, my parents weren't connected in the industry. My dad is a postal worker. My mom works at an office. Like, I'm a very working class, good family, great people, but I don't have a rich family. They weren't connected to this or that. They didn't connect me. I worked my ass off, made nothing for 10 years pursuing my music career, got into politics because I thought it was the right thing to do, created a Facebook page, did it by myself, nobody backing me, no major corporation, no massive sponsor, anything. And then I became #1 at something on the biggest human, social media network in human history. It's like, do whatever you guys want to me. I don't even give a shit anymore. Like, obviously I want to live my life and have a family eventually and all that stuff, but it's like, I've already won. I've already came from nothing, worked against billions of dollars of propaganda, and became #1 on a human network, on a social media network, the biggest social media network in human history, to the point where they had to write government funded articles about me and try to make me look bad. It's like, I beat you already. I already won. I'm running circles around you. Spend billions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Shut my page down for 90 days. Take 6 figures of income from me. I don't care. My whole purpose in life isn't to just make as much money as possible and do this and that. I'm ready for anything. I don't want bad things to happen. Who would? But I'm prepared. I'm prepared with the Lord. I'm prepared with God. I'm prepared with myself. I fear God. I don't fear what you're going to do for me. I don't care. They've already taken so much, but I've also made a lot on social media, so I'm not like a massive victim. I could have never made any money. It's like, when I first got into politics, I never even thought it was a way to make money. Like, I just did it for like 3-4 years when no social media was paying besides YouTube, but I wasn't getting that many views. Facebook never even had an option. Twitter hasn't, like, I did it for the love of the game. It paid off. So that I look at it that way, in a weird way, where it's like, yeah, I could be like, oh, now I'm going to lose 6 figures of income because they did this and that. I'm more like, I could have never had any of this, and also, there's a lot of like good creative people that don't sell out, that like never get anything and they end up in a room alone somewhere. So it's like, it's like, I'll count my blessings, because it could, like, I could have had way more money. I could have done this. I could have done that, but it also could go the other way. Like, I could have had nothing. I could be broke right now. It could be so bad that if they demonetize me for 90 days, I'm like going bankrupt, and then I have to like beg for money. So, I consider it all a blessing, but, thank you for the super chat, but not going to read it because I don't want to get banned from existence, but thank you for the shekels. Let's see. All right. But yeah, I'm trying to see if like Thomas Massie made a statement or anything. Someone said a senior White House advisor described Massie's ouster as basic political management of a party. You have to keep everybody on the reservation. Occasionally you have to shoot a hostage. The next one is Thomas Massie. Oh my gosh, that's like it's a very crazy thing. Thomas Massie has officially conceded to AIPAC-funded candidate Ed Gallerin. Massie said it took a while to locate Ed Gallerin in Tel Aviv. All right, that's pretty funny. All right, I'm going to upload that video. We'll see Thomas Massie's official speech. I mean, it is what it is. Massie had a good run. If he were a piece of garbage, he could have stayed there a lot longer, but he did the right thing, and eventually they just got mad at him and you know, bankrolled his opposition. All right. So here's Massie's little concession speech. We'll play it real quick. Here it is, and I'll try to fix the light. Sorry, I know the light sucks, but I try to use natural light as much as possible.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Gallerin in Tel Aviv. I did get the call through, though. I have called and conceded the race. We've been honorable the whole time, and we're going to stay that way.
All right, well, that didn't work. Hold on. I'm going to play something else. I got to like brighten the light real quick and just fry my eyeballs for you guys. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to just play like another clip. It'll be quick.
Listen, that's the problem in D.C. They put everything in one giant bill. They put funding back in for the transgender surgery for kids, so I'm actually the only Republican who voted against that. They like to put it all in one giant bill, so if you ever vote against it, they can say that you voted against everything.
Is this better? I mean, it's like frying my eyeballs, but I think it's a little brighter. Sorry about that. But yeah, so what sucks about it too is like Massie was... My hair looks like retarded today. I'm trying to fix it. Oh, well. Now it looks even more retarded. Whatever. I don't care. It could look cool. In theory, my hair could look cooler than it does now, but you just visualize it. All right. Anyway, what sucks is like Massie was one of those guys that you could just tell he liked the government. Like, not that he liked the U.S. government, but he liked being a House member. He understands how it works. Like, you know, making his little statement, doing his little filibuster, like, he understood the system, he worked within it, and he enjoyed it, and he was great at it. And you could tell he wanted to keep doing it because he's like, I'm the best one here. Why would I stop doing it now? And then they took it from him. Like, I think he's genuinely upset. I don't think Thomas Massie's upset because he's losing power. He's not really losing any power. You have to understand, he had no power in House. Nobody would listen to him. They stripped him from all of his, like, you know, actual things. He definitely did a lot with the Epstein files and other things, but his power really now comes from his platform. I don't think he's disappointed for that reason. I think he's genuinely like, dude, I was good at this and you guys took it from me. So hopefully he levels up and goes Super Saiyan. Someone said, was it rigged? I mean, I mean, everybody's going to say it was rigged, but here's my personal opinion. Could it possibly have been rigged? Of course, I think that's possible at this point, but it's like with let me explain like the 2020 election real quick, and you can make up your own mind. I don't care if you disagree with me because I don't really have a big stance on this, but all Republicans said the COVID election was rigged, but in my opinion, they weren't honest about it. Like, Trump did so many things to make sure that the election was kind of janky, and then when it was a janky election, they're like, wow, I can't believe that it was this. And it's like, how did they get so many votes? Well, let me explain. And nobody, like, I don't know why I'm the only one to tell you this stuff, because I don't even like Joe Biden. I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I voted for Trump in 2020. But it's like, how were there more votes than ever? Well, count how many people usually are traveling internationally. Count how many people are working. Like, no one could do almost anything. They purposely like locked the country down and were using the lockdowns in order to stop people from traveling, stop people from working. And then they use social media technology to send everybody a mass mail-in ballot. And then the CARES Act declared an emergency. And the Democrats did this with the power that Trump gave them and signed off on. So it's like, of course, there's going to be more votes when there's a pandemic and no one can leave and you're letting people vote a month in advance from home. So it's like the election was rigged, but Trump rigged it. Trump rigged it. They all did it. And Trump was happy about it for months. And then he's like, oh, wow, this is working against me. And the Hunter Biden thing, which is not their fault, but they suppressed that story. But it's like the election was janky and BS. But Trump is not a victim of it. He's the reason that it happened for the most part. He just takes no accountability. With this situation, you know, if you don't want to get conspiratorial, of course you do if you're here, but if you don't want to get conspiratorial, they dumped like $25 million into a Kentucky House seat. It's like, do you know how much money? I think someone was saying it's like a couple $100 per person. Like, dude, they could, if it were a couple $100 per person, I don't know if this was true, but it's a small district. It's a lot of money. I think it's literally like, say it's $200 to $300 per person. Do you know how many ads you can afford? Like, you can literally run 300 to 500 to 1,000 ads per person in a district. So, I don't think people are comprehending how much money that is for a small, obscure district of Kentucky. Like, literally imagine if they could run 300 ads or 1,000 ads per person. And then they run 1,000 ads to a boomer who likes Trump and just say, Massie's a liberal. Massie's a liberal. Massie doesn't like Trump. Massie's a liberal. There was someone who voted today. I know Bobby Sauce was on the ground doing his own exit poll. He said that someone voted because they thought there was like some retard boomer that thought that Massie had a threesome with AOC and Ilhan Omar. It was an AI video that they put out that showed them like making out and walking hand in hand. And the boomer literally thought that Thomas Massie had a throuple with Ilhan Omar and AOC. So it's like they're spending $25 million running AI ads showing Massie like hanging out with Ilhan Omar and AOC. And their target audience is like 70-year-olds and 80-year-olds who can't even tell like basic AI, let alone complicated ones. So, it could be rigged. Everything could be fake. Every election could be staged. I don't know. I mean, but we'll see. We'll see how the next 3 elections go. And I feel like at this point, once I watch the next 2 elections, I'll come to the conclusion either voting is real, but they control both sides, or voting it's all made up and they're just choosing the person. Like, I'm kind of like in between both of them right now, because like on one hand, last election was Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. So let's be as least conspiratorial as possible. Not that you want to do that. Probably most people here are like, screw you, I want to be conspiratorial. Okay. But let's just take like the most obvious point that we can prove. Kamala Harris is a puppet and Donald Trump is a puppet. So you either get the open borders puppet who does the wars, or the closed border puppet who does the wars. And then they'll go back and forth. There's some issues that like, Joe Biden was getting the PFAs out of the water somehow, and Donald Trump wants to put them back in. Like, it's like, in a lot of ways, Trump's better. In a lot of ways, he's actually shittier. It's just Joe Biden's like a bad, he's a bad spokesperson because he's so old and stupid, where Trump is a great salesman. So everything he does, he'll tell you about it. But with Biden, you don't even know any good things he's ever done, because 1, there's not many, and 2, he's too dumb to even talk about it. But or nobody's listening if he does talk. So it's like, I don't even need to pretend like elections are fake to tell you that they don't really matter. Because if there's 2 candidates and they control both sides and they have the same foreign policy and they'll do nearly the same exact thing and just pretend like they won't, then it doesn't matter who you vote for 95% of the issues. So that's the least conspiratorial thing I could come up with, is like, it doesn't matter anyway. Massie was somebody that was a real candidate. They bankrolled his opposition. Next election is going to be Marco Rubio versus Gavin Newsom. Marco Rubio's been an Adelson puppet. Marco Rubio's been a Lindsey Graham that's a little bit cooler. And Gavin Newsom's Gavin Newsom. He ran Canada, might as well be, California into the ground. What type of election is that? It's like Lindsey Graham and, Chuck Schumer. I don't even need a conspiracy, because it's the election's over before it started. Maybe your vote counts, but it really doesn't, because they're both the same. Maybe they just choose it in a box and they, everything's digital and they just make up the stuff. I tend to believe personally that voting does make a difference, in the sense of like, your vote does get counted, but it doesn't matter because they control both sides. So, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it doesn't matter at all and they just choose it in a box somewhere, like the Wizard of Oz. But, I tend to think that it's like, wow, Trump won the election. Here's another thing too. 2 things. 1, the whole stage was set for Trump to win the election, right? It doesn't matter what I tell people or what I do. He was going to win because Biden sucked. He was old. Trump ran a good campaign. He was being persecuted by the left. He got shot and almost died. So he's going to win the election. You know what I'm saying? Hero story, hero arc. Biden sucks. Trump's going to win. The stage was set for him to win. Now if you think about Trump right now and all the Trump influencers, the number one thing they keep talking about is the SAVE Act. Elon Musk is talking about it. All the Zionists are saying our country's screwed if we can't pass the SAVE Act, because if we don't get ID voting, our country's screwed. That's their number one talking point. It's probably like the only thing that they talk about. It's their number one agenda, right? So now let's decode it, or deconstruct it. First off, real quick, sorry, I'm like a little delusional. It's been 3 hours, but I think voting ID should already be a thing. I agree. It should be passed. It's ridiculous that we don't have it. It's insane. I'm 100% for voter ID. I agree with everything that the Republican Party says about voter ID. I'm on the same exact page. But it's their number one agenda. First of all, Trump just won the election without voter ID nationally, and he won the House, he won the Senate, he won the presidency, and he won the popular vote, which is very hard to do in the modern age. So how is that your number one issue? It's like, we need to do this or democracy's screwed. You just won. No one can point this out. I'm not saying that there's not a little funny business if you like Trump, but he just won. I get that that's your agenda, but it's like the only thing they're talking about. So on one hand, makes absolutely no sense, because even with the BS laws that they have, it proves if you're a good enough candidate and you run a good enough campaign, you can overcome all of it. He just did it. Unless you think they rigged the 2020 election. Did they rig the 2024 one for Trump? Or did he just win because he's so popular? Like, you got to pick your narrative. It's like either they can rig it still with the machines or they can't, but either way, it's like he won everything. So now you want me to believe that this is most important? No, my food is the most important. No, the fact that our country's going downhill and you're selling it out to the chemical industries, that's more important to me than a fucking ballot, But then also, excuse my language, the other thing is they're buying all of Congress. They bought both major parties. The next election is going to be puppet versus puppet. So it doesn't matter how the votes go. It's going to land in the same place. I told people this in 2021 and 2022. I was like, I agree that there was some funny business, but it's a controlled opposition mind loop that they're trying to get you into, being like, let's just talk about the stolen election for 3 years. Let's not talk about the lockdowns. And then you follow Trump to the Capitol and they set up everybody so they can't protest the pharmaceutical industry anymore. And now Biden gets to abuse us with all these mandates. And there's no one left to fight him because they all got set up following the vaccine salesman Trump to the Capitol. You understand so it's like, if you listen to Zionists, everything they do is controlled opposition. Is voter ID a good idea? Absolutely. But it's like, if we don't pass the SAVE Act, we're going to lose our democracy. What democracy? An Israeli billionaire, Epstein's black book acquaintance, and a guy who pushes Republicans to do LGBTQ stuff just spent tens of millions of dollars to oust the best congressman we have. What democracy? What are you talking about? People need to wake up and realize that JD Vance is a puppet and Marco Rubio is a puppet. And Gavin Newsom is beyond a puppet. He's just an idiot and a puppet of different people, but the same people, the left-wing version of the right-wing people. Oh, I'm totally different. No, you're not. And anything that Gavin Newsom says he's going to do different, once he gets in power, he will not. And he's not the type of guy. He's not like, I'm a rebel rouser. I'm going to switch the system up. No, he's not. You know what I'm saying? Gavin Newsom's not going to do shit. So it's either Gavin Newsom or Marco Rubio, Gavin Newsom or JD Vance, who's proven he's just a sellout and he'll do anything to be in the good graces of the establishment in the swamp. It doesn't matter how many IDs there are. It doesn't matter if everyone gets ID'd or nobody gets ID'd. Like, there's no escaping that reality. That is the number one talking point that makes more sense than, if we don't get the SAVE Act, the democracy's doomed. You just won the House, the Senate, the presidency, and the popular vote a year and a half ago. What do you mean the country's? You just overcame all that stuff. Are you telling me you can't overcome it again? You just did. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but it's not like the be-all, end-all. You just overcame it. So it's like it's a joke, man. But I don't, maybe the ballots are counted. That's definitely possible. But also maybe like rich people just buy things. I don't know. That's not that hard to believe now. They definitely buy candidates and stuff, but maybe if they can't buy every candidate, maybe they would cheat. I have no idea. It's like, but that's my thought process. And I always try to be as accurate as I can be. And of course, we all have our own thoughts and conspiracies that you can't prove, but I have 100 conspiracies that I can prove. So if I could prove a conspiracy that ends in the same place as the one I can't prove, what's the point of talking about it? It's like, I could say that no election matters because they rig all the votes, but I can't prove it. I can prove that they're buying both candidates, so the election doesn't matter, so I just talk about that. It's like, it's easily provable. And another thing too, like, I'll give you an example. Before the election, Palantir, they have two founders or two heads that are, I don't know their exact name of like their position, but you got Alex Karp and Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is a gay libertarian Republican or something. I don't know what his real beliefs are. I've never met him, but I'm sure a lot of people say he's a cool guy. I don't know, like Joe Rogan seems like him, whatever. But it's like Peter Thiel funds Republicans and likes Donald Trump. Alex Karp says he doesn't like Trump and he funds a Democrat. It's the same company, a left-wing version and a right-wing version, and they fund both sides. After the election, Donald Trump wins the election. Then not only has Peter Thiel already funded Donald Trump and supported him publicly, but Alex Karp, who claimed he didn't like him, then donates with Palantir to Donald Trump, gets in his good graces, and they have something called an inauguration where a bunch of donors pay hundreds of millions of dollars. Under Obama, he took like tens of millions of dollars. Under Trump, he took hundreds of millions of dollars. So I've explained this to people, and once again, I don't know why I'm like the only one telling people. It's like I'm competing with billions of dollars of propaganda and a bunch of retard podcasts. So most people don't know what I'm telling you because nobody else will tell you. But it's like Trump owes everyone favors. He took hundreds of millions of dollars from Miriam Adelson. He took hundreds of millions of dollars from Timothy Mellon. He took hundreds of millions of dollars from Elon Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk still gets shit on somehow, but he gets government contracts, so whatever. And then he took hundreds of millions from corporations. So if you're taking millions of dollars from hundreds of corporations and dozens of billionaires, etc., you have to do what they said. Like, imagine, I explained this, and I'm sorry if it's repetitive, but I'm drinking this water, right? This is not an ad. I'd just tell you if it was. If Saratoga paid me $250 million, I'd never put this thing down. I literally couldn't. I'd owe them for, the amount of, I don't generate that much revenue per se. I'd have to hold one of these and talk about it in every interview for the rest of my life. And if I ever got into politics, I'd have to get them a government contract. I'd have to, because they paid me money. Trump got paid over $500 million from the Adelson family between him and the GOP. Dude, he can't even do whatever. Like, he's completely controlled. He's like, what, Massie? What do you want? Like, he's cooked. And then he took hundreds of millions of dollars from corporations for his inauguration. So the reason it feels like Trump is just bending over and ripping America's butthole open for his, for every bad person to just train on us, it's because that's literally what's happening, because he owes all of them favors. Oh, well, he's a billionaire, so he's not using $250 million of his own money. Oh, wow, millions of dollars are nothing to him. If that were the case, he'd spend his own money on his campaign like he said he was going to in 2015. He doesn't do that because nobody does that. So if he takes a couple $1 million or $10 million from Palantir, they get an $80 million contract. They make that money. He's happy. They're happy. Somebody's got to get it anyway. So that's what, this is what's happening. It's obvious, but Fox News won't tell you this. Newsmax won't tell you this. Does PBD podcast talk about this? Does Matt Walsh talk about this? Does Michael Knowles talk about this? I know Ben Shapiro's not going to talk about this. Does people who work for Salem Media that has a chief strategy officer who's a foreign agent, do they talk about this? Who talks about this? The only people who talk about this are people who don't work for the system. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I could talk every day till I'm blue in the face, but at the end of the day, how many times, I'm only going to reach a certain amount of people. It's not like there's a million people in this live stream. And yes, I've reached a lot of people over time, but even people who see my posts, they don't always agree because they're like, well, I was told the opposite from this person. It's like, but they're all like, everything I said is just provable. And some people are like, I don't care. It's better than Kamala. I'll post about like pesticides and PFAs and the fact that Trump's greenlighting a bunch of like toxic waste in our water. And people were like, well, it's better than Kamala. Sure, even if it is, what does that have to do with that? Like it's like people are retarded. It's hard to even believe that they're real people at this point because it's like, how could you possibly like not care about that? It's crazy. Someone said Isaac Cappy talked about it. He did talk about a lot of stuff. He was definitely an interesting character. I think he followed me on Twitter too. We never spoke, but he definitely, I don't, I'm not 100% familiar with all his content, but I do see his videos resurfacing, and he did point to a lot of people that do seem like they're agents of the Matrix. Like he'd point to certain people, and it's all people that move weird. And I think Isaac realized it, because if you get into this stuff for the right reasons, and then you start seeing how people maneuver, it's very sneaky. Because here's what I would say too, and I, you know, I don't think people should be like super paranoid or anything, or like not, but I get why people are, because say like, okay, nobody believes Fox News anymore except for boomers. So then there's podcasts. You think the government doesn't realize that? You know what I'm saying? So they're going to put out people in podcasts, and they're going to put out people that are influencers in order to try to gain the influencer movement back in their favor. So there's certain podcasts, and I'm not going to name names, but it's like they come out and they seem super authentic for like 6 months or a year. And I'm like, wow, this person's crushing. Wow. I'm glad to have more honest people doing this. And then like a year later, then they're like, war with Iran is good. Thomas Massie's bad. And it's like, okay, that doesn't seem organic to me. At bare minimum, they're doing it to make money and save face in where all the money is, because that's where all the money is, on the right. Or they're planted there to take the route of, I'm the guy that's super independent, but I'm not gonna seem, or like I'm not gonna seem like I'm Fox News, but I'm literally just Fox News, like, and I'm not gonna name names, but I could tell you a bunch of people, and you probably already know yourself, like, who sounds that way. Someone said CIA podcasters confirmed. There has to be, there has to be. I mean, Dan Bongino literally worked in the FBI, and then he came out and he's like, I'm mad at Thomas Massey and Tucker Carlson. I'm sure you are. But then the funny thing is too, because like anybody who was ever in the CIA, like instinctually, I'll just like never trust. It's not like I hate them, or you're bad because you served in intelligence community. I don't think that's true. I think there's good and bad in every position. But if you're like, hey, like Sean Ryan or like the John Kirilenko guy, where they're like, I used to be in the CIA and now I'm not, and now I'm a truth teller. It's not to say that I dislike them, because honestly, I like both of them, just like the content I've seen, but I'm never going to be like, that's my source of reality. Like I'll just, from afar, I don't have to do that anyway, because I work in this space and I'm like my own newscaster. So I don't need to like look to a newscaster for like an opinion, but other people that don't, they're busy. They listen to podcasts and they form their entire opinion based on what Joe Rogan or, Sean Ryan said. But what I will say is like, the funny part is, even though I'll never like fully trust somebody that I don't know what their really game is, Sean Ryan seems more legit than most of these other people. And same with that John Kirilenko. Like, they talk about the Israel lobby and support Thomas Massey more than Michael Knowles does. So you're telling me someone who worked for the CIA, who I have no reason to ever like or trust, because I would just assume that they were like super snakes, they're coming out and being honest about one of the most important topics in politics. But Michael Knowles at Daily Wire, who's worked in conservative media for 10 years, doesn't like Thomas Massey and won't talk about that because his boss obviously would not like him as much if he did. It's just like, it's just it's a weird space. And it's like, I don't know what people's intentions are, but over time, everyone kind of like reveals themselves. And it's like, over time, if you can earn my trust, like Tucker worked at CNN, Tucker worked at Fox News, but I like Tucker Carlson and I don't need to overly trust him, but he's done a lot of good work recently. We'll see where it goes, but time tells all. And then there's other people, like I've told people this for a while now. With Michael Knowles, I've been in the media for 10 years, right? He's got a multi-million-dollar company behind him. He has all sorts of videographers. Like look at Matt Walsh, for example. He's done a few good documentaries, but really the What is a Woman was like really a good documentary. He used the resources from Daily Wire to make a documentary. Candace Owens used their resources, and now she has her own and she does stuff. But like, what has Michael Knowles done? What has like Andrew Klavan done? You know, like they have all these resources, they have all this money, they have all these employees, they have like Hollywood level videographers that can make documentaries for them built into their job, and they're making millions of dollars. Why has Michael Knowles never done anything important? I've told people this for years. Like, I don't listen to him enough to like, but instinctually just seeing clips here or there, it's like nothing. It's like literally like brain rot, like cosplay Catholic do nothing Zionist toe, fence sitter. He never says or does anything. And it's like I said with Matt Walsh, he toes the line too, but at least he's done a few great things with his platform, even though he toes the line. Like Michael Knowles does nothing. And then I've never liked him. I've never trusted him. I've never, even outside of liking or trusting, I've never thought he was interesting. I've never thought he was impressive or intelligent. Like there's people where I'm like, I don't agree with them, but they're highly smart. That's interesting. That's good. He's never done anything good. He's literally like the most average, mediocre, nothing burger I've ever seen in my life, with so much behind him that should elevate him even higher because he has such a big backing, but he never does anything. And then he comes out yesterday and throws some shade at Thomas Massie. And it's like, you smarmy little piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? You're such a fraud. You're such a phony. But at least like Matt Walsh plays the game a little more. Matt Walsh will come out and speak against the war a little bit more. Matt Walsh will say the anti-Semitism speech laws are bad once every 5 years. Like he's like the groundhog that pops out once a year. So I don't even like or trust Matt Walsh for that reason. I like him a little bit, but I feel like he's a phony not a fence sitter, but a line tower. And he's suppressing himself, because he works for Zionists. And he does 20 times as much as Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles does nothing. He doesn't say anything ever that matters. It's like the dumbest. It's like, so what? Why? Why is, why is Matt Walsh running circles around him, even though Matt Walsh is towing the line and talks about it once every year? And people listen to that and think it's entertainment or education. It's like, it's brain rot for like Christian cattle to just like occupy space in your mind and your eyes in order to like waste your time from watching someone more intelligent or more honest or more helpful. So why is that? Like, is it like, why are these people doing it? I don't know. Are they stupid? I don't think so. Is it just the safe route for money? Possibly. I don't even need to, even with that, I don't need to get conspiratorial. Ask your average American citizen, where do you work? I work here. Ask your average American citizen, do you like it a lot? Some would say yes, but probably a majority would say no. If you ask the majority of America, do you ethically believe in what you're doing? Some people do, but some people just do it for money. So it's like, if people do that in every industry, why would they not do that in media? Like that's the reality. I think some people look at it that way and they're like, well, if I can do this and this, then I could justify being a phony. I can't do that, but I think some people can. But also, I think there's something else going on because doesn't make sense. Someone said Salem Media. Yeah, I've already done a video on it and I was talking about it earlier. Their chief strategy officer is a registered foreign agent of Israel, and his stated objective in his registered foreign agent paycheck said that he had to disseminate, pro-Israel stuff through Salem Media. So, but they haven't disclosed it. Like, imagine if I ran a big company. Imagine if I hired a foreign agent to be the chief financial or the chief strategy officer. And then imagine I didn't tell you what was propaganda from that foreign agent and was not. That should be a massive scandal. And then Don Jr. and Lyra own a stake of Salem Media. Our country's being like swallowed alive by literal foreign agents. Like it's actually crazy. And, I've said my piece. I can't be silent. I can't, I can't not talk about it. Either I need to find a new job, which I don't want to do, or I need to talk about it. But it's like, I know the consequences of that. I know what they're going to do. I know what they've already done. I don't even tell everybody everything, but it's like, I know what they've done and I know what they could do. I don't care. I don't know. It's like, I don't want to live. I don't want to be a slave. I don't want to be a liar. I'm not a sellout. So it is what it is, like, it's just like, I don't know. Oh, the screen is frozen. Sorry about that. Let me try. Hold on 1 second. Wait. No. Wait, sorry. Thank you for letting me know. Did my camera go out or something? Hold on 1 second. Cam link. Okay. It should be good now. Let me see. Wait, what the hell? I don't know why it's not working. I don't know. This is kind of weird. I guess all of a sudden now my camera doesn't work after 3 hours. You guys can hear me though, right? What the hell? Why is it doing this? All right. Give me 1 second, but I'm probably gonna leave anyway. Let's see. All right. Looks like your camera is locked by another application. Why would it be on another application? That's kind of crazy. Maybe they're watching me or something. It's endearing. Let me I'm gonna try one more thing, but it might I don't know. Oh well, I guess my camera's being used. It says my camera's being used by someone else. So I don't know. I guess they wanted to get a sneak peek of the show. And looks like your camera's locked by another application or not installed properly. Oh well. I mean, why do they have to spy on me right now? I feel like I'm live. There's no reason to have to do that. Like, I'm literally broadcasting into the general public, but whatever. Is what it is. I feel like we were on a roll. I could try to do something. I mean, I have like a built-in camera. It's gonna look like shit, but maybe just to not give up now. Maybe I'll just go until I want to. All right, let's see the FaceTime. Why does it look so shitty? Hold on. Okay. I mean, this is my built-in face cam time or whatever from that, but now I feel like my head looks huge here, but whatever. This is what we have to deal with. They take my income, my camera shuts off. I have to film in this, but whatever. It could be something random. I don't know. I've streamed for a long time before, but all right. Sorry. I tried to switch it back and it's just not working. So that'll do. Whatever. Oh wait, it's back. Let's go. Are we here? There we go. Interesting. Okay. Locked in. Looks like footage from NASA. Dude, you didn't hear? I went to the moon. It was super dope, dude. It was me. Katy Perry was there, Gail King, Buzz Aldrin. Actually, I time traveled with Barron Trump's spaceship and I went back. I hung out with like Neil Armstrong. I'm not trying to brag, but like, let's just say I have super secret QAnon technology. I went back in time, and me and Neil Armstrong, we went back in time to police anti-Semitism on the moon. Because there's too much. I mean, you wouldn't think that. You think like the moon, there's not that many people there. Maybe there's no one there at all. That's what you think. What I'm telling you is there's a lot of anti-Semitism on the moon. And our number one priority is we need to send AIPAC lobbied politicians to the moon to fight anti-Semitism, because you wouldn't be able to see it because you're an anti-Semite, but if you look in the crater of the moon, there's little anti-Semites in there and they're yelling phrases. They're like, I don't believe my history book. And I'm like, what the hell is this alien doing talking like that? You better believe those history books, bro. Piece of garbage. And then, I went up there with it was me, Lindsey Graham, and Leo Terrell was there. And we brought the alien. We weren't supposed to tell you this, but we brought the alien to Europe to go on a Holocaust, what whatever it is with Ben Shapiro, and he had to apologize like Elon Musk. And once he apologized to Ben Shapiro mysteriously in Europe, we then sent him back to the moon, and we said, you better have learned your lesson, because we can't have this anti-Semitism on the moon, and if you guys can't stop it, we'll blow the moon up. Even if blowing the moon up messed up Earth, we'd do it, because there's too much anti-Semitism there. So I don't want to bore you guys with my awesome life of things that I totally really did, but it's just what we did. So it's a good trip. And I learned a lot about science. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, me, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, I asked them, right? We went back to 1969, and I said, what science technology are you most excited about with the future? Because I'm from the future. I'm from 2026. We're in 1969. Source, trust me, bro. What are you excited about? And they all looked me straight in the eyes, and they said, we're excited about mRNA vaccine technology. And I said, are you serious? Because I just so happened to bring a few Modernas and a Pfizer with me on this trip through time. And they said, give me that vaccine for the coronavirus. And that's what I did. I vaccinated Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, because that's what they wanted to do. And I get it, because trust the science, trust NASA, trust Pfizer, trust Moderna. What is there not to trust about this really awesome science? And then, I brought Neil deGrasse Tyson back with me, and they were actually super racist to him. It was weird. I was like, that's messed up. You shouldn't do that. This is a legend from the future. And they're like, sorry, bro, it's 1969. We're still, I was like, I was like, dang, it really was like that. I thought they were lying about that. But yeah, they were pretty racist, actually. So I don't know. It offended me. So then me and Neil deGrasse Tyson went back to the future, went to Buffalo Wild Wings, and anyway, I'm running for your local House seat. The Republican Jewish Coalition, AIPAC, and 3 mysterious Zionist billionaires bankrolled me. And, I'm here to serve America and be a patriot and whatever. But thank you, Anomaly. You're welcome. Someone had to go back in time. I figured it would be me. Why let someone else do it when I could do it and take all the glory, I want to do it. I'm hungry. Someone said people are having killer allergies this year. Yeah, I don't know. 8 chicken wings with Tupac. That's what's up, man. Congrats, bro. We're happy for you. Is this your lure for your upcoming anime? Well, I forgot to tell you guys this too. I inked a deal. I'm not going to say with which Zionist media company, but we're basically doing Dragon Ball Z, except for it's Dragon Ball Z for the Israel lobby. So Goku, his name is going to be I'm trying to think of something that's not going to get me canceled in 15 different countries. His name was Shlomo, and he fights anti-Semitism, and we're going to pump it out to the markets and just make sure that the world really fights the hate. So we're going to use AI to basically just make all the characters. Half of them are going to be Jewish, and half of them are going to be pastors, like John Hagee. They're going to be the best way to be a patriot is to support Israel. And just boring stuff, but $100 million budget, no big deal. It's going to be big stuff, but we need to teach the next generation to worship the people who own everything, but at the same time to simultaneously not notice that they own everything, because that would be a problem. So I don't want to bore you guys, but did Nixon phone you from the Oval Office? Yeah, he did, but we couldn't air it because he said really crazy stuff. He was being racist. He called Bohemian Grove the FAGS word. Can I say that on here? I don't know. Are there people with microscopes listening to me? I can't tell anymore. But yeah, he was pretty offensive stuff. He actually did say that. That's actually real. And he said something about the people that must not be named. He thought, oh, I know what it was. He called me on the moon, but he thought he was talking to Billy Graham, so he was being anti-Semitic. He was like, dude, they own everything. They own pornography. They're destroying our nation. And I was like, bro, this is the moon. Like, relax, you anti-Semite. Like, trust me, it's all on film from the moon. We somehow mysteriously filmed the moon landing, but can't go back. But I was on there, and trust me, I was like, why are you being anti-Semitic on the moon? And he was like, my bad. I thought this was Billy Graham's number. So I was like, we can't air this. So we never aired it. But yeah, Nixon did call me. If you think I'm joking, just Google what did Richard Nixon say to Billy Graham on the Nixon tapes. And he actually did say that, just not how I said it, but that was actually said. So there's always education in the comedy, you know? Have I seen Trump's spiritual advisor, Paula White? Yeah, she's a complete psychopath. She looks like she's like half possessed by a goblin and half possessed by like a poltergeist. But is Paula White like 100% European? Because that's a bad look for the whites, you know? Because she's like, the Lord told me to put my Venmo up here and my QR code. It's like, all right. the Lord said you must Venmo me now. All right, lady, I got you. I don't know, Paula Kane. Yeah, she's a psychopath, but you know. Is she from the mountains of Caucasus or not? Somebody do an early life check on that, because Anomaly's the man on the moon. Somebody had to go, you know, since they never really went. I had to go. Nixon knew, many have, nothing changes. Yeah, Nixon was super based, honestly, but I think he couldn't do anything, and then he got kicked out. The Lord told me you need to send me 100K. Hold on, phone call. Oh, it's my Lord and Savior. What's that? You want everyone in my live stream right now to give me $1 million? That's crazy, because that would be $331 million right now. But then Google would take half, and that would be kind of shitty. And then taxes would take half. Dude, if everyone gave me $1 million, Google would take half, taxes would take that's so crazy to think about, that I'd end up with like 1/4 of what it actually was because of all that stuff. But you're not going to do it, so it's not a big deal. But I'm not, and the Lord did not really say that. But if this were, you know, a congregation, what's that, my Lord and Savior? You want me to send weapons to a foreign nation so they could blow up kids? I mean, that seems pretty crazy, but I mean, if you pay me enough shekels, I guess I would. It's like the average like Zionist pastors is pretty wild. Do I think Paula White and Trump smashed? I'm not going to talk about that, nor do I know anything about that. I like the New York Knicks, though. Are they winning? Sorry, I got to go out a little bit here. Okay, 38-35. It's not bad, but do I want to vote from noon? I don't know what that means. They banned cows jumping over the moon. So it goes against the IHRA. It was a little bit anti-Semitic. I actually thought that. I didn't even know what the word anti-Semitism meant, but like when I was in like kindergarten and they were like, na, 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 and the cow jumped over the moon. And I was like, why would he do that unless he were a raging anti-Semite trying to jump across the moon to listen to a far-right podcast? So that's what I thought organically as a kid anyway. So I'm glad the IHRA took out the cow, because, you know, if enough kids read that. Who was the guy who sat in the corner? Was it like Little Jack Horner, you know, eating his pie? I don't know. That wasn't kosher. And then something happened. I think at one point, like there was an egg that fell off a wall and like smashed on the ground. I don't know. It all seems a little bit hateful to me. So I'm getting my fairy tales mixed up, but there's a lot of hate in that for sure. So I think it's better if the kids just, you know, they get iPads and they just play like freaking, you know, Roblox or whatever. I think that's probably better for them. But I might run for president one day on this platform, and trust me, it'll pick up steam. Do I think Trump and Lindsey Graham smashed? I don't think so. I think Trump has higher standards than that. Lindsey, probably not. But, you know, Trump's probably like, disgusting. I could get anybody. Why would I want to do Lindsey? I mean, let's be real. This is profound. And Lindsey's like, well, I was down. He's like, okay, see. He's like, why'd I catch it? He's like, Lindsey, go talk to Miriam, okay? We'll send you to Israel next week. Oh, Tel Aviv. It's like, relax, Lindsey. You're getting a little weird. I love going there. How Lindsey doesn't even sound like that. That's a terrible Lindsey Graham impression. So whatever. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything about Lindsey Graham, but it's like that Disney picture was so funny. He's just got like a girl wand in his hand. It's like, what? Like, why? Why is that a thing? I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but whatever. But if Lindsay likes to suck blank, he probably would give blank a freebie. I gotta blank those out. That's blanking. That's Blankenship. That's Howard Blankenship. Is that somebody? Why is that name in my head? Someone Blankenship? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Don't look it up. It's completely irrelevant. All right, I'm hungry. I want to eat in like 10 minutes, but let's read a few. Spiritually accurate. Thank you. Like that. Would Trump have won a second term if he ran his first like a second? Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, I don't think so. But also, like the COVID thing and Biden in the middle kind of helped because, yeah, there's like a lot of factors that go into it, but I don't think so. And also, they always like use like, it's like, wow, prices are really high. And then like they're like, oh man, Joe Biden did that. And then like Trump gets in and he's like, yeah, prices are high, but no, they're not. You're lying. It's an affordability issue. That's a Democrat hoax, and Jeffrey Epstein's a Democrat, and prices are higher, but that's the price it takes to beat up Iran. And people are like, oh yeah, it's like they always like leverage. And now like Gavin Newsom, before he wins the election, he's gonna be like, Trump made the gas high. It's like, bro, you got the highest gas in the country. Like what, Gavin, it's like your gas has been high and you weren't even at war with Iran. At least Trump had the respect to launch a war. You got like $6 a gallon and there's no war. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Gavin Newsom? Excuse my language, it's comedy, but it's like, why is gas so expensive in California? It makes no sense. You could literally drive to Arizona and get like way cheaper gas. Like, what has anyone got to the bottom of like why they're just robbing people in California? So it's going to be hard for Gavin Newsom to run on cheaper gas, but he'll figure out a way. And, am I going to watch Candace's interview with Hunter Biden? That's a good question. That has a high chance. That has a higher chance than most. I haven't listened to a lot of podcasts recently, but her talking to Hunter does seem kind of funny. So that's definitely like a possibility. There's a decent chance that I hear that podcast. At least I'll definitely hear clips, but I just haven't listened to like any podcasts in a while. But someone said the election was stolen. There's no way there are more boomers than voters under 55 years old. But every boomer Trump tard is going to vote in a primary. Every under 40-year-old is not going to vote in a Republican primary. So it could be, but I don't know. They spent $25 million to activate the boomers. Like, I don't think so, but I don't know. I mean, they stole the election by literally just paying an exorbitant amount of money. But boomers vote. Like, boomers will show up. They're always there when you don't need them to be there. Why are you still here? I thought it was a bingo hall. It's not. It's the voting booth. I think there's a lot of people too. Like, if this is what I've kind of figured out, there's a lot of people waking up, but there's a lot of people not waking up that you don't see. Like, when you log into social media, you see the loudest and craziest Democrats. You see the most famous and successful Democrats. You see the loudest Republicans. You see Trump. You see, Candace Fuentes. Maybe you'll see Dan Bilzerian. Maybe you'll see this and that. Chud the Builder. This part. Like, you only see certain people that have made a name for themselves, rising the ranks to like the top 1% of creators who are doing something like, interesting or that you want to look at. 99% of people are not being seen. It doesn't necessarily mean that everyone's an NPC, because that's not true. And people, creators are NPCs, but they're like leading the NPCs. But the point that I'm saying is like, there's probably like a group of like 60% of people that you don't see. They're not posting, they're not talking, they're not reading Twitter. They're caught in mainstream society where it's like maybe they don't even watch Fox News. They're just like, I like Trump, he's pretty cool, whatever. Like, there's a lot of people that are not being tracked on social media. So it's like, yes, a lot of people are waking up, but like when Trump won the election against Biden, there's like 20 million boomers that are going to vote for Trump. They don't know why they're voting. They just don't like Joe Biden. But then out of them, 15 million of them would have probably voted for Ed Gallery if they had the chance. So, it's like, yeah, they could have cheated, but at the same time, I think sometimes it's hard to realize that, not everybody agrees with you and not everybody pays attention that much. And I think that's like, for someone on my stream or you or whatever, like you pay attention to politics, so you're very knowledgeable. If say you just watch sports or you just use TikTok and you don't listen to podcasts and you don't pay attention and like you only kind of know who Thomas Massie is and you don't really like, who Trump is, Biden is, but you don't really know all these other characters because you're not into politics, their vote counts just as much as yours. If they decide to go to the voting ballot box or not, like that counts for one, and so does yours. So I feel like, Trump, his brand is so strong. It's like Walmart. You know what I'm saying? If you don't go to Walmart that much, when you go to Walmart, there's a bunch of people that you never see there. It's like Walmart, and same with like what's the place where you get like cheap stuff in bulk? What's the name of it? Not Sam's Club, but the other one, Costco. Is it Costco? Am I tripping? Yeah. But it's like it's like a planet that you only know if you go. And it's like, wow, there's so many people at this Costco. There's so many people at this Walmart. I've never seen these people in my town, but they're all here. That's like voting. You know what I'm saying? There's like, and Trump is like Walmart. Like I could say a bunch of stuff, but the average boomer is like, shut the fuck up. I like Trump. They don't care what I say, And I'm not trying to be like generic because there's dumb people of every age bracket, but I feel like the not average, because there's a lot of smart people, but the archetype Republican, not saying that every Republican's like this because it's not true, but the archetype Republican is like fake tough guy, doesn't like to think about stuff, just doesn't like liberals. Screw you. I'm right wing. I'm a patriot. I just want to listen to Kid Rock, drink beer, and watch football. It's like those type of people don't care what Thomas Massie says. They don't care about news reports. They're not watching podcasts. They're just like, fuck you. I'm a patriot. I like Trump. He's the man. Fuck you. Like that's so those type of people, there's a lot of those type of people and they're not online, and they're not like, you're not going to like see them, but they're going to vote. I feel like that's kind of what's going on. And Trump's brand is Walmart. He's everywhere. He's known. He talks really slow and like in words that a third grader can understand. So his message resonates because he's really good with branding. Like his true socials now suck. It's like, bro, get back to like the 5 words and stuff. That was cooler. But it's like he'll go on and say fake news. You're a liberal. You're a Democrat. And people are like, haha, Democrat. I'm voting for Ed Gallery. That's still a lot of people that do that. And that Trump is so big and so powerful. It's going to be hard to like reverse that, especially with the older generation. They're just like stuck. I talked to my one buddy who's a really great person, really cool. And, he's very inquisitive. So I think he'll figure stuff out and kind of get to it. But for certain, like it also depends, like say, I'll give you an example. Like say you're from Canada. I've noticed people from Canada, they like Trump. Like they're more likely to give Trump a pass because they're not paying attention to his every day-to-day things that affect us and not them. And they like his bravado because like a conservative in Canada is waiting for a Donald Trump. They have a bunch of pussies and frauds and their right-wingers are like liberals. They got conservatives talking about the Green New Deals. Like Canada is cooked. So to them, Trump is way better. But to us, 1776, America First Amendment, Trump is sold out to Israel. But it's like the average person from Canada, they don't care. They're just happy he's better than who they have in their country. And same with people who come from other countries and stuff. And now we're a nation of immigrants. So it's like, it's hard to explain to somebody, especially like a boomer, where they're like, Trump said the news was fake and the media hated him. So that proves he's real. They're 10 years behind. Like they don't realize that Trump has taken hundreds of millions of dollars from donors because he ran on the premise of not taking their money. But when Trump didn't take their money as much, he wasn't as sold out. As soon as he started taking a shitload of their money, he started getting worse. Trump 2016 to 2018 is a lot different from Trump 2019 and 2020. It's not like he was perfect from the beginning, but he took so much money in the midterms, and then he turned into a vaccine salesman who just completely cucked. So like the average maybe like person who's not from America, or the average person who's over 50 and is like loosely paying attention, they can't wrestle with the concept. Like to them, it's like ingrained in their head. It's Trump versus the left. It's Trump versus the swamp. It's Trump versus the deep state. Trump's the real one and everyone else is phony. So if a Massie comes along, they think, oh, he's the phony because Trump's the real one. And if you try to like explain these concepts to them, it's hard for them to grasp, because it sounds like you're that Charlie meme, like, oh, and they're like, I'd rather just listen to, somebody who like I'd rather listen to Newsmax. I'd rather listen to Fox. I'd rather listen to Andrew Klavan, yeah, or like Michael Knowles or something. Like they can't handle the complexity of what's going on, even though it's not that complex. So I feel like that's a huge part of it, is like, I don't know, like I'll talk to somebody, and I don't like to hate on what people are doing or be rude, especially like, like in a conversation, like everyone likes different things in this world. But if someone comes up to me and they're like, yeah, I watch Newsmax, or like, I like Michael Knowles, or, I listen to Ben Shapiro. Like, it's hard to explain to them. It's like, dude, everything that they're telling you, it's not that it's all fake and like it's not real, but it's like it's like WWE, where it's like the truth will actually make this country better is here. And there's like an invisible line that you're never going to get past listening to them. And if you listen to somebody else, you would see it, and then you'd never want to go back to that if you actually cared. But there's a lot of factors in this. It's like, do people actually care? Like if you see a lot of like, say like tough guys and stuff, right? Like people who fight in the UFC are actually tough. Like people who like, that's a tough sport. Even if you're a douchebag or egotistical, if you get in an octagon and you fight somebody, you're a tough guy. So whether you're humble or arrogant, you're actually legit. The average person, like, and I'm not saying this is everyone, but everybody knows that one guy, or that's like half of the men in this country. It's like everything is ego, everything is dishonest. Their whole life is a lie. It's like they put on this mask, they always lie to themselves, they act tough all the time, and they treat people like shit because they hate themselves, and it's all a front. Like their entire like macho man thing is a total front, because they hate themselves, they're not confident, and they put other people down in order to feel better about themselves. Like I know so many guys like in this world that are like that. It's like, yeah, like you can get muscles. It's better than not having muscles. Obviously, it's like being conservative, being Republican, like, tapping into conservative culture. That's definitely cooler than liberal stuff. And I'm not acting like I'm freaking macho man or anything. I'm just saying like, but there's a lot of people that their fake tough guy thing is a total front. So it's kind of like with boomers and stuff, like not everyone, but and I hate to generalize, but like liberal boomers are just brainwashed by like MSNBC and CNN, and they're just like dumb and fake. But then you go to like Republican boomers, not all, because there's a lot of great people, but like the archetype boomer that I think like half of the generation is on the right is like, watch Fox News, get fat, drink beer, don't do anything, completely selfish. And it's all like, tough guy to me is like trumping out. It's like, I don't like Trump. I'm going to yell Trump in a liberal's face. And it's like, that's not that cool or interesting. It's just like, who cares? Like, you're just trying to be confrontational. You're not trying to educate yourself. You're not trying to learn. You're not trying to like, you're just like the type of people that are like, I don't even care if Trump sucks. I just want to see liberals cry. So it's like, you want to eat garbage and sell our country out to a foreign nation who literally think you're cattle and completely wipe entire countries off the face of the map, and they hate you just as much. And none of that matters to you because you just want to see the left mad. And then the left just hates Trump and they want to see the right mad. It's like, people are like retarded. It's like, it's such a crazy way to live your life. But I think it goes down to the same thing. Hurt people. Hurt people on the left want to hurt other people, and hurt people on the right want to hurt other people. So they're not actually trying to like accomplish anything of value and meaning for themselves or their family. They just want to put on this mask and be like, if Biden raises the gas a little bit, I'm pissed off. That really matters to my finances. But if Trump raises it even more, that's the price I need to pay because Zionist media told me this is good for me. It's like they don't mean anything they say. Everything is empty. I could respect a guy who believes what he says, but you have a bunch of like empty, broken people in this country that just want to hurt the other side, but they don't. It's all like a front because they have issues, and it's like that's how I see a lot of people. And it's like the left, most of the left is like on pharmaceuticals. I'm not saying this to be mean, but just like a case study, like if I talk to a chick and she's not like conservative, it's like almost every time they're like on medication or they're talking to a therapist. I think a lot of people in this country, I'm sure like half of the people audience is like talking to a therapist. I'm not trying to knock it, but it's just like, it's okay to talk to somebody once in a while. But if our country was healthy, it wouldn't be like 70% of the country on pharmaceuticals, over half of the country is obese. Diseases that weren't common are everywhere now. And then, half of the country's talking to a therapist. Like it should be down to like 5% if the country's healthy and you have a family and friends to talk to. But like that's the world we live in. So it's like everything kind of goes downstream from that, where it's like people are broken, people are lost, people are on pharmaceuticals. It's like, so then who's, we're not going to get leaders that people want if that's where we're at. We're going to get whoever they throw at us, and then everybody will lie to themselves and make some sort of fake narrative to justify it. It's all like it's all downhill from like how mentally healthy you are, how physically healthy you are to some extent. And it's the reason demographics are so important, but nobody wants to talk about it. The left says it's racist. The right says, well, yeah, we agree with you, but we're against illegal immigration, but we're fine with H-1B visas. But the reality is it's the same sort of thing. It's like if you have a country, and you could look into this if you want, and the average IQ is like 110 or 120 or whatever, maybe that's way too high, 100. And then another one is like 70 or 80. And then there's a different religion and a different culture and different family structure and this and that. And you start pushing like everything is a net sum of the people we have here. So if everybody's mentally healthy for the most part, has strong families, has Christian values, like your society is going to look a lot different. Look at all of the buildings that they built throughout history. Look at the amazing architecture. Nobody builds like that anymore. Nobody builds these incredible churches or incredible train stations, or like people used to build for God. The one country, even though they're not religious, but they're ethnically homogenous, that builds a lot. And I don't even think they do always a good job, but like China is a country that's like, we're super rich. We're all Chinese. I don't think they believe in God, but they're like, let's build a lot of cool stuff because we can. We're really smart. We are communists. We own all the money. Let's build as much cool shit as we can. Like you don't see that much in America because everything's for profit. So they build everything cheap and weird. But it's like Christians used to do that in Christian societies and Europeans and some other people because, it's like we're not just doing scams. Like we want to do incredible things. We want to like break records of doing awesome infrastructure. So it's like if everybody in your country, if most people are fat, if most people are depressed, if most people are on pills, if most people are talking to a therapist, and then you import like hundreds of other countries and third world countries and people that don't really completely fit in, or honestly, like they're taking more out of the welfare than they're adding, and they're, whether people want to admit it or not, that the net value is negative. It's like this country's a mess, So that conversation is more interesting to me than like Kamala versus Trump. It's like they're both sold out. The end, And then it's like, but we want better candidates. But wanting and deserving are two different things. And if our party's filled with a bunch of like boomers who are just like, I think conservative means watching Fox News and just yelling loud and acting arrogant, it's like, that's not conservative. Like it's equivalent to being at a bar and it's like, I'm with a UFC fighter, but you're just yelling because you're drunk and you're like, I'm the toughest man here. It doesn't mean you're actually the strongest or toughest man there. You might get like Manny Pacquiao walks into a bar, his hair looks like mine, or you know what I'm saying? Like Manny Pacquiao doesn't look like he could fight anybody, but he's the best fighter in the bar. Like saying something and acting a certain way and being that person are two completely different things. And I feel like the liberal movement is just idiotic in this country. They're just embarrassing. Everything they try to do is literally inverted and stupid. And then you go to the Republican side, and it's just a bunch of like, you know, people like that are just acting like they're something they're not, but they don't actually care. It's like, why are you mad at Thomas Massie, who voted against transgender surgeries? And Trump is like justifying it in a weird way. And then he's like, no trans surgeries for minors without their parents' consent. So you want to let minors do it if they have their parents' consent? You could do that. It's a controversial subject, but like most of your voters don't want to do that. So all I'm saying is like, why are people only selectively mad? Why were people so mad at DeSantis for doing the same things that Trump did? Why were people ragging on influencers who were selling the vaccine, but when Donald Trump sold the vaccine, they didn't say anything? Like, this is how I feel about the Republican movement. I felt about it for a long time. If it's real, we win, and winning means winning. If it's hollow and fake, it doesn't matter. It's not going anywhere. And it's been hollow and fake, obviously, for a while now. And that's why it matters. It's like, if you care about this topic, then you have to care when Donald Trump does it. If you only care, like, the double standards were just bugging me out. It's like, oh, dude, like, what would happen if I sold a vaccine and I just started shilling Pfizer and Moderna? Dude, my credibility destroyed. Nobody would like me, and I would get mocked on the internet till the end of time, rightfully so. With Trump, he was doing it, and everyone was like, I don't see it. But if Lindsey Graham did it, they're like, look, Lindsey Graham's doing it. But Trump did it too. He's playing 5D chess. It's like, no one means anything that they say. I saw a Rand Paul post, and he said, you know, vote for Thomas Massie. He means what he says. Like, Thomas Massie votes the way Trump pretends to vote. Thomas Massie votes on what Trump campaigned on. Like, everything that conservatives believe, 99% of the time, Thomas Massie's voting that way. But Trump, it's like, people follow the words, not the actions. They're addicted to the character, not the reality. And that's, you know, it is what it is. But unfortunately, that leads to where we're at. Like, you don't get what you want when you don't deserve it. And I was talking to my buddy. Thank you, Mandy. Appreciate it. I was talking to my buddy who's done his own thing independently, and he's you know, carved his own trail with hard work in an industry that it's really hard to do. And, you know, we were bouncing back and forth talking about stuff, and like, we kind of came to the same conclusion. If you're a positive, optimistic person who really like works hard and can see the best in people, you could see the best in somebody. So you could tell so many people can do so much with their lives, and you're like, you don't see the worst in them, you see the best in them. And if you're a happy, successful, or positive person, you want to have fun with somebody, you want to build with somebody. Like, you don't want to tear them down, you want to lift them up. But people that don't think that way, if you try to help them, some people see it inverted and they hate you for it. They hate your success. They hate the fact that you're trying to help, and they don't want to do, like, it becomes inverted. And then certain other people, they just don't want to work that hard, or they don't want to put in the work. So then they end up like getting mad at you for trying to like get them to do it. But that's the world we live in. Like, even though all of this stuff is happening, you know, there's a yin and a yang to it, in the situation of like, you know, I think the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching did a good job of explaining this, and I think it's true. It would talk about like, good is in relation to bad. So it's like, you can't be at war all the time and angry at everything, because it never ends. So for example, what does it mean to be rich? What does it mean in America to be rich? What does it mean in the Philippines to be rich? What does it mean in Tanzania to be rich? And then also, if it's financially, it's three different things. It's all perspective. So there is no rich without poor. But what does it mean to be poor and rich in America? And what does it mean to be poor and rich in the Philippines? Your entire understanding of what something means is based off of the other side of it, the yin and the yang balancing itself out. And when it comes to that, you know, also, if you're thinking of financial rich, you could think of all that stuff with those countries. But then if you think about like richness in life, maybe people that are broke in the Philippines and Tanzania are having a better quality of life than Americans, because the food they eat's better, and they have a better family and a better community and a better mindset. So it's like, you can't have one without the other. And I say all that to say this. It's like, you want to do your best, you want to do what's good, but you can't be angry at the left. You can't be angry at the lobby. Like, you don't have to be happy. I'm annoyed today, obviously, but at the end of the day, there is no this without that. Your understanding of comparing this to this is because they both exist. So at the end of the day, God gave you this life, God gave you a purpose, God gave you a path, and it's up to you to maximize it. And then, if everyone in the world was doing what you were doing, then no one would care that you're doing it. It wouldn't matter. So it's like, you can't be at war with what is. You just have to be the best version of yourself to then change the world in the right direction. But I think, like, right wingers that are mad at the left wingers that are mad at the right, these people that are angry at this, they always end up spiraling out. How many times in politics, and I would say like influencer culture, people, they're always bashing other people in ways that are like super aggressive. Then they're best friends with somebody. Then they hate that person. Like, it's this never ending cycle because it's just them and the world. You create your own reality. You create your own persona. I think God gives you a lot of it to you, but like certain people, it's like this loop that never ends. So, I would say with like, if you look at other people and you're like, why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? Why don't people wake up? Why are there so many boomers that think this way? Yes, I agree. We talk about it all the time, but like, what are you doing? So it's like, if you maximize to the best of your ability, you work the hardest, you work the smartest, you have passion for life, you enjoy what you do and really fall in love with the process of doing, things to work towards your goals, you should be able to get there. If 90% of the country is retarded, if most people are fat, if most people are lazy, if most people are NPCs or they're not like, then that should create a path for you. Not in like a, I would say like a narcissistic way, like screw everybody else, I just want to be successful. Not like that. It just is what it is. Like, for example, I told people I got demonetized for 90 days on Facebook. It's most of my income at this point by a larger margin than it's ever been because I was working harder on there because they were paying more. I don't even think I've stressed out for a single second about it. And I could tell you that and like lie to you and say, oh, I'm not stressed and I'm super stressed. I'm being honest. I'm not. I've been stressed about it in the past. I've been stressed when I've lost money. I'm not, it doesn't even, I'm actually excited about it because I'm like, now I have 3 months to do something else and build a new foundation and create a new alternative that will still be there if they ever give it back, but maybe they won't. So it's like, that's how I'm viewing the world and just everything. And I feel like that's why I've gotten so many things, is because I've viewed it that way. And I fell away from it for a while, but it made me unhappy because I was just stressing out too much. So it's like, you understand what I'm saying? You can't, like, it's not like I'm just narcissistically like, screw everybody, I'm just going to get it because I'm better than ever. It's like, no. I'm talking like, I just lost a lot of money for 90 days and I might never get it back. I don't care because I can't change it. What's the point of stressing out about it for 90 days? If it, like, what's that going to do? What is sitting here bugging out about it or being mad or feeling bad for myself? That's just wasting my time that I could work on something else. So that's how everybody needs to view everything. Like, you can't, you can try to change the way things are, but if you can't lie to yourself and just be like, I'm going to be angry and egotistical about it because I wish I could. You're convincing yourself that you're going to have a better chance of changing it by being angry and emotional and being like, I'm madder than you, so I'm making a bigger difference. You're lying to yourself. It's not the truth, So that's my message to everybody. It's like, you want to work towards what you want, but in a weird way, everybody kind of gets what they deserve, and our country doesn't deserve better. And it's tough because we're being sabotaged and outfunded, and a lot of things are happening, but there's so many ways. Like, you don't need money in order to be honest. Like, it doesn't cost $1, and too many people in this country are not honest. It's changing. There's definitely a trajectory, but it's deeper than politics. It's deeper than Trump. It's deeper than Thomas Massie. Why is he the only one there? Why do we have 500 people in Congress and he's like one of 10 people that's not a complete sellout? What's going on in this country? I mean, money, but why is everyone selling it? Like, why are there so many people that will literally lie and be a sellout just to get an extra buck? Like, why? Like, what Thomas Massie's doing, the reason I like him is, to me, it's just like common sense. It's who I am. It's like, I love that he's just that guy. And now he's gone, So one Thomas Massie was never going to save the country. Him winning this election wasn't going to matter that much. So what, like if he won, maybe it would inspire more people to speak out. He lost. He's going to be out of Congress, but his voice will be amplified. And, you know, there needs to be 250 people like him anyway. So him winning or losing, yeah, it matters. But at the same time, it's like, what will expedite the process of everyone understanding that this is the way to go? And it's the same thing with like, dude, I don't have that much. I mean, I have more than most people in the world, probably based on America. And honestly, I'm doing good because half the country's in debt. So I'm not going to complain. It could be better, it could be worse. But I'll look at celebrities that have hundreds of millions of dollars and they're still doing gambling ads. It's like, what is enough for you? You have $300 million, but you need to make $10 million doing gambling ads, selling gambling ads to like broke kids that are going to lose a bunch of money on it. Like, dude, this is the country we live in. Like, so many people, they're just so greedy. Like, if I would turn down $1 billion from Kalshi or Poly Market and I'm not rich, why are people that are rich not turning it down? It's like, you know, you could say it's this, you can say it's that, but it's a people problem. Like, this country's not acting right. And it's not just the top. It's a lot of people. Like, you know, yeah, some of it is like, oh, well, I have to do this. And it's like, not really. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's easier to do your own thing when you have money, but, you know, can you turn it down when you have nothing? And for me, I can't speak for everybody because I didn't live their life, but what I can tell you is I made no money from music or politics until like 2019. I did it basically losing lots of money from 2008 till 2018. I went 10 years and like I had record label offers. I had management offers. I had record labels I grew up loving fly me from California to New York to have a meeting on their dime when I couldn't even afford a plane ticket. And anytime something wasn't ethical or what I wanted to do, or I felt like it was, you know, I would compromise who I was, I said no. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's something else, but I said no 100 times, maybe not that many times, maybe like 4 times, but I said no 4 times when I had nothing. And then I was blessed with a lot of things. I was told by A&Rs for major labels, you know, there's 1 million of you. We could find a bunch of people like you. And I said on the phone to him, I could find a bunch of people like you. I'm anomaly. You're A&R number 75. Like, you're nothing. You're just another guy who works for a company. And then it was over at that point, but I literally said that. I mean, in paraphrasing, but I said that bluntly. I had no money. I didn't even know if what I was going to do was actually going to work. I mean, it was kind of working at the time, but I didn't care. And I don't believe I would have gotten everything that I got if I didn't turn it down when I had nothing. I think that's why I've been rewarded and hard work. But at the same time, it's like, you know, everyone's like, well, I can't do it because I need this money. Everyone needs money all the time. Then why are 99% of athletes selling a bunch of things they don't believe in? They don't have enough money. Aaron Rodgers doesn't have enough. Like, no one cares. You know what I'm saying? If anyone cared, they wouldn't work with 18 different sponsors they don't believe in, and they'd make their own company that sold the products that they would want to do because they have the money and resources to do it. If I had $100 million, I could just pay somebody 6 figures to sit there and do all the shit I don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? If I had football money, dude, I'd pay a team of 5 people to do what Kanye West does, like make my dreams a reality. I don't have the time to do all this stuff, but you do. Here's $300,000. Come on, dude. Let's make magic. You know what I'm saying? Let's rock it. All these celebrities have so much money, and all they do is gambling ads, insurance. It just, you know, it's like, no, is why? You know, why do they do that? They're just like NPCs, even though they're cool NPCs. Like, if it were a money thing, then 90% of athletes would be doing cooler stuff, but nobody's doing anything. Like, literally everyone, you know, the same way that someone's doing this, everyone's just following. If you don't lead your own life, you're just following what someone else laid out for you. And if you live in this world, in this country at this moment, if you're following what the music industry or you're following what, you know, the sports industry is telling you to do, you're probably following a satanic path. That is completely the antithesis of America, our Constitution, and the Bible. It's, you know, it's like that's the path they're going to lay out for you. Sell gambling ads, sell insurance, make a bunch of, you know, poor kids lose money. We'll make billions. Let's gamble on a war. Let's, you know, we'll give you millions of dollars to promote this website, which allows you to gamble on the outcomes of foreign policy, which is insane. And you'll make money doing it. No one can say no. No one can. It's fascinating. But, you know, it's like whether Massie wins or loses, our journey has just begun. But everybody needs to play their part, and everybody needs to, I think, be unpurchasable. Someone said, get out of debt, folks, if you're in it. I mean, that's probably great advice. Like, what's that guy? What's his name who does the financial podcast? He hates debt. I mean, who doesn't hate debt? But I mean, everyone's got to play their role. Everyone's got to follow their path. But that's, you know, I'm going to leave in a little bit, but that's how we're going to end it. Be unbuyable, be unpurchasable, be somebody that there's no amount of money that someone can pay you to do something that you find completely horrible. Someone said, I unregistered from the Republican Party. America first is dead. America, at least for now, it sucks. Yeah, I'm going to do the same. I got to figure out how to do it exactly, but I'm going to unregister. I'll take the Ed Gallbladder thing down. I think it's enough, but I'm going to unregister as well. You know, just as a message too, it's like I played the game for a little while. You know, I mean, I never did anything I didn't believe in necessarily, but at the same time, it's like, I believe that maybe we can be a big tent and eventually move towards like being a better tent, but that's clearly not it. $50 super chat from Julius. I appreciate it, bro. I'm gonna get dinner with that. Appreciate you. Actually, I think I just went shopping, so I'll probably just eat at home, but thank you. Just got the stream. Want to give my support for the stream. God bless you, Nami. Julius, I appreciate you, brother, man. You're the man. Check out his channel too. Julius is a great guy. Always been supporting. I've met him in person. He came to my music video shoot, and I think I saw you at other protests too, like for the lockdowns and stuff and OC. So Julius is a good guy, and anything he does, he does it with passion, and he's, you know, definitely check him out. Someone said I volunteered for Dr. Shiva last presidential election. That must have been interesting. I mean, he definitely beats to the tune of his own drum. It's hard to win elections when you're doing it like independently. I mean, look at Massie was a multiple time incumbent and he even got outspended. So if you've never even been in office, it's so hard to break into office. I mean, you almost have to like fly under the radar at this point. And then once you get in, just vote really good or something. But, you know, times will change. People's opinions will change. And it's like, I think that will work because it was a Republican primary, but I really don't think what the GOP is doing is going to work in midterms. I'm kind of fascinated to see how midterms are, and like if they get destroyed in the House and the Senate, that's a huge message to the GOP. The problem is then it's the Democrats and they just keep swinging back and forth, but I don't think what the GOP is going to do is working. And I don't think it's going to work in the next election. And I don't think it's going to work in the next election. Like beating Thomas Massie is not that big of a win. It's like, wow, you got a bunch of Jewish billionaires to spend tens of millions of dollars in the Kentucky race and you beat Thomas Massie. Like it's like, dude, it's like buying, it's like there's like a poor town in Kentucky. Not that that's a poor town. I'm just saying it's like there is a poor town in Kentucky and you just buy the whole town. You're like, we bought the whole town and we destroyed the Dairy Queen there that everybody liked to go to. It's like, okay, you did that. Yes, you did that. But that, like, what is that? You know, how is that? So, and that's what's going on. It's like they did that, but it's not going to work. And there's already a bunch of like anti-Zionist type candidates on the left they're going to come rampant, and the right is going to be begging. You don't even need to be anti-Zionist. I don't even like that term really, but basically like America first. And the Democrats are not America first. So it's hard to, they just don't support the Israel lobby, and they don't want to work for Israel, but all their opinions suck besides that. The right wants that. Like the youth wants that. People want someone to do something. I was talking to my buddy the other day about Bukele because, you know, he was saying like El Salvador did such a good job cracking down on crime. Bukele's in his 30s. It's amazing what you can do if somebody's not 80 years old and sold out to a foreign lobby. I'm not even saying Bukele is like a perfect person, because he's probably a little sneaky too if the global elites like him so much. But what he did do is he did clean up El Salvador and make it way better. Like that's a huge accomplishment. I actually think that's one of the biggest accomplishments in recent world history, to go from the murder capital of the world to one of the safest places, safer than American cities, regardless of his foreign policy or who he's working for. Bukele is an all-star. And it's like he's just like 38 and pragmatic and actually puts his mind to it. Like, I don't know what Spencer Pratt's going to do. And I know sometimes in America, you can be like constrained by the system a little bit, but I'm convinced that if you let me be the governor, or the mayor rather, of Los Angeles, I think I could solve homelessness extraordinarily quickly. And I think I could clean up the streets extraordinarily quickly. And I think I can make the city 10 times better in a month. Like, I don't think it takes that long to do what needs to be done. It's simple common sense stuff that they just never do. So it's like Bukele just did everything. Like, he did what I would probably do in El Salvador. If I'm like, okay, how do we go from the murder capital to the safest place, or one of the safest places? Do this, and this. Let's do it. Trump's not even trying to do any of that stuff. The Republican Party's not trying. The Democrats aren't trying. Like, we don't have anybody under 80 in control, but also like we don't have anyone even pretending to try. It's super simple. And I know it's hard for the president to do something like that because he is constrained in a lot of ways. But the weird part about American politics that I've always noticed is like, sometimes he does do something that he probably shouldn't do. Like, oh, I'm doing this. I'm starting this war. It's like, oh, that's illegal. He's like, oh, I'm doing it anyway. And nobody cares. So it's like, if you actually cleaned up homelessness, like yeah, the liberals would complain or something. But like, if you actually did it, who cares? They complain all the time. Like when I lived in a conservative county in a Democrat state, and I saw that, you know, my conservative mayor was like, I can't do anything. The Democrats will hold my funding. I was like, okay, so the history books will remember you as a coward who did nothing. It was better than LA, but it was like he was such a pushover and a loser. And then I go, so that's a Republican county in a Democrat area. Then I go to Dallas. I had to go there for something, for work and like a documentary I was doing. And I was in Dallas, a Democrat county in a Republican state. And my hotel was shittier than Orange County was. Like, it was like everything was closed. I needed to wear a mask. I felt like I was being suffocated. Like, it didn't have any windows and they wouldn't let me take a mask off. I was like, dude, I'm about to fly back to Orange County. I was probably the guy who I was going to visit probably thought I was a diva, because he's like, yo, this, but I was like, bro, I didn't fly to Texas to be freaking harassed by like a Hilton staff or whatever. It's like, this is worse than where I live. Where I live, I could walk around easier than this. And it's like, so I'm in a red county in a blue state in California, and he can't do anything or whatever, because he's a little, coward. And then I go to a blue county in a red state, and the governor can't do anything. How come Gavin Newsom can do everything to Republican mayors and they can't do shit? But then freaking, like Wheel of Fortune, whatever his name is over there, Israel Lobby Wheel of Fortune, Governor Abbott can't do anything about the blues. It's like, dude, Dallas was shittier than Orange County was. Like, what's going? It's the inverse. The mayor has all the power. The mayor has no power. The governor has no power. The governor has all the power. It almost just seems like Republicans don't do anything. Like, they're just freaking idiots. Like, it's crazy. And say they're going to cut your funding. Yeah, but go ahead. Be like, you're going to cut funding to my people, so I can't have any money. You're not going to fund the police because I'm not going to lock down a freaking, a strip mall. Bring it on, and he probably would never do it. Everybody who thank you. He said fake and gay and unavoidable. Said Henry Ford. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It's like everyone who didn't keep their job because they didn't want to get vaccinated, either it was a head fake and they got their job right back. I had a friend who did that. They gave them the job back 2 weeks later, and we're like, please, we want you to work for us. We just wanted to vaccinate you. Either they head faked you or you actually lost your job, and then you could sue the company and actually win. A bunch of people sued. A bunch of nurses sued that didn't get the vaccine and they won. But if a nurse took the vaccine, they couldn't sue. So it's like standing up for yourself. You either kept your job or could have sued and got the money. It's like all this stuff's a head fake. Oh, we'll take your money. We'll do this. We'll do that. I don't want to lose the funding. Bro, he's not going to do that. And if he did, you'll get it in 2 years and you could sue him and then you'll get 5 times the fund. Like it's just a joke, but whatever. I've said enough. Spencer loves the tiny hats. We'll see. I've seen the videos, but we'll see what he does. Overall, I think Spencer's running a really good campaign, but is he going to be who? First of all, is he going to win? And then second of all, is he going to be who he says he's going to be if he wins? Apparently, there's some like Nikita, blah, I don't even know her name. She's going to win. Nobody even knows who she is. How's she going to win? I don't know. But if he wins, I'm not 100% convinced that he's going to even do that much, but we'll see. I hope he wins because it's better than what they got there, and he seems pretty cool. But it's easy to run a campaign. Thank you, Nick Webb. Good stream. Thank you. Appreciate you. It's easy to run a campaign and say you're going to do a bunch of stuff when you're unknown and you've never been in politics, and then you get in, and it's like, did you even mean that? Like Trump said he was going to do all this stuff. He did some, he didn't do some. Biden's like, oh, Gavin Newsom's going to say this. So Spencer has that outsider energy, but I hope he wins. And he's definitely like modernizing campaigns and just intelligently doing a really good job for sure. I don't know him, but I know somebody who knows him. If he gets in, I'm going to try to have a conversation with him and be like, cause I know, let's just say, I know some celebrities, some big shots, no, but I know people that know Spencer. Like I'm pretty close to people near him. So what I would say is if he wins, have a conversation with me. I know how to fix homelessness. I think he knows too. It sounds like he knows what's going on, but like I have a plan. I lived in LA so long and it pissed me off so much. I've concocted a plan to solve homelessness in a month. I know how to do it. I want to try to talk to Spencer if he wins and just hear me out for 30 minutes. And I'm sure it's not as easy to do because there's going to be constraints, but I know how to fix it. I know how to fix LA, and probably he knows too, but I got it down to a science. So hopefully I can get a conversation with him if he wins. Interesting question. What's going to happen with Massie now? Is he going to become a huge influencer or run for president? It's a very good point. He'll definitely keep doing what he's doing. He's going to be in office until January, so he's still working for the next 6, 7, 8 months. If he runs for president, here's the question. Can he win? Because if boomers aren't going to vote for him in Kentucky, there's boomers like that everywhere. They're going to vote for freaking Marco Rubio. So, and if he runs for president, will he be able to move the Overton window and just be productive even if he doesn't win? I'm not really sure, but I think he might run. I think he might not run. I don't know, but I hope he's productive. I hope he's successful. And I hope by 2028 people are ready. I don't think so. I don't bet on politics. I'm never going to use those things and place a bet. But what I will say is, I think Republicans are going to lose. Like if I were to bet, I would bet that a Democrat's going to win. I don't know if it's going to be Gavin Newsom. There's going to be tricks, but I just don't think Marco Rubio or JD Vance can win a general. You have to think about the elections, right? Like think just even strategically presidential elections. Obama was an outsider, right? First internet president, even though the internet was like not that popping, but it was kind of popping. Obama had the I'm black, I'm an outsider, nobody knows who I am. I'm just like you. I talk like Vivek Ramaswamy, but a little bit gangster. Okay. All right. So Obama, not gangster at all, but you get what I'm saying. Obama won because he was an outsider. It took people 8 years to catch on to him, but it was too late. So it's like, why did Obama win? Because no one knew who he was. He wasn't known. He could say whatever he wanted because he never had to do it. And then he ran against like Mitt Romney and John McCain, who are just like, way less cool. Then Trump won. What does Trump have in common with Obama? Not much, but Trump said, Obama, by the way, allows Israel to like use our surveillance stuff from the FISA and like, get access to that. So this idea that like Obama was fighting Israel, it's not true. He was a puppet too. But anyway, so then Trump gets in. He's a billionaire. He doesn't need the money. He's an outsider. The only anomaly in this case, in this, not me, but the word, is Joe Biden, who won during a lockdown when everybody was stuck at home and the election was BS because it was like mass mail-in ballots and the CARES Act and and nobody could travel. So it's like, take away Biden, who is truly an election anomaly because of a lockdown, and it's outsider. And then, after everything that Donald Trump did, after all the Epstein stuff, after the war in Iran, after he hates all the biggest podcasters, he doesn't like Tucker Carlson, the youth. There's polls that say his support from men, I think conservative men, it's like under 30 or something. It swung like 40%. Like he's way more cooked for general elections than people will ever admit. So next election, you can't run JD Vance or Marco Rubio. If the establishment was smart, they'd find somebody else that people don't know that well that can pretend to be an outsider that isn't. So what I think is going to happen, maybe I'm wrong because there's going to be so much that happens. So this is not that definitive because there's going to be so many tricks and things. But if they go the route that they're planning to now, Marco Rubio and JD Vance run and fake fight with each other and they both are controlled. If they win the primary, which they probably will, this is what I'm talking about. Like Democrats are ready for something newer, even though it's going to be terrible. They're ready for something different, even though it's not going to be. Republicans, they're not. Like, even though we don't want JD Vance and we don't want Marco Rubio, I think there's so many boomers that JD Vance and Marco Rubio would probably win a primary over a Thomas Massie or a Rand Paul. Rand Paul doesn't have the aura, and Thomas Massie is just like not, I don't think he can win. But then JD Vance or Marco Rubio are going to get destroyed. And if Gavin Newsom runs, it's, even though he's not an outsider, like maybe they find someone else who is kind of an outsider, or maybe Gavin Newsom can ride off of the energy of just like, I'm not Trump. But either way, it's like, that's how Republicans would win, is with somebody that's not like from the system. Nobody wants somebody from the system for a presidential election. And every presidential election in recent history, besides the Biden lockdown presidency, which doesn't count because it's like an anomaly of an election with all the ballots. I just think Republicans are cooked. I don't know. I just don't think they're going to win. I think it's going to be too many people voting for JD Vance and then Marco Rubio, but they don't realize that that's not going to win a general. So I don't know. I think Democrats are taking 2028. Like the odds are like 50-50 now or something. I don't think so. I think it's like 80-20 Democrats, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. And it's not going to be because everybody likes the Democrat. It's going to be because Trump has destroyed his voting base by the tune of like 20 million people. Like he's lost so many people, but he could still win primaries, but he's not winning generals like that. And for me, it's like, I wanted to vote to close the border. I wanted to vote to let RFK get in, and I wanted to vote to, like roll the dice on to see what he'd do with foreign policy. His foreign policy is terrible. RFK is not doing that much. And he did close the border, but I don't know. For every border close, he's done like 20 things that I think are insane. So it's like, the next election. Another thing is too, is like, okay, I do journalism. I'm outward spoken, whatever. Like everybody that I like, whether it's like, Thomas Massie, Joe Kent, Marjorie Taylor Greene, these type of people, Trump hates them all and wants to ruin their life. So now I have a Republican president that I voted for that very well may eventually try to like ruin my life because I don't agree with him. So it's like, how could I vote for him? I can't vote for him or JD Vance or Marco Rubio. Like I'm telling you right now, I'm not voting for JD Vance. I'm not voting for Marco Rubio. I'm not voting for anybody connected to the Israel lobby at all the next election, because it's not even like, oh, I don't like them and I can't swallow my pride. It's like, they hate me. you know, Dan Bongino came out of the deep state in the FBI, and the first two people he started attacking were Thomas Massie and Tucker Carlson. How can I vote for a deep state that literally is targeting patriots who don't work for Israel? Like, they hate the best people in the media. Like, all my favorite people are their least favorite people. So it's like, there's no illusion for me. Like, maybe if I didn't work in media and I was like retarded, I'd be like, oh yeah, this is better. But it's like, for me, it's like voting for Joe Biden when he says he's going to mandate a vaccine on you. It's like, yeah, I got to go vote for Trump. I can't vote for the guy that's pro-vaccine mandate. It's like, that's a vote for my survival. That's a vote, even though Trump sucks, that's a vote. Democrats are clearly going to do worse. And then Biden gets in and he does do all that stuff. So with Trump, it's like, I wanted the border closed as a survival. Not that it's like life or death right now, but over time, it's just not an ideal for my country. But this next election, like, before the election, he wasn't waging war on Tucker Carlson. He wasn't having the FBI wage war on Thomas Massie. But he did that now to an extreme amount. It's not even like, I don't like you. He's like, I want to ruin you. I want to destroy you. I want you gone. I hate you. Like, he's psycho. So it's like, I can't vote for him or anyone in his orbit in 2028, because now, even though I'm more conservative than Trump, I believe in more Christian principles than Trump. To me, he's a socialist, borderline communist liberal who doesn't even come close to what I believe is like a conservative person fiscally or socially. I'm now have to question in my mind, what administration is going to be worse for me and the country, because it's like, he's that bad. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, how obviously the other side's bad too, but I can't, Trump is so bad, and so bad for, like, I'm convinced that Trump's government and his administration is trying to destroy every conservative that is good, every honest person in media, anybody who calls out the Israel lobby. He's working with his billionaire handlers and his donors and his, you know, his Lutnick type people around him, where now they're like, okay, what we want to do is take every Ron Paul, every Thomas Massie, every Tucker Carlson, and we want to destroy them and make sure that they don't exist anymore. And it's like, now that's really crazy. So, you know, it's like, would a Republican House and Senate be good for me? On a lot of ways, yeah, but like, what has the Republican Party even done? Like, I don't even, like, can you name what they've done? What if, like, someone let me know in the comment section, what have they done? Like, what have they done that's so awesome besides the border being closed? What have they done in any way? Are they fiscally conservative? Are they socially conservative? Is it done in any meaningful way? Because when Trump was in office, he didn't do anything, but the airlines were force masking people and hotels were force masking people. He can't stop that. So what does him being there matter? And then he's out of office and I'm in Texas and they're still force masking me. So it's like, he doesn't do anything. Like, what does he do? Let me know. Because it's like, if the House comes in and impeaches him and all this stuff, although I don't necessarily, like, that's not what I want. It's just like, is that going to distract him from basically waging war on the best Americans? If so, then maybe that's a better option. Not because I agree with how they vote. I agree with how Thomas Massie votes. I agree with how Marjorie Taylor Greene votes. I agree with how Lauren Boebert votes. You know, I agree with Anna Paulina Luna on some stuff when it comes to the pesticide stuff. These are my beliefs, regardless of who says it. And Trump doesn't seem to believe in any of those things. So it's like, I don't, like, what, you know, like, if someone comes into Congress, the other side, and they just, you know, annoy Trump the whole time, it's like, as annoying as it's going to be because their votes are shitty, is that going to be better for America? Because he's going to be too distracted by them annoying him to go after Thomas Massie and Tucker Carlson and weaponize his Justice Department and FBI against Republicans that won't take Miriam Adelson donor money. Like, you know, these are things that people have to think about because he's that bad now. And for me, it's like, you know, during lockdowns, I just thought that the, you know, social media sites suck, because they do. But then afterwards, I'm like, oh, I bet the government told them to shut me down. I wouldn't say I was naive, but it's like, looking back at it, I had NPR writing articles trying to basically call for my demonetization. That's like isn't that government funded? Like, I think the government or certain billionaires were specifically going to Facebook and telling them, get this shit out of here. And then they would do it. So it's like, the government under Biden and probably Trump, actually it was Trump, they were, I don't know when it came, but I was being censored in 2020 when Trump was there. I was being censored in 2021. Then I found out that, the government was calling for it. And then, during Trump's whole January 6th thing, like the FBI started acting like everybody surrounded by Trump needs to be called and talked to. And they were trying to like basically veiled, intimidate everybody. And then it's like, well, was that Biden doing that? I guess Biden's in office now. And then Trump's back in. And after the White House correspondence thing, I noticed that him and his administration kept being like, a problem is clickbait and hate speech. And he's blaming hate speech. He's tweeting about hate speech. He's talking about clickbait being the reason that people hate him and stuff. And I was like, clickbait, what? So it's like, no one likes clickbait, but that's the whole internet. And then 2 weeks later, Facebook demonetizes me for 90 days. And they go, well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be civics, it could be vaccines, it could be your politics, it could be the community guidelines that we don't want to tell you, it could be your unoriginal content and you need to do more original content. And it's like, did Trump's administration go to them and tell them they need to start rigging social media? He's literally calling for the censorship of hate speech. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know if Facebook just decided to do this. I don't know if the government's putting pressure on them. And when it comes to universities, for example, universities, even though they suck, they weren't trying to censor people on Israel. But Trump has a loophole and he says, well, I can't take away the First Amendment in America, but what I can do is I can take away your funding. So if you don't start censoring people for Israel stuff, we'll cut hundreds of millions of dollars of your funding. And he threatens them financially. It's the same with Facebook. It's like, all of these companies, I don't even know everything that Facebook owns, but I would be shocked if there wasn't some sort of government connection or contract in there besides like the whole LifeLog, people tracing it. But in general, it's like, that's what Trump is probably doing to some extent. He does it to colleges. You don't want to cut out the anti-Semitism, aka criticism of Israel. It's making my donors feel uncomfortable and some people here that love Israel. Well, you're not going to get this money. So, I find the timing of everything strange. For 2 years, everything I was doing was working fine. But now all the social media companies are cutting down on it. Maybe it's like, maybe overall it's a good thing. But I know the way they're doing it on Facebook makes no sense because they're like, instead of getting an accurate post to people within 10 seconds, trick AI into thinking it's, completely organic, put your logo on it, do it this way, put it in a different thing, put an image on it, and then post it. It's like, first of all, it's going to take me 5 minutes instead of 5 seconds. And it's just going to be a dumber version of what I was doing. It's going to be shortened. It's going to be harder to read because I have to put in a square. Now I have to put my logo over something that's not necessary. Like, it's not better. So why are you doing it? Are they really dumb? Do they really want to crack down on clickbait? Or is it something that's being pressured on them where, I think someone besides Paramount tried to buy CNN and all that stuff, but Paramount is owned by David Ellison, who's Larry Ellison's son. Larry Ellison's one of the biggest donators to the IDF. David Ellison's son went to the State of the Union with Lindsey Graham. They're ardent Zionists. They're ardent pro-Israel supporters. And Trump is trying to make sure that when media consolidates, it gets into the hands of them. And he's using financial warfare. He's using his government position. I don't know what Intel did, but he's a socialist and a borderline communist. He's like, I want the government to have stake in Intel. He makes Intel essentially sell stake to the government, which is socialism. And then Trump says, oh, wow, the stock's way up. Of course, because now investors are like, oh, if the government owns it, what is the government not going to give contracts to the company it owns, like Moderna type stuff? So there's levels to it. I know, sorry, I'm talking fast, but everything I'm saying is like, it's pretty relevant. So yeah, I don't know. Now when I get censored, I'm like, did liberals censor me because I offended them? Did Big Pharma censor me? Is it actually like just AI scanning and claiming what I'm doing is unoriginal? If that were the case, why would they ban me for 3 months? Like, it's a 90-day ban and they're cutting my reach and they're demonetizing me. 90 days? I don't think I've ever had a 90-day ban in my life. I've been censored even during COVID. It didn't last 90 days. They didn't tell me when it was going to end. It wasn't 3 months. That's like 1/4 of an entire year that they're just like, you know what? We just think your content was a little too unoriginal. 3-month ban. I'm like, that's definitely possible. It's absolutely possible, but it's also possible that Trump is like, I don't like people that disagree with me. I don't want people on your platform spreading anti-Semitism or Epstein hate, because now when people say this, that makes people hate me and then they want to do something to me. It's like, this is the logic he's publicly been using. He's like, all these people saying stuff about this, it's making people want to do these things to me. And I want to say this too before I leave. When a tragedy and a shooting happens, one thing you'll never see me do is say this shooting happened because people say this online, and now we need to shut down the people online and censor speech because this shooting happened. Whether it's a church, a mosque, a synagogue, anywhere, a school, like, evil people do evil things, and I don't think that a tragedy should be used to take the First and Second Amendment away. That's just basic stuff, because if a tragedy can be used to take away our amendments, then they'll do tragedies in order to take away our amendments. Somebody that wants to do it, it's like, that's how you do it. False flag. And it could be a real false flag. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but you understand what I'm saying? I never do that. But I notice certain people on all sides, it's like they'll call for censorship. Like if something happens to somebody Jewish, they'll be like, it's the hate speech online, it's Tucker Carlson, it's Candace Owens. They're literally like publicly freaking out, trying to ruin Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson's life because someone did something insane. Then something happened at a mosque. I'm sure some Muslims were doing it and probably some liberals were doing it. But I didn't see any Zionists really saying that much. They weren't like, oh, let's censor anti-Muslim speech because people are shooting Muslims now. Of course they're not going to, because they don't like Muslims, but I'm just saying I'm consistent with it. It's like, I don't think any shooting should mean the end of free speech for somebody or it's Tucker Carlson's fault. It's like, that's not true. But notice who does that only when it fits their agenda and doesn't do it in other ways. Because it's like, there's a lot of people on all sides that do it. But, when a tragedy happens, it's like, my instant reaction is like, this sucks. Like, obviously, who wants a bad situation to happen? But then my second reaction is like, look at everybody calling for censorship now. So it's like, when that happens, they're like, oh, Tucker Carlson needs to be banned. He's the reason he did this to people. And if they get away with that, then eventually they know, like, okay, I can't shut Tucker Carlson down. I can't shut Candace Owens down. Like, what's a way to get them censored? And I'm not even saying that they'll do something like that, but it's like that equation equals that. If you could take away something from someone, if something happens, then there are people out there that are sick enough to figure out a way to make that happen, And it's like, as sick as it is, it's like, that's how certain people act. I think a lot of war, it's like, if they can't find a reason to attack a country, they'll figure one out. And this is public information. For anyone who thinks this is some sort of theory that I can't prove, read the CIA JFK files that Trump actually dropped during his first term, which was pretty cool. It said that they were willing to sink a boatload of Cubans, real or simulated, and blow up some sort of explosive in Miami in order to make the Cuban government look crazy so they could go and do something to Cuba. If Cuba's so bad, why do you need to stage a fake event in order to justify a war? Why can't you just show us something real? They do this. They will do this. They have done this. They have tried this. This is like, it's real. So, that's what's creepy to me, is like, Trump is just waiting for a tragedy, just like the left is, to then justify some sort of, oh, well, now I need this. Now I need that. Now we need to shut this person down. And I know they will do that. And it's creepy being in media, because it's like, someone's eventually going to try to frame you like that and be like, oh, this person inspired that person. Like, I'm the nicest person. I always talk about positivity. I tell people not to be mad, not to be angry. But and even Tucker, like, he's interesting, but he's super chill and funny and nice, and he's like super calm in many ways, and like doesn't promote any sort of hate like that. But they'll just say he did. They don't care if it's real or not. So, unfortunately, like, this is what you have to think about and look out for in this situation. And also, you have a situation where, like, throughout human history, obviously there's some sort of like, diversity in some cases, but really, like, people kind of just did their own things in their own areas throughout most of human history. And they've sold this idea of like mass, I would say maybe like unparalleled or unprecedented diversity. And they're just telling you it's going to absolutely work out. And this is not justifying anything, because no one should be evil and crazy just because you live in a diverse place. That's insane. But the reality is, it's like, you have this, you have that, and everything's being done so inorganically. The media is telling you to hate this person, you to hate this person. the right wing, everything they say that Tucker says about Israel, he doesn't even hate them. Like Tucker, if you listen to Tucker, he's very not hateful. They're 1,000 times more hateful to him and Muslims, you know? And then there are people on the other side that are hateful. Like there's so much going on. And then you put everybody in a city and put all these religious facilities and this and that, and everybody's getting propagandized. It doesn't make it right. It's obviously not. It's obviously needs to stop. And I hope it does. But it's like, you know, you have extremely dangerous areas. You look at like Washington, D.C. and like Twitter things, and you got a bunch of like, you know, teenagers in the hood just like starting fights at Chipotle's and stuff. And then you have these people here and these people here. You're making everybody hate each other. You know, it's like this whole country is like a recipe for disaster. It's like Joe Biden opened the border. You know, it's like, oh, there's 10 million people in there. There might be sleeper cells from terrorists. It's like, then why did you leave the border open? Obviously, like, it was a different guy, but like it's like it's all like this orchestrated thing to just make everything as chaotic and insane as possible. And it's like the real conversation is not like, oh, let's take away the free speech of Tucker Carlson because somebody did something crazy, or let's censor Muslims or Zionists because someone said this. Like that's not the solution. To blame somebody for an attack when they've never called for that. The solution is like being honest about the situation and just being like, yo, can we have a real conversation about this country? Can we be honest about like a lot of different things, you know? But nobody wants to be honest about everything. It's like certain people, they want to have that conversation about, you know, one side of the equation, but they don't want to theirs. Like I'm all willing to say like, okay, listen, I have love for everybody of every kind. And I think that there's beauty in a lot of different religions. With that being said, you know, America was a majority European Christian nation and still kind of is. And that's just what it was. So if you want to say, if you're a Zionist and you want to say, well, I don't like the fact that there's so many Muslims here, and I don't like the fact that there's so many Somalians here, and I think that, you know, that's not the way that America should be. Okay. I think that's a fair conversation. It would be nice if people were respectful while they were being honest, right? On all sides. But I think that's a fair conversation. But will that same Zionist let me say, I think that it's an issue that there's so much Israeli Jewish donor money because Jewish ideals are not the exact same as Christian ideals. In fact, in some ways, I think we're very similar, right? Just like Muslims. But in some ways, I think it's like the antithesis of Christianity. And I think they hate Christ. And I think that they promoted pornography in this country purposely to defile people. And I in fact know that because the guy who pushed pornography in America literally said that, Al Goldstein. So just like you could say that Islam and, you know, Somalian culture is not compatible in mass immigration to society, I think Judeo-Christian is the destruction of America because it's taking a Christian European nation and it's putting the word Judeo in it, which is the antithesis of Christianity, from people who don't have the same morals and values of us. And that's why everything they do looks different. Not all people, but it's like Israel's doing this and that. Like Google real quick, how many journalists has America killed in the last 10, 20 years at war? And then Google how many that Israel has. I don't know if they'll actually tell you, but it's like our culture of doing certain things is not how they do war. We have it because ours is, you know, obviously it's not a perfect situation, but it's like, you know, we think differently about women and children and journalists. And it's like, yeah, we'll be at war, but we want to do this in the American Christian way. It's obviously not perfect, but like the way that Israel does it is nothing like we do it. Even now that our government's compromised, besides that school thing that Trump did, because, you know, that was weird. We've been very careful even at war. They're not careful at all. That's okay to be different, but I don't want my country to be that way the same way you don't want our country to be Islamic and Somalian. That's fair, but so is this. You know what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying is the exact same thing. So this is why it doesn't matter. Zionists say something to Muslims, Muslims say something to Zionists, but the right-wing Zionists that are gatekeeping the movement and they basically control the entire party, they call it anti-Semitism if you say the exact same thing to them that they say to Muslims. But it's like, you know, I don't like if Indians come here and assimilate, you know, in small numbers or whatever, it's cool. They're cool people. But if they're like moving by the millions to Texas and just building India in Texas, it's like I have the right to be like, I'd rather Texas be a bunch of freaking, you know, Texans, not a bunch of Indians that don't want to assimilate. Doesn't mean I hate India or Indians at all, because I don't. But that's the reality of the situation. But there's very few people who want to have an honest conversation about all that. The left thinks half of what I said is racist. The right will say it's anti-Semitic. But it's like, I'm not a Muslim. I'm not Qatari. I'm not Jewish. So I look at everything and I could see beauty in every race, religion, and country. But at the same time, I don't want to be Israel. I don't want to be Jewish. I don't want to practice Judaism. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but I've seen enough from certain people. And it's not like I hold that everyone to that standard. Like it's everybody. But the founder of pornography in America literally said, I think I'm God. I want to defile Christians and WASPs, meaning white people. Like it was like Christians are like, pornography is bad. White countries are like, we're not into pornography. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to do it because now I'm your God and I want to defile your race and your religion. He like literally said that, like literally, nearly word for word, just slightly paraphrased. Go look it up. Al Goldstein. That's not compatible with the country I want to live in. Just like, turning a random suburb into Somalia, it's like very similar. But Zionists won't admit that or say that. They're like, it's a Judeo-Christian country. It is. I 100% agree. It used to be a Christian European country, and now it's a Judeo-Christian country. Like if you have Iran and it's an Islamic country and women can't drive and they can't take their burqas off or whatever they say is happening there, even though it's a slightly less exaggerated version of literally that. And they're not pro homosexuality. They're not super into gay stuff. Yes, I agree that all of that's happening in Iran because it's an Islamic country. So in 50 years, if there's pornography everywhere and OnlyFans accounts and the women are, like feminists and they're, just dressing with their ass out. And then someone's like, it's a Judeo-Islamic country. I'd be like, yeah, the Judeo went in front of the Islamic and it's taking priority and it's not an Islamic country anymore. America's not a Christian country. Nothing about it's Christian. It's Judeo. The Judeo is in front because that's what it is. The NFL is not Christian. It's Judeo. The NBA is not Christian. It's Judeo. The laws on Facebook or the rules on all social media are not Christian. They're Judeo. And I'm not saying that every Jewish person studies this or anything, but it's not being driven from Christians. And a lot of it is not being owned by Europeans. It's being owned by people of that race and that religion. That's just a fact, and it's like, it's not like if Christians owned everything, it would look like Chick-fil-A. I mean, the food is garbage there, so I don't know what they're doing, but the customer service is good. Everybody's really nice. It closes on Sunday and they eat garbage. American is apple pie, the food's, that's what everything would look like if it were Christian, but it's not. Almost everything is owned by somebody Jewish. So they don't have biblical laws. They're not enforcing the Bible. They're not enforcing the 10 Commandments. It's Judeo. It's don't talk about the gays. Don't talk about us. Don't say the truth. Don't be conservative. We work as a group, but we don't want white people to work as a group. We're pro-diversity, not in Israel, but in every other country. Well, really just in Europe. We just want white people to kind of fade out. But like, don't say that we're doing that, but we're doing that. And over time, it's literally happening and we're justifying it, but don't talk about it on our platform. That's owned by us, but it's not us. It's like, okay, it's not everybody. It's not Dave Smith. It's not Jeffrey Sachs. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not my friends, but that's what's happening. So any conservative that doesn't talk about that, it's like, it's Somalians in Michigan or whatever, or wherever they are, freaking Minnesota. It's not my favorite thing in the country, but that's not like systemic. They don't own Facebook. The Somalians don't own YouTube. The Somalians don't own Google. The Somalians don't own almost every media company. The Somalians don't run the record business. The Somalians didn't bring pornography to America and say that they did it to defile white people and Christians. Somalians didn't do all that stuff. Honestly, I don't think they're ever going to be at that level in America to ever do any of those things, but they might make a neighborhood less pleasant to some people than it used to be and bring their culture, which people don't want it to look like there. Like, say whatever you want. I'm not going to call you racist. I'm not going to call you hateful. I'm not going to say you're being rude. I mean, if you're being rude, you're being rude. People can call, but like, I'm not stopping anybody from talking about that. But why are they stopping me from talking about the thing that's controlling 99% of stuff, not the 0.001% of this region? You know, like, why is that the main, why is that the only thing that Nick Shirley talks about? How come Nick Shirley talks about that and goes to Cuba and completely exaggerates because the government of America hates Cuba? But when, you know, Nick Shirley goes, I mean, when Tyler Oliveira goes to Israel, you know, he gets kicked out of Israel. Didn't Nick Shirley cry in Cuba and be like, wow, there's no free speech here. They won't even let me have my camera, even though I'm literally filming right now and showing you the country and they're not doing anything about it. It's like, okay, how come, why don't you go to Israel and do that? He's a fraud. Nick Shirley's like the controlled op version of like what Tyler Oliveira actually is, but that's what 99% of people consume. I'm just being honest. I'm not being rude. I'm not being hateful. But the same things people say about others, they're looking at like, it would be like saying, I mean, welfare is a huge problem. And it's like the lower, like the people that are just sucking off welfare while everybody else works, it's obnoxious and it needs to be talked about. But it's like pointing to like a town in like Mississippi and being like, you know what the real problem in this country is? It's not the data centers. It's not the big pharma industry. It's not the lobbyists. It's not Democrats. It's not Trump. It's not Biden. It's not the billionaires who control everything and censored you and kicked you off Facebook. The real problem in this country is this town in Mississippi. It's like this is the level of average Republican discourse at this point. It's humiliatingly controlled opposition. Like, and I get why it's confusing because it's like, yeah, you know, you don't want your country being flooded with illegal immigrants. You don't want your country being flooded with migrants that don't want to assimilate. You don't want everybody in America sees their town just becoming like a crappier version of what it was for a lot of reasons, not just because of people coming here, but it's like everyone sees that. So then it's like, who's doing it? And you're like, yeah, I see that those people they're doing, but it's like, that's like 1% of the story. Let me give you an example. If there's a group of people that are committing a bunch of crimes in your neighborhood and you're like, I don't like that they're doing that. But then I try to point and I'm like, this is the company that's bringing them there. Like, I know you don't like that, but you're pointing at the problem that you can't stop. I'm pointing at the root of the issue of who's bringing everyone there. And then you say, oh, that's hateful. Don't tell me that. I just want to talk about them because I want to talk about this race, but not that race. That's hate speech to me, but this is not hate speech. And it's like, bro, you can call everything whatever you want, but at the end of the day, like, you're missing 99% of the equation. So it's like you're mad at step Z, but you missed step A through Y. You know, you're at X and you're like, oh, this is where it starts. That's not where it starts. That's not who's facilitating. That's not who's funding it. That's not the real issue. So for me, there's some things I want to do that are just fun with like mini content. But as far as political content and commentary, like, I don't really know what else to tell people. It's the lobbyists and the donors that are controlling everything. Trump is in on it. Democrats are in on it. They just ousted the only Congress member who's really not in on it. Anyone else that's not in on it, Trump's going to complain about. So there's nothing to like attach to him for. That's the reality of the situation. It's repetitive because it doesn't change. The things that people are saying are distractions to get you from not realizing that that's happening. So it's like, you know, right now, 90-day monetization ban on Facebook. It's like, I don't know. I might just only post about that every day, a couple times until I get my thing back. And maybe that won't help me get it back, but it's like, I don't care. I don't want to talk about anything else. I want to, you know, there's other angles to this too. It's like the same way AI is replacing so many jobs. AI is now telling me that I can't make money for 90 days. And the humans are like, well, the AI said that, so you can't. And it's like, okay, but okay. So then what are you going to do when millions of people don't have a job? Like, is it just going to go to universal basic income? During COVID, nobody could like work, and then they're taking my job away. It's like AI is replacing millions of people, and then they're using AI that they just implemented to take away jobs at Facebook to take away more jobs at Facebook. Like, this can't be a mistake. Maybe they're just retarded and evil by mistake or something, but I don't believe that. It's like, how many jobs is AI going to replace in the next couple of years? And then you're using the AI that just replaced humans at Facebook to take more income at Facebook. Why, if they really cared and it was really my content that was like needed to be updated, why not hit me up? I got 1.5 million followers. I got 900 million views. I'm one of the biggest pages on your entire network in modern history. All you have to do is hit me up. This is our new policy, or this is what we want. We don't like the post like this. We like it like this. Like any boss, if you're doing something that your boss wants you to switch up, he didn't ask me to switch it up for the last 2 years. Not that I'm listening to my boss, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, you're just going to all of a sudden implement something and enforce something that you didn't enforce for the last 2 years and tell me that I have 90 days with no pay to figure it out, or like, but you won't tell me the specifics to even figure it out. It's just like, you're using AI to take away my money as AI is replacing everybody's thing. How is that possibly a good idea? I mean, I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but obviously I always do, but I think it comes back to a certain thing. There's certain people that literally want us to be slaves. Not all people, and they probably think some amongst their own are slaves as well, but they want us to be slaves. They think that we're cattle, and they don't want the cattle to speak up and really do stuff. So over time, whether it's during COVID, whether it's AI, whether it's Trump, whether it's Biden, they're hoarding the wealth, they're extracting it out of everybody, and then they're slowly consolidating it to themselves more and more and more and more. And the less and less and less we have, the more power they'll have over us. So maybe in 20 or 30 years or so, it's like there's really, that's what they want. But here's what they're missing. And this is like the optimistic version, because I don't want to be a downer. All the money in the world, all the power in the world doesn't make you happy. It doesn't make you present. Like, it doesn't make you a good person. So, this has never worked in human history. It's like every great empire has always fallen. Every, certain people are always like, having to just be like, wow, this isn't working. And it's like, it's not a sustainable, like extracting all the wealth and putting people on universal basic income. It's not going to work. So it's like, there's an interesting game playing out. And the beauty of it is, if you're on the right side, you get to be a part of that. And I think outside of the Massie race, which they pretty much just bought, they see this stuff. Like they see that the youth doesn't agree with them. They see, and they're not going to be able to flip it. I really don't think so. I think it's like, it's past the point of no return. They're just kind of milking it for the last years. But, you don't want to fight reality, and you don't want to envy people like that, because like, that's not a rewarding life. And I think, there's always going to be bounce backs of like, it's just not going to work. So I know that they're using AI and they're consolidating jobs and power, but as much as it might work in the short term, I think in the long term, it's not going to work for them. So we'll see what everybody does. And with America, I think we're in an interesting place where Trump, the good thing I'll say before I leave about how bad he is like, he's the most transparent person ever. Like, Obama worked for the Israel lobby. You would just never know it. So did Biden. You just don't see it because he's not like making it obvious. Trump is making everything obvious. Like, he's making it so obvious, it's actually fascinating. So, now that it's super, super obvious, it's like, okay, how long are politicians going to do this? How long is every, like, you really just have to, this is like you have to be unpurchasable. Like, say you run a great fast food chain and then you sell it to a private equity, you're selling it to somebody else. They're going to do the same stuff. They're going to buy it. They're going to make the ingredients cheaper. They're going to try to make as much money for the shareholders. And then it's going to be a crappier product. They're going to do bad. And like, they're so greedy, it doesn't work. It never works. Like, being less greedy works better. They run everything into the ground. So it's like, if you run something, you got to not sell it. You got to not sell. So it's like, their strategies, like, this era is so interesting. It's like, we've had all these great chains in America. They've all sold to private equity. Most of them have run themselves into the ground, except for like In-N-Out. It's like, Trump wants the pesticides, the EPA, like, no one cares about anything. Everyone's just making money. It's the most like anti-Christ vibes here ever, where like nobody has any sort of morals except for a few people, few companies. And it's just an all out bonanza sale. In turn, if you look at 8 years ago, a lot of people didn't know any of this stuff. COVID woke hundreds of millions of people up. The modern era woke hundreds of millions of people up. If you go to, like, I would say like 2019 and talked about the Israel lobby, nobody even knows what you're talking about. Now it's mainstream conversation. It's not breaking the barrier of like winning elections yet for Republicans, but it will, and it's on the Democrat side already. It's just they suck at other stuff. So like the trends, there's going to be ups and downs, but like if I could go back and be like, this is where we're at, I would be like, wow, that's further than I thought. But the crazier stuff they do, the more people go to that point. It's like more people have become Christian and Catholic recently because the world is so evil. It's like God is real. The Bible makes more sense than that. So every time they do wicked stuff, it leads more people to a better set of morality and morals. So I think like it's going to be a bumpy road, but I really think that I really think a lot of this stuff's going to backfire for them, and it has to be a strength in numbers thing. Like people need to be unpurchasable, and for me, I can only do so much, but for me, it's like if there's somebody that I know is not sold out and they're facing a lot of pressure, I always try to rally behind them because it's like if you could lift those people up, and we might get a few losses like a Massie here or there, but we have to turn this loss into a massive, massive win. And I would say this too. I don't think James Fishback's going to win. I don't think Dan Bilzerian's going to win. Casey Push didn't even come close, but it's going to get different. Like in 4, 5, 6 years, those type of people will be able to win elections. You look at Europe and like, there's like the Vox party or whatever. And they're like, oh, they're racist. They're far right, whatever. They're getting blown out. And then slowly they don't, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of it is like some sneaky stuff as well. But what was unthinkable 6 years ago, the shittier the country gets and the more like invaded it gets from like random people that everybody knows it's like what's going on, the unthinkable becomes like mainstream. I would even say now, like I said, the Israel lobby topic, it's mainstream on Twitter. It's mainstream on Instagram. If you go to any post talking about it, it's mainstream. It's just not like Twitter and Instagram aren't reality. Boomers vote a lot. So it's not going to translate to elections now, but it has translated to culture. It has translated to the media. It has translated to social media. And it's reached a breaking point where I don't think they're going to be able to like put it back because it's just like not possible. So it's like just because Massie lost, obviously it sucks. I don't think that this is like the end of anybody. I just think it's going to get weird and the left is going to win because Trump is blowing it. And then I think in 4 to 6 years, you can have candidates like a James Fishback or a Bilzerian or a Massie. I mean, Massie's not similar to them like that, but like these unthinkable candidates are going to be a lot more thinkable because it's just going to become more and more obvious. There's going to be less and less boomers that are voting, and people that didn't want to see it, like it's going to be it's so transparent. Like Trump is so transparent. He's making it so obvious. So, everything always just takes longer than I think people think. Someone said, I doubt Ed will win in November. I doubt Massie's voters will turn out for him. He'll probably win, to be honest. But at the same time, I don't know. I haven't really studied the district that much, so I don't really have like a strong opinion. But either way, like Republicans are not going to win the House, and it's going to take them a minute, but it's going to be interesting. So we'll see what happens. And there's going to be some L's, but we got to turn the L's into W's, and hopefully Massie is inspired to, maybe runs for president, makes a bigger splash, and wakes up more people on a main stage. I'm not really sure, but I guess I'm not disappointed because I already thought he was going to lose. Like I just saw kind of like the way the odds and the polls were going. It's not be all end all, but I was like the trends were bad, and they spent so much money. And like, dude, Trump was aggressively campaigning. He's never campaigned this hard in the last 2 years for anybody. Like it's crazy. Just think about that though. One nice guy from Kentucky can make Israeli billionaires, Epstein black book people, LGBT Republicans who pay Republicans, AIPAC, RJC, like media around the world. One nice guy from Kentucky, it took literally tens of millions of dollars and some of the world's most powerful people to beat him by 7 or 8 points, right? So at the end of the day, it's disappointing. But like, think about that. One guy from Kentucky took on literally like the richest people, and they barely could still beat them. Like it's kind of embarrassing for them. It's like if I buy every good, like soccer player in the world, and then we play like a high school team, and then you just like barely beat them by 1 or 2 goals. It's like that's that's crazy. Like that they can't do this forever, and they put their all into it. It's like America and Afghanistan, where it's like 20 years later and like you didn't even win and you just leave. You know what I'm saying? Like you're losing to people that don't even really have like an army or anything. They're just like stubborn. So that's what it took to beat a guy who was just hanging out with influencers in Kentucky and cooking them pizzas on a farm. It took literally 3 Zionist billionaires, Donald Trump, the Republican Jewish Coalition, AIPAC, probably every big Zionist media company to beat him by like, what's the final results? Let me see real quick. I'm just going to look. Oh my gosh. No way. The Knicks tied it. Oh my gosh, dude. No way. They were down so much, and now it's about to go into overtime, 101-101. What the heck? How did that happen? Anybody watching the game? Sorry. I like the Knicks. Thomas Massie results. I want to see like the final results right now. Let's see. The Hill, New York Times. Oh, let's look at this one. Yeah, I mean he won by less than 10 points. Obviously it's worse than I think Massie wanted to do, but it's not a massive win considering how much they spent. It's massive considering like Massie's voters didn't vote out, but I kind of saw that coming, unfortunately. Appreciate you guys. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless America. God bless the world. I'll be back, and I have some. I always say this, but like I figured out some things that I enjoy that hopefully you guys enjoy. And like I said, thank you guys for your wishes and stuff on Facebook. I'm not even saying this. I would just let you know I'm in a good place, and I'm excited. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I'm like used to it now, but like I wanted to not get demonetized, and I wanted to save a lot of money and like, buy a house and stuff. I could still buy a house eventually, but like there's all these things I wanted to do, but like it is what it is. Like now that they didn't do that, I don't want to post 30 picture posts on Facebook a day. I want to post a couple. And now I have more time to do other things that I want to do. So it's like I wouldn't choose this and lose all this money if it's going to be easy, but I'm excited. It's like it's kind of fun. It's like I got to have that mentality. It's like you're not beating me. You're not doing like it is what it is. It's annoying, but it's kind of funny. It's the same thing as Massie. It's like, dude, if I'm Thomas Massie today, it's like, bro, I'm a guy from Kentucky who lives on a farm. And I'm like, I just walked down the street. I'm a super chill guy. It took $25 million, 3 Zionist billionaires, 2 political action Israel lobby committees, like all this stuff, multiple Trump tweets. But like, dude, Stephen Miller was tweeting the same thing a bunch of times. Like, dude, they pulled out they were desperate. It's like I would be laughing hysterical. Massie lost, but he won because it's like, dude, he made probably trillions of dollars in net worth. Freak out hysterically at a freaking skinny guy from Kentucky that just wants to chill. Like, that's an L. That's how bad. Dude, they should be able to beat Thomas Massie in their sleep without a Trump tweet. The fact that they had to try this hard just to barely win an election is hilarious. That's how I see it. I'm like, you want to do this to me? That's hilarious because it's like it's pathetic, It's crazy, but it's wild, man. We'll get the W in the end. God wins in the end, and it's a great country. It's a great place. Every time they give us an L, we'll just turn it into a W and use it as inspiration. I hope Massie looks at all this stuff, has a laugh at it, and is inspired to make a 20 times impact that he had in Congress. And here's the thing too. If Trump's going to treat everybody like this, dude, it's just like, there's going to be so many people in Congress that are going to like bug out, or, you know what I'm saying? This is not sustainable for them. So congratulations, Mira Madelson. Congratulations, Paul Singer, John Paulson, AIPAC, RJC, Donald Trump tweeting multiple times, freaking out, posting for the first time on Twitter since like 3 months ago. Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth, it's like Michael Knowles is like, you guys tried really hard to get out the best congressman in modern history. I hope it was worth it because, that shows how weak you guys truly are. And that shows how how much it takes just to beat the simple truth. So hopefully it inspires a lot of people. Appreciate y'all. Someone said, do you have to buy me a coffee? More lives on YouTube by any chance? Been following you since 2019, 2020, 2020. Thank you. I'm confused at what you're saying. Is this buying me a coffee? Do I have to? Oh, I mean, if you ever saw me in person, I mean, don't stalk me, but if you ever saw me in person and we're like, yeah, you know, I'd buy you a coffee. I'd buy you more than that. I don't even know who you are, but I'm a pretty nice guy. More lives on YouTube. Yeah, for sure. I have some ideas, but I'll do more lives on YouTube, but I just want to be in a good mindset. Cause like, you know, some days I'm just not in a good mood, or like I'm tired and I don't want to force it, but I will. I promise you, I got some tricks up my sleeve. So thank you. Appreciate you.